Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend. Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Quirkless Villain. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Can someone without a quirk be a hero? Asked Midoriya. His teacher's voice broke his train of thought. You guys are all third years now, it's time to start thinking about your careers and futures seriously. I want to hand out these career forms, but I assume you all want to be heroes, he said as threw the papers in the air. Midoriya always wanted to be a hero, it was his dream, but he was born quirkless. On top of that, his childhood best friend became his bully, even giving him the nickname Deku, meaning useless. Bakugo made Izuku's life a living hell by teasing him, abusing him, and belittling his once best friend. You're aiming for UA too, aren't you, Midoriya? Bakugo and the rest of the class turned to look at Midoriya. They all laughed at the idea of Midoriya becoming a hero, but Bakugo turned and slammed his hand on Midoriya's desk while adding an explosion, making him fall back on his chair. Forget them, Yo, you are Quirkles, Yo, you are below everyone LSE, and Yo, you think Yo, you can keep up WME? Screamed Bakugo as he drove Midoriya to the back of the class. It's always been my dream, and I thought I could try the entrance exam and try, said Midoriya in a low voice as the class mocked him. After school, Midoriya was on his phone. All Might, the #1 hero in Japan, as well as his idol, was spotted nearby. Midoriya picked up his hero notebook, but not before Bakugo swiped it out of his hand. Midoriya reached out to grab it, but Bakugo had already burned it. What I'm trying to say is don't you dare go to you, a nerd, said Bakugo as he put his hand on Izuku's uniform and started using his quirk to burn Midoriya's uniform. As Bakugo was walking out the door with his friends, he said the words that would change Midoriya's fate forever. If you want to be hero so bad, I've got an idea that might save you some time. If you think you'll have a quirk in your next life, go jump off a roof, Bakugo said to Midoriya. Midoriya wanted to fight back, but he couldn't. How could he? Midoriya only mustered an angry look with tears filling up his eyes. Bakugo sneered at Midoriya and showed off his quirk. Midoriya stood in homeroom all alone, crying and afraid, with no friends to turn to. No shoulder to cry on except his mother. She is the only person in this world who is there for him. But it's not enough. Midoriya went outside to go pick up his notebook, and he began having thoughts that no middle schooler should ever have. Why? Why is he allowed to this to me everyone in front of the teachers? They just let him do what he wants. I may be quirkless, but I'm human too. I'm human, aren't I? Midoriya thought as the tears clouded his eyes. Later that day. I don't think so, kid, said All Might. A pro should be willing to risk his life at any moment. Without a quirk you'll just get hurt, or even worse, All Might said firmly to Midoriya. All Might's words made Midoriya freeze up. All his dreams, aspirations, all his hope was being crushed. If you want to help people become a police officer, they get a lot of hate because they lock up the criminals that pros have taken care of, but it is admirable work. It's okay to dream, kid, however you have to be realistic, said All Might with a sigh. Even All Might said it, the #1 hero. Don't cry, you knew this already, and because you knew you still, and yet you tried so damn hard, Midoriya said as he began to cry, his eyes glazed with tears. Midoriya noticed a crowd begin to crowd around an alley, but this time he turned away and walked home. No thoughts filled his mind, no more ambitions, not anymore. Inko, Midoriya greeted him. Hey sweetie, how was school? She said, happy her son came home. Her husband worked overseas. Midoriya put on his fake smile and told her, good mom, I met All Might today, can you believe it? Said Midoriya. Inko smiled and hugged her son. He had always wanted to meet All Might. Little did she know this was the night that she would lose her son. Izuku was alone in his room. It was 10 p.m. He was finally ready. He got all the things he needed and finished up his apology letter. Inside was his reasons why, a location, and his entire life savings, a total of 500,000 yen. I'm sorry, Mom, Midoriya said as he crept through his window. Midoriya arrived to a rooftop at 12:35 a.m. The same rooftop where his dreams were crushed. He took off his shoes, stood at the edge, his notebook in hand. He grasped it tightly and jumped. Am I dead? Thought Midoriya. He expected death. Instead, he was greeted with something much more terrifying. As Midoriya slowly opened his eyes, they grew wide at the sight of a crooked and disgusting-looking blade on his neck. The man wielding the blade wore a torn-up red scarf with multiple blades holstered all over his body, and he had eyes that were filled with murderous intent and malice. It was Stain the hero ender. Out of instinct, Midoriya tried to scramble backwards but felt a pain in his right arm and realized that his arm broke from the fall. Stain steps forward slowly and speaks in a raspy, demanding voice. "Who are you? And why did you attack me?" Izuku choked up and couldn't muster up any words. "Answer me now unless you want to die here," Stain shouted. Afraid, Midoriya managed to choke up some words. I didn't mean to, I'm sorry, I just..." Midoriya said nervously. He couldn't finish his sentence. How could he say he wanted to commit suicide like it was nothing? Stain lifted his blade. You just what?" shouted Stain. "I tried to end myself, okay? Please let me die already," explained Midoriya in a sad tone. Stain was surprised to say the least. He thought this boy was trying to attack him, but it was just a teen who wanted to end it all. Stain, realizing the boy posed no threat, put his sword away and knelt down so he could look at this boy in the eye. "Why did you do it?" Stain asked in a more calm voice. Midoriya wondered if he should even tell him, but after thinking about it, he came to the conclusion the hero ender does not gain anything by knowing, so he ultimately decided to tell him. "It started when I was born without a quirk." Midoriya explained his whole life story except his conversation with All Might. "That's what's wrong with this society. A quirk determines what you are in this world now. Fake heroes and mindless criminals pollute this world now." Stain scowled. Midoriya was a bit surprised at what he was hearing, to say the least. Stain was right. Every day more and more heroes became heroes for selfish reasons, only in it for the fame and wealth, and the amount of criminals had also increased dramatically. The silence was broken by Stain yet again. "Hey, what's up, that notebook?" Stain asked. Izuku didn't realize he was still holding on to his notebook. "Oh, it's my hero analysis notebook. I record quirks and the possible uses, upgrades, and weaknesses, but I don't need it now." "Want to see it?" responded Midoriya as he lifted his notebook to Stain. Stain knew after hearing his life story Midoriya could have been a true hero. His reason to be one was so noble. Stain received the notebook and began to read every single page, becoming more and more interested each page he turned. "Wow, these are so detailed. You have a real talent. It's amazing. The amount of data behind these notes are incredible," said Stain as he kept looking through the notebook. A subtle crooked smile began to form. Izuku was surprised and happy someone finally acknowledged him for something he did. "Really? You think so? I worked hard on them. My favorite is page 175. I think Kamui's ability is amazing," said Midoriya happily. Stain then gave a sad smile. This kid has been through so much, and even after attempting suicide he still smiles. This kid needs someone to guide him, someone he can look up to, he thought. "Hey kid, I got a proposition for you. Would you like to hear it?" Stain said. Midoriya looked up at Stain with a confused face, and the proposition Stain gave was something Midoriya never expected to hear from the infamous hero ender. "Come with me and I'll teach you everything I know," proposed Stain to Midoriya. Midoriya was baffled at the question. The hero ender wanted him to become his apprentice, essentially. Midoriya would have said no, but it seems Stain was the only person in this world who believed he could be seen as more than a useless quirkless kid aside from his mother. Midoriya then remembered all the bullying and his conversation with All Might. "He'll do it," he responded confidently. Stain was overwhelmed with enthusiasm and joy, but before he could say anything else, Midoriya spoke. "But I have some rules. One. Inko, Midoriya, my mother stays out of it completely too. That I want to live with you. I can't go home. Not anymore. It's better if people think I'm dead. And 3. I won't end. I know you end heroes, but I'm not going to be a part of that," stated Midoriya. Stain was understanding of the conditions except the final one, but he knew deep down Midoriya longed to be a hero even if he was willing to turn to the other side. "Fine, I'll put my ideals on hold for you, and you have my word your mother will be left alone," said Stain. Stain was angry he had to put hero ending on hold, but he was anxious to teach Midoriya his ways and mold a once scared child into something more. Midoriya was relieved Stain was willing to put his crusade on hold for him. "All right, let's get out of here," Midoriya said, but as soon as he said those words he passed out. He passed out due to the pain in his arm and the amount of adrenaline pumping through his body, Stain thought. Amazing, we were talking for 30 minutes and just now he passed out? This kid really is something, Stain thought as he picked up Midoriya and took him to one of his hideouts. The next morning, Inko woke up and decided to cook and bring Izuku's favorite meal, katsudon, to his bed. As she opened the door, her legs became heavy as she dropped the plate. She ran to the window and searched all over her son's room, hoping there was sign that he left early in the morning to the convenience store or to the mall. Inko wanted something, until she found her answer in the form of a note. Inko read the note and she could feel herself become heavier every word she read until finally she collapsed on the floor, crying and gripping on to the note. She kept asking why and began to doubt herself and if she failed as a mother. Inko barely managed to get downstairs to the phone as she called for the police. As Inko was sitting in her house wrapped in the security blanket, the police gave her she was given the news that there was no body at the address given on the note, but Midoriya's shoes were found at the rooftop. We think he may have gone to a higher rooftop, or in the best case scenario he jumped and landed on something that cushioned his fall, and he decided ultimately to run away from home instead of, the detective said. Both scenarios were bad, but at least in one her son was alive. A little ray of hope lit inside her heart that her son was still alive. For now, we will make a missing persons report. Hopefully he's still out there, explained the detective. Please find my baby, pleaded Inko as the detective gave a sad smile. I'll find him, I promise, he said as he began to walk out the door. Wait, what's your name? Asked Inko. Forgive me, my name is Naomasa Tsukachi, said Naomasa. Thank you so much, please find my baby boy, begged Inko. Naomasa smiled and said, I promise I'll find him, as he finally walked out the door and walked into his vehicle. 2 days later, Midoriya woke up in rundown room with 2 blocks of wood on both sides of his arm. Where am I? Asked Midoriya out loud. You're in one of my many hideouts, Midoriya. You passed out from the pain and adrenaline that was pumping throughout your body 3 days ago, stated Stain. Midoriya was astonished he was out that long as he tried to get up, but his arm was still in pain. 3 days. Ow, I forgot I broke my arm, said Midoriya. Stain looked at Midoriya's arm and explained. Turns out it's not broken, Midoriya, it's dislocated just very, very badly, said Stain. Well, can't you, relocate it maybe? Exclaimed Midoriya as he held onto his arm. I said I was going to train you, and now is a good time to start. Midoriya, you are going to relocate your own arm, stated Stain in a serious tone. Midoriya's face grew pale as he noticed he wasn't joking. Are you serious? How am I going to do that? I can barely handle stubbing my toe, and you want me to relocate my arm? Explained Midoriya nervously. Since you're quirkless, you must train your body to endure pain and train it to be stronger than the average human body, explained Stain as he began to put his hand on his shoulder. Look at how I do it, Stain said as he dislocated his own shoulder with relative ease, and not even flinching. Midoriya cringed at the sight of a shoulder being dislocated in front of him. Now look, my shoulder is clearly dislocated. With enough training you will be able to relocate certain parts of your body while feeling little to no pain. Look closely how I relocate my arm, Stain explained as he grasped his shoulder and popped it back into place like it was nothing, no sign of hesitation or a hint of pain. Midoriya was shocked, amazed, and terrified. I have to relocate my own arm, thought Midoriya as he gulped. We won't begin training until you've done that, Stain said as he walked to the corner of the room and sat in a chair and began to sharpen his blades. Midoriya was nervous to say the least. Every time he grasped his arm it hurt like hell. However, after seeing Stain do it, and because Midoriya was so skilled at analysis, he knew exactly how to pop his arm back in place. Next came the hard part, actually doing it. Midoriya took a deep breath. Okay, I can do this. I am not going to be weak anymore, he yelled as he grasped his arm and in one swift motion popped his arm back into place. Midoriya yelped so loudly he scared himself, but his arm was finally back in. Was surprised. He thought the kid would take a little longer to do it, but he did it almost instantly after just showing him how to do it. Midoriya got up off the bed and gave a victory scream at the top of his lungs. Stain smiled as he saw his apprentice give his victory scream. What are you made of, kid? Stain said as he got up and was prepared to catch Midoriya as he was beginning to faint. Stain, I did it, haha dash. Midoriya managed to choke up before passing out again. You sure did, Stain smiled as he laid Midoriya down on the bed again. If it wasn't for this world's ideals, you would have been a true hero, kid, Stain said as he sighed. At Midoriya's old school. What do you mean he's gone? The bastard couldn't have gone anywhere, yelled Bakugo at his principal. Well, Midoriya is missing, and we thought you would know where he would go since you are his best friend, maybe a secret hiding spot he used to go to maybe? Explained the principal. Don't associate me with that nerd, we were never best friends. Are we done here? Clamored Bakugo as he was already 1 foot out the door. Yes, thank you for your time, Bakugo, you can go back to class, said the principal as he returned to his paperwork. Deku can go die for all I care at. Least now he won't bother me and my road to being the #1 hero, he thought. Besides, it's not like the idiot had the balls to end himself, he probably just ran away from home, Bakugo said in his head. The entrance exam to U.A is in 11 months, I have to get ready for my bright future, he said as he smiled and walked back into class. Back at Stain's hideout, Midoriya wakes up again and gets up with his once dislocated arm. Huh? It doesn't hurt anymore, it's like nothing ever happened, said Midoriya as Stain was fixing the bandages around his arm. It's this ointment I made, take a look, I use over-the-counter ointments, and in some herbs small cuts and sore bones heal faster here, have the ingredients, I already know how to make it at the top of my head, said Stain as he threw the ointment towards Izuku with the ingredients. You know, you surprised me, kid, I didn't think you would pop your arm back in place like it was nothing, Stain said as he gave a little laugh. Midoriya couldn't help but smile. This stuff is amazing, said Midoriya as he started mumbling to himself while looking at the ingredients, wondering how they can be improved. What are you doing? It's creeping me out a bit, said Stain. Midoriya looked up, snapping out of his trance. Oh, it's just a habit I have. When I find something that's interesting, I like to think of all its possible uses and improvements, much like my notebook, said Midoriya as he put the ingredient list into his notes for later use. Get up, we're going out and we're gonna start training right now, Stain said. Midoriya was a bit excited too, he was a bit inspired, he had just popped his own arm back into place. Kid, you need a name, we can't just use your real name, Stain stated. Midoriya already knew what name he wanted. Deku, that's the name I'll be using, Midoriya said. Stain was surprised, he wanted to use the name that has haunted him for his entire life. I'm going to make this into a name people will remember, said Midoriya. Stain was proud to say the least. You're going to use the name that haunted you your entire life, it's admirable, said Stain. All right, Deku, let's get started, said Stain. This is a long one, hope you guys enjoyed. Laughing face. I wanted to make Stain a bit more mellow in terms of how he interacts with Deku. Of course, he's still very intense and cruel, and the training is only going to get more grueling and intense, just giving him a little soft spot for Deku. It has been 3 months and all Stain has been making me do is strength training, I want to learn something, thought Midoriya as he was doing the workout plan Stain gave him. It wasn't an easy workout either. It exhausted and left Midoriya dead every time, no matter how many times he did the workout. However, due to the ointment, Stain made it relieved his bones in 2 hours, and he was able to start his training again, bypassing the limits of the body. Midoriya, however, has since then perfected the ointment and got the time down to 1 hour. Midoriya was sitting in the room that had all the exercise equipment, applying some of his ointment. He had just finished his set when Stain came in. Hey kid, you better not be slacking on the training, Stain said in a commanding voice. I'm not, I just finished actually, responded Midoriya. He was about to ask Stain about his real training when Stain spoke. Put this on, we're going out, Stain said as he threw a costume that looked exactly like the one he drew in his notebook. However, instead it was black and had gray stripes, and his gloves were also gray. I took the liberty of looking in your notebook. I had a feeling you had a costume in there. However, I changed the colors and some other things too. Mostly the colors. I can't have you wearing green, you would stick out like a sore thumb. As for the ears, I got rid of them, it makes you very easy to grab in a fight, so now it's just a hood, explained Stain as he handed him the gloves and a black metal face mask. Midoriya was excited, he finally had his very own costume. Even though Stain changed a couple things, he was happy regardless. Sorry we didn't go out sooner, kid. But I couldn't get you out there without training your body first, Stain explained. Midoriya was changing in the other room. Midoriya looked at himself in the mirror. He hadn't noticed before, maybe due to the fact he was so into his training, but his body was completely transformed. Midoriya had a very clear six-pack along with strong toned muscles. Midoriya looked at himself one more time in the mirror, amazed that the body before him was his own. All right, how is it? Asked Midoriya as Stain looked up while putting knives in his holsters. Glad I got the right size, replied Stain as he finished up getting ready. All right, let's get out of here, said Stain. Midoriya was anxious to finally learn some techniques from Stain. Hey, where are we going? asked Midoriya as he was walking next to Stain. We are going to this rooftop, said Stain as he pointed towards the building. We are going to start honing your movement, awareness, and fighting ability, explained Stain as they both reached the rooftop. I won't be holding your hand, Deku. Whether you live or die now solely depends on you now, said Stain calmly as he looked ahead towards the other rooftops. Midoriya was surprised he called him Deku, but that was the name he had chosen to be called. I know you like your notes too, so I added a voice recorder in your mask so you can listen to them later. There is a knob on the right side, just twist and push and it will record your voice, Stain said as he leapt towards the other building. Midoriya quickly turned the knob and pressed the button. He was ready to record Stain's movements and analyze them later. Midoriya looked down from the edge of the building to see the ground beneath them. He took a deep breath. Here goes nothing, he said as leapt towards the other building, and to his surprise he made the jump. Not as smooth as Stain, but he made it. I guess all that exercise is paying off, Deku said as he began to follow Stain, who was way ahead but just visible enough to be able to record his movements. Alright, I can do this, thought Midoriya as he quickly hopped towards the next building. That entire month Stain focused on movement training, where he showed Midoriya how to use the terrain to his advantage, as well as how to keep his balance. He also taught him how to maneuver with tricky terrain. Midoriya was catching on to the training quickly. Soon enough he was able to follow right behind Stain. After that month they began awareness and how to predict and dodge fast-moving objects. Midoriya, being extremely observant while also being a quick thinker, had no trouble with this part of the training, which amazed Stain since it took him almost 4 months to get to Dekus level. Midoriya was able to dodge Stain's knives being thrown at him at almost 95 miles per hour. However, Midoriya did get some really bad cuts. Stain never aimed for vitals, but he didn't hold back. Next came fighting. Alright Deku, get dressed in your costume. These next few months will be the most important ones, said Stain as he waited at the door. I've been waiting for this, said Midoriya as he walked towards the door. I'm going to teach you my fighting style, but feel free to change it up any way you like. Also, I don't know how to hold back, so be prepared, said Stain. I guessed as much, Midoriya said jokingly as he stared at an ugly scar in right hand and then put on his glove. Jesus, barely dodged that one, thought Midoriya as he barely dodged Stain's blade. He's a monster as usual, and I can never predict what he will be doing next, Midoriya thought as his blade collided with Stain's. Midoriya had a fairly large blade, but not long enough to be considered a sword. However, unlike Stain's crooked and unkept blade, his was refined and well kept and made of tungsten, a much stronger metal. Stain quickly threw a knife in Midoriya's direction, where he instantly dodged, but it put him exactly where Stain wanted him as he stabbed him in the leg. Midoriya grunted at the blade piercing his skin. In that moment Midoriya instincts finally emerged. His face went emotionless, and he snatched one of Stain's throwable knives and stabbed him multiple times in the arm holding the sword. Son of a, shouted Stain as he loosened his grip on the sword. Midoriya was conscious of what was happening, but not in control of his body. He quickly snapped out of his trance, and Stain followed up with a sucker punch to Midoriya's face, knocking him out and ended the fight. 2 hours later, Midoriya woke up in one of Stain's many hideouts, still a little woozy from the punch. Jesus, this guy really is insane, Midoriya thought as he looked at his left leg that was now stitched up. You think too much when you fight, Stain said, breaking the silence as he was sitting in an armchair stitching up his right arm in the corner of the room. Explain, demanded Midoriya as he kept staring at his leg. Don't get me wrong, there is nothing wrong with thinking ahead, but when fighting someone who is full of pure instinct and raw fighting ability or an extremely fast quirk, you have to use your own instincts to fight back. However, most of these people only rely on just that instinct alone or their quirk and think that alone will win them the fight. If you can think ahead while also using your instincts, you will win every single fight, I guarantee you, explained Stain. Midoriya sat up. Is that what I experienced when we were fighting? Asked Midoriya as Stain looked up. Yes, that's right, however you lost complete control of your own body, explained Stain as he finished up stitching his last cut. Don't worry, in time you will learn how to control it and use it while still being able to control your own body, Stain said as he applied some of the improved ointment Midoriya had made. Wait, did you bring my video cameras, the ones I set up when we were fighting? Clamored Midoriya. He had set up cameras beforehand so he could learn and observe his fights with Stain. Yeah, I got them. He pointed towards a handful of CDs. Right next to them were a small cabinet full of all the fights he's had with Stain, each with a date and number. It's hard to believe they have been fighting for 3 months straight, and just now he's landed a solid blow on Stain. Unlike Midoriya, who was now full of cuts all over his body. "I'm going to get stronger and he'll beat you," stated Midoriya as he looked at Stain. "Well then we'll just have to wait and see about that, Deku," responded Stain. It's been 8 months since Midoriya Izuku has gone missing, and there still hasn't been any clues as to where his body may be or where he could have gone. It's like this kid jumped and vanished into thin air. Naomasa pondered while going through Midoriya's case file. "Naomasa, we need you in the conference room," said Kenji Tsuragami as he walked out the door. Kenji Tsuragami was the chief of police. He was also part man, part dog. "Yes, sir," said Naomasa as he put Izuku's file in his personal folder. "Okay, everyone, I have good news and bad news," said the chief. He walked towards the front of the room, standing next to a board full of threads, photos, and a map of the city and many other provinces. "The good news is Naomasa Tsukachi will be joining this investigation," stated Kenji as he signaled Naomasa to the front. "Thank you for having me," he said as he bowed in respect to the other detectives and police officers. "Now then, with that out of the way, let's get down to the bad news. Stain, the hero ender, has been absent for almost 9 months now. As we recall, he was last seen around this part of town," said Kenji as he pointed towards a big red circle on the map and multiple photos on the board showing the streets. "As far as we know, he just vanished ever since then, and there hasn't been any missing pros or attacks," explained Kenji as he looked around the room. "How is this bad news, sir?" a policeman asked. "It's bad news because we have no clue as to what he's planning or doing at this moment in time, and the less we know, the more dangerous this situation becomes," Kenji explained to the policeman as he began to jot down notes. "And the families of the heroes he's ended deserve justice for what he's done," Kenji said as he began to review all the information they had on the hero ender ever since his appearance. "That will be all. Remember to stay alert," Kenji concluded as he handed a file to Naomasa. "This is a copy of all the information we have on this case." "Thank you for helping us, Naomasa," said Kenji as he shook his hand. "It's my pleasure, Chief," responded Naomasa. "The entrance exam is in a couple of months," said Bakugo as he was walking home to school. As he was walking home, he noticed a familiar woman. Inko Midoriya was handing out flyers of her missing son to passerbys. "That useless sheet is still missing, huh?" Bakugo said annoyingly in his head. Until now he told himself Midoriya had just switched schools, but that is what he told himself to avoid feeling guilty. Nerd probably ran away and tried to become a vigilante or something. Bakugo said he couldn't help but laugh at the thought Midoriya helping anyone. "Oh, I old hag, I am home," shouted Bakugo as he walked upstairs to his room. "Okay," responded his mother. Bakugo pulled out his weights and began to work out. He wanted to get ready for the entrance exam. "Stupid Deku. Do you think this will faze me? You did not become anything, and I'm going to be the most famous and rich hero who ever lived. You were always a pebble, nothing more. I will become the best there is, and you can just watch and see how weak you really are." Bakugo grunted as he was doing his reps. 2 months later, Midoriya dodged Stain's katana as he jumped on Stain's shoulders and pushed himself off, doing a backflip to create some space. Midoriya was on an entirely different level than when he first started fighting Stain. Stain dashed towards him at incredible speed, and Midoriya did the same, but he went over Stain's head and in one swift motion cut his back. No words were exchanged as he quickly ignored the cut and pulled out a throwing knife and threw it towards Midoriya's face. In response, Midoriya, instead of dodging, grabbed the blade in midair and threw in back. Much to Stain's surprise, he flinched at the action and dodged just in time. Midoriya could now control his ender instinct and was able to think clearly. Midoriya saw Stain was disoriented at his most recent move, so he went in for the decisive blow as he dashed towards him with his blade in hand, just stopping before his neck. "Hey, I yield," said Stain out of breath as he fell on his back looking towards the ceiling. He had never gone up against anyone as fast as him in a long time. "I win," Midoriya said as he fell on his bottom. He couldn't help but feel powerless, however. "You could have won, you know, with your quirk blood curdle," Midoriya said in a defeated tone. "Stain could paralyze his enemies by licking their blood. If it wasn't for training me, I would lose every single time," explained Midoriya as he looked at all the old cuts all over his arms and body. You're right, kid, I could have won every single time, but then it wouldn't be training now, would it? Said Stain, confirming Midoriya's statement. I knew it, Midoriya said, defeated, but before he could say anything else. But this time, even with my quirk, I would have lost, stated Stain as he got up and extended his hand towards Midoriya. I didn't even land a single cut on you? Explained Stain as Midoriya grabbed his hand and pulled himself up. What? Exclaimed Midoriya as he got up. Look at my blades, Stain said as he showed him all the blades he used during the fight. They're clean, he said as he handed Midoriya all the blades. You won, kid, congrats, said Stain in a proud voice to his apprentice. Thank you, Stain, for everything, said Midoriya as he closed his hand and remembered a time he couldn't even touch Stain. The world is soon going to know your name, Deku, Stain said as he made an evil smile. I'm prepared to show the world who I am, responded Midoriya as he looked up. Midoriya and Stain were hopping over buildings searching for their prey. So what's the plan, Stain? Midoriya said as he crouched and looked overhead at the city. We're looking for this man, his hero name is Captain Celebrity, said Stain as he handed Midoriya a photo of the man. Captain Celebrity, huh, I've looked into him, he's pretty strong, explained Midoriya as he looked over towards Stain. Yeah, this guy got into some heat over in America for abuse, so he came here to lay low and get with more women here, said Stain in a disgusted tone. Midoriya and Stain had taken down many heroes, but not someone of this caliber. He's supposed to be around this area, as far as I know. Also, he loves being swarmed by his personal paparazzi, so we will have to make sure we seclude him. His quirk is flight, but on top of that he has super strength, he can lift an entire cruise ship, said Midoriya as he flipped through his notebook looking at the notes he had on the hero. This guy will instantly leave the scene if he feels his life is in danger, so keep that in mind, Stain, we have to do this fast, explained Midoriya. Midoriya spotted Captain Celebrity patrolling the empty street looking for women. All right, let's do this, kid, said Stain enthusiastically as they both dropped down to an alley. Help me, this guy is going to end me, shouted Midoriya as Stain was walking towards him, giving off a devilish smile. Midoriya had cut his hair short, wore blue contact lenses, and wore a medical mask to hide his identity. Help! Midoriya shouted one last time. Captain Celebrity flew to the alleyway where Midoriya was. I am here, boy, after I defeat this villain. I'll sign your shirt, said Captain Celebrity in a triumphant voice. The hero flew towards Stain, slowly flying past and in front of Midoriya. Now then, come quickly, paparazzi, you're going to want to see this, he said as he put his phone away. Shit, he called them that quickly? Alright, we have to do this quick, thought Midoriya along with Stain, who understood what Izuku was thinking. As they both nodded, they began the assault on Captain Celebrity. Stain dashed towards the hero while throwing a blade simultaneously. Captain Celebrity barely dodged and was surprised at the sheer speed Stain had over him. But Captain Celebrity flew towards Stain, tackling him and ramming him into the wall. Tisk, you're gonna have to do better than that if you want to stand up to me, Captain Celebrity said in a confident voice. Midoriya in those moments got in position for his part of the plan. Stain noticed Midoriya's position and began to execute the plan they made beforehand. He moved towards Captain Celebrity and tried to cut him. As soon he saw this, Captain Celebrity flew up, dodging Stain. Please don't tell me that's all you go, dash. But before Captain Celebrity could finish his sentence, a sharp pain entered his right shoulder blade as he realized that Midoriya was on his back, holding the dagger that stabbed him. The kid! Captain Celebrity thought as Midoriya pushed himself off the hero's back and onto an AC unit where he threw the blade at Stain. It's over, said Stain with a wicked smile. This is bad, I better leave, thought Captain Celebrity, but before he could fly away, Stain licked the blade Midoriya gave him and Captain Celebrity fell like a rock to the ground. Now then, Captain Celebrity, don't be mad, you brought this onto yourself. You and these fake heroes who plague this world, Stain said as he walked towards the incapacitated hero. Midoriya let Stain go on with his rant. He never interrupted him. When he was in this state, it just made him even more unstable. Now this is where it ends, oh Captain, Stain said as he lifted his blade, prepared to end the hero before him, before Midoriya stopped him by pulling the hero away. What are you doing? Stain asked angrily. Midoriya quickly put up his blade. Stain, my condition was no ending. Leave him to a bloody pulp if you want, but don't finish him, said Midoriya as he looked at Stain, who was filled with so much rage and insanity. You knew this was coming, Stain, just accept it, said Midoriya, still holding on to Captain Celebrity, who was on the floor confused at the scene before him. Fine, Stain said, giving up as he walked towards Captain Celebrity. Looks like you're getting a beating instead of death today, hero. Consider this mercy, said Stain as he began to kick and beat Captain Celebrity, who was on the floor barely able to catch his breath. Midoriya was always beaten like that by Bakugo, so he didn't join in, but he did watch mostly to make sure Stain didn't end him. The guy did deserve it for all those women he assaulted in America. As Stain finished up his beating, he began to speak. Remember this day, hero, the day Deku and Stain the hero ender beat you into this miserable state, he said as Midoriya walked up to the beaten and broken man. Reflect on your actions, hero, said Midoriya as he dialed the police and masked his voice, telling them location of Captain Celebrity and his current state. Midoriya and Stain quickly leapt from wall to the top of the building and left. Little did they know a member of Captain Celebrity's paparazzi crew recorded the fight and the beating he received. You did good, kid, but I'm not sure how long I can put my ideals on hold for you, said Stain as he paced impatiently around the room. Midoriya was aware Stain was mentally unstable. When it came to his crusade, it was like an addiction. Izuku knew he couldn't hold Stain back for long. It was only a matter of time until he snapped and went on a rampage. Midoriya was at a crossroads. He didn't want to leave Stain, but he knew if he stuck with him, he would eventually go against his final rule. Stain, Midoriya was about to speak when Stain interrupted him. Kid, we have to part ways, said Stain in a stern voice. Midoriya was surprised at what Stain just said. I can't put my ideals on hold just for you, and sooner or later I'm going to snap, Stain explained as he finally sat down in his armchair. Stain, you don't have to, said Midoriya before he was interrupted again by his mentor. You may be a villain, but you aren't an evil, kid. I knew since day one if it wasn't for quirks and the bullying you endured, I know you would have made an outstanding hero, explained Stain as he got up and walked towards his apprentice. Here, these guys contacted me to join their group. They said they were interested in both of us, but they were more into you due to your impressive observation and note-taking, said Stain as he handed Midoriya a business card with one address on it. Get your sheet and get out of here, Midoriya, said Stain as he opened the front door. Midoriya couldn't say anything. Stain was right. He himself knew he would eventually lose it if Midoriya kept stopping him from heroes every time. I understand, said Midoriya sadly as he grabbed his things and began to walk out the door. Deku, Stain called out as he threw a knife toward Midoriya, to which he catched with ease. Attached to it was a red calling card. It had a phone number. Stay sharp, kid, Stain said as he closed the door to his hideout. Midoriya was all alone again. He couldn't help but feel sad. Stain had been a teacher, mentor, and most of all the father figure he always needed. Midoriya looked down. Stain gave him. Guess I'll see what these guys want with me, said Midoriya as he headed towards the address. Meanwhile, at the Katsuki household. The entrance exam is in 1 week and I'm going to ace it, said Bakugo as he looked at the U.A website stating the time, date, and location the exam was going to take place. Bakugo, the food is ready, we have guests, yelled Bakugo's mother from downstairs. All right, Mom, it'll be right down, yelled Bakugo as he exited his room and went downstairs to eat dinner. Much to his surprise, Inko Midoriya was downstairs helping his mom finish up. How much you've grown, Kakin, said Inko in a kind tone. Bakugo flinched at the name Kakin. The only one who called him that was Midoriya. Good afternoon, said Bakugo as he sat down at the table. I'm sure you know what happened to Midoriya, so please have respect or don't say anything at all, whispered Bakugo's mother into his ear. Even when the dumb nerd is missing, he's giving me FING hard time, thought Bakugo angrily as he ate his food quickly. He didn't want to hear anything related to Deku. Bakugo quickly finished his food and went back up to his room without saying a word. So Inko, how's the search coming along? Asked Mitsuki as she cleaned her plate and her son's. It's not going well, they can't seem to find him anywhere, responded Inko as she looked at her food. I'm sure he's out there, sweetie, he has to be, said Mitsuki in a loving voice as she grasped Inko's hand. I hope he's eating enough, said Inko as she poked at her food some more. This is the place, said Midoriya as he looked at the building and the others around it. Well, it's deserted, so that's a good sign, I hope, he thought as a black mist engulfed him out of nowhere. As soon as Midoriya was teleported, he quickly pulled out his blade and prepared himself. Calm yourself, we are not going to hurt you, said the well-dressed black mist as he began to clean a shot glass while next to him was a blue-haired teen with hands all over his body. Midoriya wasn't convinced and still kept his guard up. You guys the League of Villains? Asked Midoriya as he threw the calling card in their direction. Yes, we are, boy, said a deep chilling voice. Much to Midoriya's surprise, it came from a monitor mounted on a wall. Sensei, said Shigaraki as looked towards the monitor. Now then, let's get down to business, Deku. That is what you go by, correct? Said the man on the monitor. Yes, it's Dek, responded Midoriya as he lowered his weapon, realizing if they wanted him dead, they would have done something by now. Deku, I'm going to be frank, we need your analyzing skills. It's as simple as that, and possibly aid us in more ambitious projects in the future, said the man calmly. What's the catch? Asked Midoriya as he knew a group like this wasn't without a catch usually. There is no catch. You will work for us only. We only want your analysis on heroes and that brilliant mind of yours, explained the man. If that's all, I see no reason not to join, Midoriya said. However, he knew if he refused he was going to die. This man had that aura about him. Excellent, said the man, but before he could say another word, Midoriya spoke. I have two conditions, however, Midoriya said as he looked at the man on the screen. 1. I will not end. 2. I can come and go as I please. Also, you don't have to worry about me saying anything. I'd rather stay hidden, explained Midoriya as he gripped his blade, prepared for the worst. Interesting. Okay, Deku, we only need you for analysis for the time being anyway, so I have no problem with these conditions, said the man in a low, intimidating voice. All right then. One more thing, what's your name? I would like to know my employer's name, asked Midoriya as he lowered his blade yet again. My name is All for One, and the Black Mist is Kurogiri, and this young man is Shigaraki, responded All for One. Midoriya's eyes grew. He knew exactly who this man was and what he was capable of. All for One, you were quite famous when quirks began to emerge, said Midoriya as he looked towards the monitor. You know your history. Now tell me, Deku, what quirk do you possess? Asked All for One as he looked at Deku. I'm actually quirkless, responded Midoriya in a proud voice. Midoriya had accepted his status and now saw it as a strength rather than a weakness. Interesting, it's just what this league needs, real talent. Nothing given to them by birth, said All for One, displaying his interest in Midoriya. I will provide you an apartment on this street by tonight. Welcome, Deku. To the League of Villains, exclaimed All for One. Thank you for having me, responded Midoriya as he bowed in respect to everyone in the room. The next morning, 7 a.m. I don't like him at all, said Shigaraki in an annoyed voice. He really didn't like Midoriya, most likely due to his no-ending rule and him getting praised by Sensei. Kurogiri didn't dislike Midoriya, in fact he respected him for how mature he seemed. Good morning, Kurogiri. Good morning, Shigaraki, said Midoriya as he sat at the bar. Good morning, Deku, what will it be today? Asked Kurogiri as he began to arrange plates and cups. A bowl of cereal if you can, Kurogiri, responded Midoriya. Of course, responded Kurogiri as he began to serve him his cereal. Midoriya turned to look at Shigaraki, who was staring at him. Deku, if you don't deliver or you spill anything, I'll end you myself, said Shigaraki as he stared at Midoriya. Don't worry about me, Shigaraki, responded Midoriya as he began to eat his cereal and watch TV. Today was the U.A entrance exam and it was all over the news. Midoriya returned to his apartment that was right next to the League's hideout. Midoriya let out a sigh. He wanted to be a hero so badly, but it was far too late. A smile grew across Midoriya's face. I don't start any work until tomorrow. Let me show the world that someone without a quirk can pass the entrance exam, said Midoriya as he put on a pair of pants and a shirt. Also, to hide his identity, Midoriya put on his hazel blue contacts and a medical face mask. As for his hair, he quickly went to the convenience store and bought white spray on hair dye. Okay, if I take the rooftops, I'll make it just barely, said Midoriya as he walked out his apartment and traversed his way to the rooftop, folder in hand. Thanks for the fake paperwork. Stain, said Midoriya as he let out a smile. Stain made sure to give Midoriya some cover in case anyone ever tried to question him for whatever reason. Midoriya's fake name was Akaguro Hiro. He had attended a middle school in Hosu, to which he also has paperwork too. Stain had good connections, so if they tried to find Akaguro Hiro in the system, it wouldn't be a problem. At the U.A entrance. Alright, I made it, said Midoriya as he put on his medical mask and made his way to registration. Midoriya was walking to the entrance as he tripped on a broken piece of pavement, to which he regained his balance instantly and felt a tap on his back and began to float. Midoriya was completely calm and turned to see who touched him. He was aware of her presence, but he wanted to maintain his cover. "Ah, thank you," said Midoriya calmly, as she pressed the tips of her fingers together, releasing Midoriya. "It's my quirk, sorry for stopping you, but it's a bad omen if you trip and fall." "It sure is nerve-wracking, huh?" "Well, good luck to us both," said the round-faced girl as she walked away. "Interesting quirk," said Midoriya as he noted her quirk mentally as she walked away. Midoriya entered to the amphitheater. After registration, they tried to get Midoriya to take off his mask for the test, but Midoriya's time with Stain and baiting in heroes taught him how to lie and put on, and they let him through to the theater. "Welcome to today's live performance. Everybody say HEY," said Present Mike, only to receive no response. He was a pro hero who also held a talk show. Midoriya was a couple minutes late as he walked in and found the row and seat he was assigned. As Midoriya approached his seat, he recognized a familiar face. It was Bakugo, his bully, and ex-best friend. "I knew you'd be here, didn't think we would be this close. Sorry, I can't help but hate you, Kachin. Everything you did to me," scowled Midoriya in his head. He hated Bakugo for everything he had done to him, and not being able to do anything at that moment made Izuku angrier. Midoriya sat down and began to listen to the seminar when he felt Bakugo's eyes staring at him. "Now here are the rules. Each foe villain has a set number of points attached to it, and you will destroy these villains. The higher level the villain, the more points you get," explained Present Mike. Papers with detailed instructions began to be passed around. As Midoriya received his paper, he began to mumble all possible outcomes, strategies, and all the foe villains' weaknesses and strengths. Bakugo turned to look at his neighbor, mumbling to himself, and couldn't help but be reminded of Midoriya as his blood boiled. Why did they add such a big villain with no points? Probably for someone to be presented with the opportunity to show heroic qualities. Hidden points maybe, Midoriya mumbled as a tall boy with glasses stood up and asked a question over the exam. "And you with the white hair, you've been mumbling this whole time, it's distracting. If this is some sort of game to you, please leave immediately." Some students around Midoriya began to snicker and giggle before Midoriya responded. "Mind your business," said Midoriya in an intimidating tone as he stared at the boy with glasses with cold eyes. The theater went silent and the boy with glasses saw the look in his eyes and sat back down. Present Mike went on to explain the rest of the test and everyone was assigned their test sites. Midoriya was assigned test site 2. He was with Bakugo, the girl from earlier, and the boy with glasses who called him out earlier in the theater. "Excuse me, may I have a weapon?" asked Midoriya as he spoke to one of the attendants at the test site. "Excuse me, a weapon? Your quirk is enough, isn't it?" said the attendant in a confused voice. "I don't have a quirk, so I'm going to need a weapon unless you want me to fight the villains with my bare hands," said Midoriya in a deadpan voice as he looked at the attendant. The attendant was shocked. A quirkless boy was taking the entrance exam. There was no rule against it, but no one quirkless has ever taken the test. "Oh, sure, will this do?" asked the attendant, still confused, as he handed Midoriya a retractable metal staff. "This is good enough," said Midoriya as he received the staff and walked towards the gates to the test site, the attendant staring at the boy as he walked away. Midoriya was at the front waiting for the gates to open. He wasn't stupid. It was a prestigious school. They wanted heroes who could act instantly, so the moment the gates opened, he was ready. Midoriya looked around and saw Bakugo by himself making little explosions in his hand. Meanwhile, the boy in glasses was looking around and the round-faced girl was taking deep breaths. The gates began to open slightly and slowly, but in that instant Midoriya turned on his switch and instantly ran through the gate. Midoriya spotted 2 levels 1s and quickly pulled out his staff and with one strike broke the bot in one hit, shattering its metal armor like it was paper. He quickly followed up to the next bot, easily dodging its swing and shattering his head in one hit. Midoriya quickly moved to the building and hopped from wall to the roof. As soon as Midoriya made it to the roof, he quickly moved throughout the site, destroying any bots he encountered. "Begin. What are you guys waiting for? The test already started and one student already has 20 points, shouted Present Mike in the intercom. Everyone quickly dashed to the entrance, which was now wide open. 20 points? Said everyone as they ran. Bakugo was angry someone was getting ahead of him, and by so much already he quickly began to rack up his points along with the boy with glasses and his engine legs kicking the bots into rubble, and the round-faced girl who was making robots float and drop, breaking them on impact to the ground. 15 minutes later, in the observation room. "Who is this kid?" said Eraserhead, who was impressed at Midoriya along with many other teachers. All Might, who was going to be teaching at U.A, was also impressed. "He'll pull up his file now," said Nizu. "Okay, his name is Akaguro Hiro. He graduated top of his class in terms of grades. And he's quirkless," said Nizu as he quickly looked at the monitor which showed Midoriya on screen. The entire monitoring room went silent to news of a quirkless boy doing so well on the entrance exam. All Might was reminded of the day he told Midoriya to give up on being a hero. "Was I wrong to say such a thing to that boy?" thought All Might. They began to watch Midoriya fight a level 3 foe villain. Midoriya quickly maneuvered around the robot and twisted its head off with his bare hands. "He's been trained well," stated Eraserhead as he watched the boy rip the robot's head off and crush it underfoot. "This is too easy," said Midoriya as he destroyed another robot. He had a total of 67 points at the moment. "I think that's enough. I should leave some for these guys," said Midoriya as he retracted his staff and parkoured his way to the top of a building. "Let's see how the rest of these people are doing," he thought as he scanned the area looking at the other students fight the remaining robots, but a loud rumble made him lose his train of thought. "The obstacle, huh?" said Midoriya calmly as he sat at the edge of the building and was astonished a school had the budget to make such a big robot. Midoriya got up and made his way closer to the robot to get a better look when he saw a familiar face. "It's that girl with the zero-gravity quirk," thought Midoriya as he saw her run away from the huge robot. As the girl was running, she tripped and rubble from the building landed on her leg, leaving her directly on the robot's path. Knowing them, they will stop the bot before it crushes her. But there is always the chance she could die to the debris, thought Midoriya. He looked in the girl's direction and ran in her direction to help her. Midoriya easily lifted the rocks and rubble and carried her out of the robot's path. "Thank you," said the girl as she blushed. "Don't mention it," said Midoriya as he set her down. "My name is Uraraka Ochako, by the way," said Uraraka as she caught her breath. "Akaguro Hiro, nice to meet you," said Midoriya as he looked towards the clock. The test had 1 minute left. It was practically over. "Well, it was nice meeting you, Uraraka. I hope you pass," said Midoriya as he began jogging towards the exit. Uraraka couldn't say a word. She was still in shock over everything that had happened. In the monitor room, the teachers were all impressed by Midoriya and his skills. "Quirks really aren't everything, huh?" said Nizu as he marked Akaguro Hiro in the 1A class. "He's broken all the school records. I want to speak with him personally," said Nizu as he got up from his chair. Several other teachers along with All Might spoke up and also wanted to meet this quirkless boy. "Was I wrong to deny that boy his dreams?" asked All Might to himself as followed Nizu to the amphitheater. "Students, first off, great job everyone, you all did great. However, as you all know, many of you won't be accepted," said Nizu in a sad tone. He knew that all of these kids wanted to be heroes. "But don't worry if you don't get accepted to U.A, that doesn't mean you can't become a hero. Anyone can become hero, even someone quirkless," said Nizu as he brought up the scoreboard. Many laughed at the idea of someone quirkless becoming a hero. Nizu brought up the scoreboard. It showed the top 5, which consisted of 1st Akaguro Hiro, 2 ND Katsuki Bakugo, 3 RD Ijuru Kirishima, 4 Tage Tenyalita, and in 5th Ochako Uraraka. She got lucky. She got a lot of rescue points from helping the other students. "Will these students please come up to the stage?" said Nizu as he scanned the room. The top 5 made their way to the front of the theater. Bakugo, however, was filled with so much anger that he didn't get first place. He wanted to punch the kid in first place. As the top 5 reached the front, Nizu spoke. "You 5 did amazingly on the test, each in your own way. Some through combat and others in rescue, showing the true marks of a hero. However, one of you went above and beyond our expectations. Akaguro, will you please step forward?" said Nizu as he looked towards Midoriya and signaled him to step forward. Midoriya took a step forward, a bit interested what the principal was going to say. This boy broke all school records, showing impressive skills and displayed qualities of a true hero, and above all being quirkless, said Nizu as he showed Midoriya's overall score of 127. The entire theater along with the top 5 were astonished. A quirkless person got the highest score ever. "He's quirkless and he got that high of a score. That's impossible. He probably cheated or something that's not right," said the students staring at the score and at Midoriya. "He's quirkless. And I lost? This FER cheated or something. There is no way a quirkless nobody did better than me, thought Bakugo angrily as he stared at the Midoriya aka Akaguro with contempt. We monitored Akaguro and can confirm there was no cheating involved, assured Nizu as he showed footage of Midoriya disposing of the robots. Anyone can become a hero and Akaguro is a prime example. Take a moment and reflect. Become the heroes of tomorrow by learning today, said Nizu as he began to walk off the stage. All right, that will be all. Everyone make sure to check your mailboxes for your letter, said Present Mike as he finished up with the presentation. Akaguro, me and some other teachers would like to speak with you after the presentation. Is that okay? Asked Nizu as he pulled Midoriya to the side. Sure, that's fine, responded Midoriya as he went back to his seat. After the presentation, Midoriya followed Nizu to a conference room along with a couple pro heroes including All Might. Akaguro, I would like to personally give you your letter of acceptance into UA, said Nizu as he handed Midoriya a letter with big UA letters on the front. You surprised us all today, not just because you were quirkless, but also because you showed how skilled you are and saved a fellow student from the faux villain knowing there was no merit in doing so, explained Nizu as he looked in Midoriya's direction. Midoriya had no interest in attending UA anymore. He was down a different path now. All the teachers began to question Midoriya in terms of who taught him to fight and move. Midoriya had an answer to all their questions. He knew he couldn't mention Stain taught him, so he said his father taught him everything he knows. Akaguro, I have a question, my boy, asked All Might as he stepped forward. A while ago a boy asked me if he could become a hero, and at that time I denied his aspirations, telling him it wasn't possible without a quirk. However, after watching you today I realized a quirk doesn't make the hero. My question is, was it the right thing to do? Said All Might as he looked in Midoriya's direction. If you don't mind, I'd like to recreate the scene with me as the boy, so I can give you an accurate answer, said Midoriya as he showed a calm face. Sure, thank you, my boy, said All Might as he lifted his shoulders and took a deep breath. Okay, we were at a rooftop after he grabbed me after jumping to bring a villain to the police. And asked me the question, said All Might as he explained the events that had transpired beforehand. I see, I'll try my best, said Midoriya, but he knew every emotion he felt that day, so recreating it won't be hard. All Might, I admired you for a long time, and I wanted to ask you if a quirkless person can be a hero. I know there isn't a quirkless hero out there, but I want to help people. I want to be like you, said Midoriya in the timid voice he used to have. Of course, he masked his voice to be deeper. All Might was taken back by how almost it sounded like young Midoriya. All Might almost said the opposite of what he originally said to him that day, mostly due to the display the quirkless boy showed today. I don't think it's possible for a person to become a hero without a quirk. But if you would like to help people, then consider joining the police force. They don't get the praise like heroes do, but it's a fine profession, said All Might. A hint of guilt could be heard from his voice. All Might began to doubt. After hearing himself, he began to realize something. I see, said Midoriya as he clenched his fist. After that I left the roof, leaving the young boy up there, said All Might as he tried to regain his composure. All Might was afraid for some reason. He was afraid of the answer he was about to receive. That was cold, All Might. If I was him, I'd like to jump off a building because my idol, my last string of hope, told me to give up on my dreams. But you know what, I think he just moved on and began looking for people that might accept him and give him hope, said Midoriya, holding back his frustration. All Might's smile faltered and his heart sank at the thought of suicide. I see, choked up All Might. Midoriya was so frustrated he couldn't tell All Might exactly what he wanted to say, so he coded his words. All Might, you shattered his dreams from what I can tell. It sounded like he looked up to you and you were his last string of hope. All he needed was a few words of encouragement and he would be standing here before you. It seemed like he wanted to be a hero more than anybody. I'm sure he would have tried his hardest to be able to stand in the arena even without a quirk. But he didn't even get the chance to try, Midoriya said to All Might. All Might grew cold as Midoriya gave his answer. He was right on the dot. All Might did shatter a boy's dream and he had no right whatsoever to do so. Trust me, being quirkless isn't easy. Being quirkless nowadays means you get bullied, belittled, and treated as something lower than human. If that boy wanted to be a hero after all that, I think he deserved at least a chance to achieve his dream, don't you think? said Midoriya as he grasped the note. All Might and the rest of the room went silent at what Midoriya said. They didn't know quirkless individuals went through this much hardship. He's probably moved on by now, hopefully. Don't beat yourself up, All Might, said Midoriya as he put the note on the desk at the front of the room. Thanks but no thanks. My aspirations for becoming a hero died long ago. I only came to this test to prove the world wrong about quirkless people and to set a record at this school no one will ever be able to break. And when they ask who holds it, the answer they will receive is, "It was a quirkless boy who had no intention of becoming a hero," said Midoriya as he walked towards the door, walking and closing it behind him. The room was silent. The boy didn't even want to be a hero. Well then, I suppose there is nothing we can do about it. He has every right to deny us. I am sad, however, to see such talent walk away, said Nizu as he saw Midoriya walk towards the exit. Hey you! Bakugo shouted at Akaguro aka Midoriya, as he was walking out of UA. Don't think you're better than me just because you passed entrance exam with a high score, loser, shouted Bakugo. Huh? Okay, whatever you say, Midoriya said as he ignored Bakugo and began walking to the League of Villains hideout. Midoriya arrived at his apartment and threw himself on the bed. It's far too late for that now. I've chosen my path, said Midoriya as he pulled out a notebook. Midoriya began documenting the quirks he saw at the entrance exam. Midoriya was writing things down when a familiar voice came on the monitor in his room. I saw your amazing display at the U.A entrance exam, Deku, said All for One. Midoriya was surprised All for One was watching. How did you watch the exam? How did you know I'd be there? Asked Midoriya as he looked up from his notebook. I simply hacked a monitor and I keep tabs on everyone, even Shigaraki, explained All for One as he sat back in his chair. I must say you truly showed some skill out there, Deku. Quirks aren't everything in this world and you showed them today, said All for One in a wicked tone. Yeah, it was pretty easy. To tell you the truth, I always wanted to be hero, but everyone just bullied and mocked me and my dream and I gave in, said Midoriya as he went back to writing in his journal. So he wanted to be a hero? That's interesting. I wonder what changed. They'll find out in time, but for now he'll use his skills for the league, thought All for One as he shifted in his chair. Well then, get some rest, Deku. Tomorrow you begin your work. Prepare yourself, he said as the monitor went blank. Midoriya documented the rest of the quirks he remembered and put the notebook away. Guess I should go to bed, Midoriya said as he went to sleep. 2 weeks later, after the UA entrance exam. It's UA's first day of class. Students who did well on the practical exam began to pour into Class 1A. The student list was as followed. Katsuki Bakugo, Explosion. Shoto Todoroki, Fire and Ice. Ochako Uraraka, Zero Gravity. Momo Yaoyorozu, Creation. Fumikage Tokoyami, Dark Shadow. Tsu Azui, Frog, Can Do Anything a Frog Can. Kyoka Jiro, Earphone Jack. Ijiro Kirishima, Hardening. Mina Ashido, Acid. Tenya Ida, Engine. Denki Kaminari, Electrification. Yuga Aoyama, Naval Laser. Mashireo Ojiro, Tail. Minoru Mineta, Pop Off. Mizo Shoji, Dupli Arms. Rikido Sato, Sugar Rush. Koji Kota, Ani Voice. Toru Hakigure, Invisibility. Antasiro, Tape. 19 students in total, only one particular quirkless boy was missing. Good morning, said Aizawa aka Eraserhead, laying on the floor in a cocoon-like state, to which the class responded with surprised yelps. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shoto Aizawa. Please find your assigned seats, said Aizawa in a dead voice. All the students began to sit, all except one seat in behind Bakugo. All right, now that you all found your seats, let's begin class, said Aizawa, but before he could say anything else he was interrupted. Hey sensei, are you sure everyone is here? Said Mina Ashido, a pink-skinned girl with horns, as she looked towards the empty seat behind Bakugo. Yes, that's everyone. The boy who broke school records and was number 1 in the practical exam rejected his acceptance letter to UA. He simply came to prove a point, said Aizawa as he got out a clipboard. Some students were amazed someone rejected UA. He's not here, huh? Thought Uraraka sadly as she fidgeted in her seat. And I wanted to pound that quirkless sheet, thought Bakugo angrily as he snapped his pencil in half. Yes, well, nothing we can do about it. Now get changed into your hero clothes, we're going out to the yard, said Aizawa. Back at the league, Midoriya was done improving his suit. He made major adjustments such as changing the material, upgrading his face mask, and giving himself a couple new gadgets. Midoriya wasn't out fighting, instead he was stalking and observing multiple heroes and jotting down notes on their quirks. Excellent work, Deku, my boy, your observation skills really are that of a genius, said All for One as the monitor switched on. Thank you, Sensei, said Midoriya as he nodded his head and began to scan his notes and print out copies for the league. Deku, how would you like to get out and cause a bit of trouble? Said All for One in a wicked voice. What's the trouble? Asked Midoriya as he kept scanning his notes. Shigaraki has planned an attack on UA. If you're interested, talk to Shigaraki, he will fill you in. Don't worry, I'll talk to him about your possible involvement, said All for One as the monitor switched off. Guess I'll go. I don't want to get rusty only doing my workouts, said Midoriya as he looked at his scarred body in the mirror. Guess I'll go talk to Shigaraki, he said to himself as walked next door to the league hideout. I don't want him in my group, Sensei, exclaimed Shigaraki at the monitor. Now Shigaraki, you must make use of every available member of the league, and Deku is no common villain. Unlike most, he has the brain that could become the foundation for the league, explained All for One as he saw Midoriya walk in. Deku, have you made up your mind? Asked All for One. Yes. If it's okay with Shigaraki, I would like to be a part of the attack, said Midoriya as he sat down at the bar. Fine. You can come, said Shigaraki as he scratched his wrist. Good, then, it's settled. Shigaraki filled Deku in with all the details. Best of luck. I'll be attending to some other business meanwhile, said All for One as the screen went blank. All right, Deku, here's the plan, said Shigaraki, annoyed as he began to explain the plan to Midoriya. At the police station. Midoriya, where did you go? Pondered Naomasa. He had been obsessed with Midoriya and his case because of the promise he made to Inko. Midoriya. So his shoes are here, but then he's gone. It just doesn't make sense where he could be. Naomasa thought as he looked over at his stained folder. He noticed a familiar building. He picked up the photo and brought it alongside the building where Midoriya's shoes were found. No, it can't be. Is Stain connected to Midoriya somehow? They both went missing the same day and around the same vicinity, said Naomasa to himself as he tapped his foot. Shit, said Naomasa, frustrated as he rubbed his face. Just a bit more evidence and he'll be able to finish this puzzle and find you. Midoriya, thought Naomasa as he got up from his desk and began to head out of the station. He bumped into an old friend. Hey Naomasa, said the very skinny man. Toshinori, said Naomasa, surprised to see Toshinori Yagi, his old friend most commonly known as All Might. I need a friend right now, said Toshinori. What's bothering you, Toshi? Asked Naomasa as he poured tea for his friend and himself. I've been thinking of what I said to a young boy a while ago recently, said Toshinori as he held the tea in both hands. I told the boy he couldn't become a hero because he was quirkless, Toshinori explained as he took a sip of his tea. Well, you're not wrong, Toshinori. Being a hero nowadays is no easy feat even with a quirk. To be quirkless as well, the chances become very slim, responded Naomasa as he looked at his friend. I know that, but I shattered his dream. I knew the moment I told him. I knew he was no longer going to be a hero, but I only said such a thing to protect him, said Toshinori as he clenched his fist. Listen, Toshinori, you did what you thought was right, and that's what matters. You may be the symbol of peace, but you're still only human, responded Naomasa as he stared at his tea. Near the Midoriya household. Midoriya was searching for his mother, only sticking to the rooftops to avoid detection. As Midoriya looked around, he saw his mother walking into his old home with a single bag of groceries in hand. I'm sorry, Mom. I wish I could come back, thought Midoriya as a single tear fell down his cheek. Midoriya always made time in the week to see his mom even if he couldn't talk to her. One day, Mom, you'll see me again, I promise, said Midoriya as he began to go back to his apartment. Now let's go over the plan. To end All Might, said Shigaraki as he looked in Midoriya and Kurogiri's direction. Kill All Might? You sure about that, Shigaraki? asked Midoriya as his eyes widened a bit. He wasn't informed about this in the last meeting. Midoriya knew All Might's strength was no joke, and he may resent him, but wishing death upon another person was never his style. Sensei has prepared something incredible for the league, don't you worry, idiot, scowled Shigaraki as he began to scratch the palm of his hand. We will end the symbol of peace tomorrow. Without a doubt, said Shigaraki with a creepy smile. Shigaraki went over the plan with Kurogiri and Midoriya, telling them what their roles would be. So Deku, you will back up Kurogiri, got that? Said Shigaraki, annoyed. Sure Shigaraki, I'll do my best, responded Midoriya in a deadpan voice as he turned towards Kurogiri. Let's do this, Kurogiri, said Midoriya as he looked at the misty figure. I'm pleased to have you, Deku, Kurogiri responded. All right, I'll see you all later, said Shigaraki as he went to his room, still scratching his hand. Kurogiri, does Shigaraki hate me? Midoriya asked the black mist. I believe he hates everyone, but at times he can be very docile, responded Kurogiri with a chuckle. I see. Well, good night, Kurogiri, said Midoriya as he bowed in respect to Kurogiri. To you as well, Kurogiri said as he bowed in return. Yue. All right then. First dash, said Aizawa as he was explaining the training, but before he could finish he was interrupted by a large black mist that began to appear behind him. Guess I'm a real villain now, huh? Thought Midoriya, as he arranged his metal mask into place, while stepping out of the mist along with Shigaraki, followed by a hulking monster with an exposed brain. What the hell is that, Shigaraki? Asked Midoriya, wary of the monster. It's called a Nomu. Just wait and see when it fights All Might, said Shigaraki as he let out a chuckle. A mass of low-ranking villains followed after. Aizawa quickly ran towards the mass of villains, taking them out swiftly. Today is going to be interesting, said Midoriya as he quickly turned the knob on his mask and began to record. Deku, are you ready? Said Kurogiri as he finished teleporting the rest of the villains. Midoriya nodded in his direction and they both were quickly on top of the students and Pro Hero 13. Midoriya stood calmly next to the big mist that loomed over the group. I won't let you through. Nice to meet you. We are the League of Villains. I know it seems rude, but we have invited ourselves into the home of heroes, UA High School, said Kurogiri as he stared down the group. We have come to have All Might take his last breath. I believe All Might should have been here. Was there a change in the schedule? Well, no matter. This is the part we are here to play, said Kurogiri. Midoriya recognized the red-haired boy as one of the top 10 entrance exam applicants. His name was Kirishima Ijiru. Bakugo and Kirishima dashed towards the dark mist, making a loud explosion in process. Did you consider that you'd get beaten by us before you could? Shouted Kirishima. Oh dear, that's right, even if you are students, you are excellent golden eggs, said Kurogiri as the dust cleared. But we have a golden egg ourselves, and he shines brighter than all of you, said Kurogiri as Midoriya quickly dashed in front and kicked Kirishima right in the stomach, causing him to lose his breath and fall back into the group. In that instant, Midoriya grabbed Bakugo by his gauntlet, throwing him into the students. My job is to scatter you all and make your life a living hell, shouted Kurogiri as he engulfed and scattered everyone except 5 students and 1 teacher. Shit, we still have 6 people. Kuro and 13's quirk is dangerous, it's basically a black hole, shouted Midoriya as he stared at the group. Midoriya recognized a couple of faces from the entrance exam, but he didn't hold back against anyone. Tenya, you have to use your quirk and run and warn the other teachers, said 13 to the group as she turned to face Kurogiri and Deku. 13 activated her quirk and began to suck up Midoriya and Kurogiri. Midoriya quickly brought out his blade and sunk it into the floor so he could have something to hold on to. Kuro, open a portal in front of 13's finger and one aimed at 13's backside. 13 turned cold at the suggestion the masked villain made, but it was too late to react. Kurogiri quickly opened the portals and 13 nearly turned herself to dust. Everyone, that type of 6 villain is the most dangerous kind. Be careful, said 13 to the students as she pointed towards Midoriya and passed out. Excellent suggestion, Dek, said Kurogiri as he composed himself. Kurogiri, however, received a telepathic message from one of the villains scattered with the students. Kurogiri, we have a problem in the collapsed building section, send Helldash, explained the villain before he was cut off. Damn. Deku, looks like you're gonna have to back up some of our associates. It'll warp you there now. I can manage here on my own, Kurogiri explained as he opened a portal. All right, Kurogiri, I'm on it, responded Deku as he jumped through the portal. Midoriya was teleported to the collapse zone. His objective was to help the villains with the 2 students present in the zone. Now where is Dash? Asked Midoriya as he was interrupted by large explosion in one of the buildings. A smile grew across Midoriya's face. He knew who he had to take care of. Midoriya reached the building and made his was to the room of the explosion. That mist guy is how these punks are getting around. Beat him and they will have nowhere to run. And I have a general idea of how to beat him, explained Bakugo to Kirishima as a camouflaged gecko villain tried to stab Bakugo, to which he dodged and slammed his head into the floor, followed with an explosion. I mean, if all they are sending is these idiots, we should be fine, Bakugo said as he stood up. Kirishima was going to speak up, but he was interrupted by a voice. Midoriya was greeted to multiple unconscious villains on the floor, some with extreme injuries. You know, for students this is guys need to hold back just a bit. However, what happens if you end one of these guys? That's not very heroic, and that's coming from me. But to be fair, they were trying to end you guys, so fair trade, said Midoriya as he looked at Kirishima and Bakugo. Bakugo was a bit taken back by the voice of the villain. It was oddly similar to Deku's. Bakugo quickly snapped out of his trance and let out a devilish smile, looking in Midoriya's direction. To be honest, I wanted to fight you, but that mist guy threw us over here, said Bakugo as he lit up some explosions trying to intimidate the villain before him. Hey man, we should be careful, this guy seems tough, explained Kirishima, recalling the kick to the stomach he received not too long ago. Kirishima looked over to Bakugo, who wasn't paying attention. Shut up. Let's just beat this guy to a bloody pulp, yelled Bakugo as he began his assault on Midoriya. Midoriya quickly saw through Bakugo's attack and remembered his notes on his fighting style. Right swing, thought Midoriya as he grabbed his arm and threw him on the floor as hard as he could. Bakugo lost his breath at the sheer impact of being thrown on the floor. Midoriya followed up quickly with a kick to the side of his stomach, causing the blonde boy to skid against floor and against a nearby wall. Don't forget about me, shouted Kirishima as he hardened his body and ran towards Midoriya. So slow. Most likely due to his hardening quirk. He should have weak spots, however not everything can be hardened, said Midoriya to himself as he dodged Kirishima's tackle. Bakugo brought himself up, still coughing from the attack he had just received. Fu F'er, said Bakugo, shooting a glance to his gauntlet and at Midoriya. Kirishima ran towards Midoriya at full speed, hardening his body. Midoriya quickly grabbed Kirishima's arm, exposing a weak spot in his underarm, followed by a strong jab. Kirishima recoiled at the immense pain. Every quirk has a weakness, and every weakness can be exploited, said Midoriya as he looked at Bakugo, still coughing and catching his breath, and Kirishima, who was now holding his arm in pain. Look, believe it or not, I'm not here to end you guys, so stay down. Unless you want to leave this place with more than a couple bruises, said Midoriya as he looked at the students. Please come at me again, Kakin. You have to pay for what you did to me for all those years, thought Midoriya as he looked over at Bakugo. Like hell, I'll stay down. Bakugo and Kirishima responded as they both ran towards Midoriya. Bakugo ran towards Midoriya, making a small explosion, propelling himself upward and behind Midoriya, causing a smokescreen in his face. In that instant, Kirishima quickly followed up with a hardened punch to Midoriya's stomach. That was not good enough, unfortunately, Midoriya said with a slight cough. Midoriya quickly grabbed Bakugo's arm, which was pointed towards his back and ready to fire at full blast. Midoriya, however, placed Bakugo's hand right in Kirishima's face. You're sweating quite a bit, Bakugo. How strong do you think this blast is going to be? Asked Midoriya calmly as he stepped to the side. Bakugo's face went cold and looked towards Kirishima, who couldn't see in front of him due to Bakugo's smokescreen. Harden now, shouted Bakugo as a loud explosion shook the building. Kirishima went flying due to the explosion and his entire body slammed against the wall. Bakugo flew from the sheer force of his explosion and his back slammed against the wall. Bakugo's vision was blurry, but he looked in Kirishima's direction, looking at his limp body. He grew cold at the thought that he may have ended a fellow student and his hero career was now over. That blast was the strongest he had ever produced, and it was fired point blank at his face. Midoriya walked towards Kirishima calmly and inspected him. Just a couple mean burns. The adrenaline got him to break his limit at the last second," said Midoriya as he looked at the red-haired boy who was unconscious. Midoriya began to walk away until he felt the sudden urge to help Kirishima and his burns. What am I even doing? He's going to be fine," said Midoriya as he got out his healing ointment and placed it on his burn marks and bruises. Bakugo was extremely surprised to see a villain was helping his classmate. "Deku, we need you at the front now," shouted Shigaraki into Midoriya's earpiece. "Did I hear Deku? No, that nerd could never beat me, plus he's quirkless. This guy definitely has a quirk, I'm sure of it," Bakugo said in his mind. "I'm on my way," responded Midoriya as he jumped out the shattered window. "Hey, where do you think you're going, Fer?" shouted Bakugo as he jumped out the window and used his explosions to propel himself towards Midoriya, attempting to kick him in the head. Midoriya quickly blocked and grabbed his leg, throwing him away. "Just give up, you have lost already. Go help your friend, he sure as hell needs it," shouted Midoriya so Bakugo could hear him. "I never lose. That idiot was just getting in my way anyway," Bakugo shouted back, lifting up his gauntlet and aiming it towards Midoriya with a grin on his face. He has way too much confidence in that gauntlet. Judging by its design, Midoriya was thinking when he was interrupted. "Die, scum," shouted Bakugo as he pulled the pin. A massive, concentrated, high-speed explosion came towards Midoriya. "Shit, that's going to hurt, and the street is too narrow to dodge. I'll have to take it head-on. I hope those improvements I made work," shouted Midoriya as he prepared himself and took the blast head-on, only covering his face. How did you like that effort?" said Bakugo as he held onto his now sore arm. "Ouch, now that's dangerous. You could have ended me if I was just any other villain." "No way, you." Bakugo choked up. Midoriya's costume held up to the explosion and only had a couple burn marks, but nothing too major. His hood, however, was completely burned off, exposing his green hair and green eyes. "Shit, once the dust clears he's going to see me. I have to end this now," Midoriya thought as he put all his strength into his legs and dashed at Bakugo at incredible speed. Bakugo was looking at the dust, and for a split second he saw a green blur emerge and his vision became blurry. He had just gotten punched square in the jaw at full force. "I have to regroup," said Midoriya as he began to go towards Shigaraki's location. "What's going on, Kurogiri?" asked Midoriya as he arrived at the scene. "One of the students slipped from my grasp. He most likely is on his way to alert the other pros," explained Kurogiri to Midoriya. "Is that eraser head on the floor?" Midoriya asked, surprised to see the hero beaten to a bloody pulp. Towering above him was Inomu. "It's game over, huh? If you weren't a warp gate, I'd crush you into pieces," said Shigaraki as he scratched his neck and began mumbling to himself. Midoriya realized two students in the water trying to watch in secret what was happening before them. What are they doing here? Do they want to die? Midoriya said to himself as he began walking towards the two students, pretending not to see them. "Hey, Kurogiri, I'm going to do a little recon," said Midoriya as he kept walking. Kurogiri nodded in confirmation in return. Midoriya knew despite Shigaraki's appearance, his quirk and speed were dangerous. In the water, the green-haired girl Tsuyu Azui and the grape-looking boy Minoru Mineta began to get nervous as Midoriya got closer and closer. Midoriya reached the edge of the water and turned his back, pretending not to see them both. "You two, if you don't want to die here and now, I suggest you group with the rest of your classmates," Midoriya said, facing Shigaraki, who was still having a breakdown. Tsuyu was surprised at the villain's offer. "Why help us? Why not end us?" asked the green-haired girl, genuinely confused and afraid. Mineta was far too afraid to say anything. "You're too young. An ending just isn't my thing. Now, leave," said Midoriya as he began to walk back towards Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Tsuyu quickly grabbed the Mineta and swam back to the front of the dome. "He seemed about our age. Why is he a villain? Why did he help us?" The girl pondered as she glanced back to see the green-haired villain. "We won't stand a chance against a dozen pros. So let's go end some of his pride before we go," said Shigaraki as he let out a small chuckle. Shigaraki began to run towards the front of the dome with Nomu eyes set on ending Udata students. Kurogiri and Midoriya quickly followed behind. "He's just going to leave Eraserhead? Fine by me," thought Midoriya as he looked at the group of students who were now all together, all except 3. Midoriya and his group arrived at the bottom of a set of stairs. Just above them was the group of students. Now then dash, but before Shigaraki could even finish, a large boom could be heard in the direction of the students. A large muscular man appeared from the smoke. It was All Might. All Might quickly dashed down the stairs and swiftly took out the few remaining low-rank villains. Ignoring Midoriya and his group, All Might ran towards Izuku, quickly picking him up and returning him to the group of students to look over him. Midoriya couldn't help but let out a smile at the sight of All Might and his quirk. "You have caused too much pain. 2 students are missing. Where are they?" yelled All Might at the group of 3 standing before him. "I think I left them both in a ditch somewhere." "Don't worry, they aren't dead, but they sure are in pain," said Midoriya coldly while looking at All Might straight in the eyes. "You!" All Might shouted as his blood grew cold at the sight of 2 students being near death and bloodied. Shigaraki, however, let out a cracked and evil smile at Midoriya's comment to All Might. But before anything else could be said, All Might moved like sound, hitting Shigaraki and Kurogiri away. Midoriya, however, saw his attack and barely dodged by a hair. Nomu, however, was idle as if he was turned off. Midoriya quickly backed up back into his group. "What? He dodged? If he was able to keep up with me, I wonder in what state my students are in. And what quirk does he possess?" All Might thought as he looked at the green-haired villain. "I will bring you 3 to justice. It's my duty as the symbol of peace," All Might said as he dashed towards the group at high speed. "Gnome?" said Shigaraki as the monster quickly stepped in front and looked at All Might, who was coming towards them. The plan was for Nomu to restrain All Might so Kurogiri could use his mist portal to cut All Might in half, but Nomu and All Might began to exchange blows, instantly causing massive shock waves and air pressure. "Without students around, he can go all out, huh?" Midoriya thought as he held on to a nearby tree, watching the fight unfold before him. "Shigaraki, we aren't going to be able to get close to him anytime soon," shouted Midoriya as he looked over to Shigaraki. "Shut up, I know. Nomu won't lose, he was made to beat All Might," responded Shigaraki as he watched Nomu begin to be pushed back. "Made to defeat me?" scoffed All Might as he began to punch Nomu with even greater speed. "Now, villains, have you heard these words before? Go beyond plus ultra," yelled All Might triumphantly as he delivered a devastating blow to Nomu, sending him flying out of the dome. "In my prime, I would have ended it in 5 punches. Now then, villains, shall we end this? Well, what's wrong? Come and get me if you can," said All Might, putting on his most intimidating face as the dust settled around him. "You're out of time, and that's the best bluff you got?" thought Midoriya as he looked at All Might and to Shigaraki, who backed up in response to All Might's words. Midoriya knew All Might's time limit had already run out. "Shigaraki, we have to retreat. If that student got away, it's only a matter of time. The rest of the pros get here and put us in the ground," explained Midoriya as he looked over to Shigaraki, who was scratching at his neck furiously. "What? No, the final boss is right in front of us. We can still end him," responded Shigaraki as he got ready to attack. "Kurogiri, be prepared to retreat," said Midoriya. Kurogiri nodded in confirmation. In that moment, Shigaraki and Kurogiri attacked All Might, only to be interrupted by a bullet piercing Shigaraki's hand. "They having a long-range pro, he can home in his bullets. You won't be able to finish the job. Let's go, Shigaraki," said Midoriya as he looked at the teachers at the front. "Gore, fine. Kurogiri, let's get out of dash," Shigaraki said before he was interrupted by 2 bullets, each hitting one of his legs. "Listen to me next time," said Midoriya as he began to be engulfed by mist along with Shigaraki. "Shut up, Deku," Shigaraki yelled in response. And just like that, they warped out of UA. "So his name is Deku," thought All Might as he watched the young villain warp away. "Grr. We lost. All Might isn't weak at all. You were wrong, sensei," shouted Shigaraki at the monitor. Now, Shigaraki, it seems we have bitten more than we chew. Rise up, Shigaraki, and try again. It is not the end," said All for One calmly. Midoriya and Kurogiri were at the bar listening in to the conversation. "If it wasn't for Deku, we could have ended All Might. He held me back," scowled Shigaraki as he shot a glare at Midoriya. Midoriya in turn just stared back at Shigaraki with cold eyes. "If it wasn't for me, we would all be in jail or dead, Shigaraki," Midoriya responded. Shigaraki, had it not been for Deku, you would now be in the hands of heroes. Deku is unlike other villains. He provides us a tactical advantage over the heroes with his quick-thinking Tamura. Deku, I thank you for accompanying Tamura. All for one explained. My pleasure, sensei. Midoriya responded while bowing in respect to the monitor. Back at UA. 16, 17 and the other two are in the infirmary, said Naomasa, counting all the students outside the training building. The police had come to pick up and arrest the beaten villains and take them to jail. Detective Azui said, approaching Naomasa. Yes, responded Naomasa, looking up from his notebook. Is it okay for me to ask who was injured in the villain's assault? Asked Azui with a concerned look on her face. Well, both of Aizawa's arms were broken to splinters, and he is suffering from overusing his quirk and may suffer from blurred vision. However, only time will tell. 13 is suffering from lacerations all over his back. And All Might only had a couple scratches. As for your classmates, however, Bakugo and Kirishima were just found in the dome unconscious not too long ago. Kirishima is suffering from minor injuries, however Bakugo had a broken jaw and is being treated by the school nurse. Naomasa explained to Azui and the rest of the class. Bakugo and Kirishima both lost? Aren't Bakugo and Kirishima crazy strong? Muttered some of the students, clearly surprised. Students, if you have any information to tell us, make sure to inform the principal. Be safe out there, Naomasa said as he walked over to talk to Nizu, the principal of UA. Principal, I know this may seem sudden, but if it's okay with you and the other teachers, I would like word with them all as soon as possible. It's regarding the attack. And someone who I think may be involved, Naomasa asked Nizu, showing the utmost respect to the principal. Of course. I would like all teachers present, however, as soon as Aizawa is out and about I will arrange a meeting, Nizu responded. Thank you. Now I'll be taking my leave, principal. Have a good evening, Naomasa said as he bowed and went back to his squad car. 2 days later, all the teachers at UA were in a conference room. Thank you all for meeting me here. As you all know, UA and its students were attacked. From what we know now, the 3 main villains involved are working under an alias. Furthermore, we have searched all their names and quirks in every registry and came up with nothing. This means they are all underground villains, no names, no records. Shigaraki Tamura is who we believe to be in charge of the attack on UA. Kurogiri and Deku were his accomplices. Shigaraki Tamura possesses a disintegration while Kurogiri has a warp gate. He was the one who was able to get them into UA undetected. As for his final ally, I would like to discuss him last, Naomasa explained as he reviewed his notes before continuing. Naomasa explained the rest of the situation to the teachers while receiving their feedback on the situation. Now I mentioned Shigaraki Tamura's final associate Deku. As far as we know, we don't know what quirk he possesses at this moment, Naomasa said, looking around the room. All Might was interested in this villain in particular since he was able to keep up with his speed and was the one responsible for hurting 2 of his students. I recently spoke to multiple students on this particular villain, and I can now say for certain he was the one responsible for Bakugo and Kirishima's injuries, Naomasa explained. So this is the villain who beat one of our top students. He seems very dangerous indeed. I am extremely glad Bakugo and Kirishima did not receive fatal injuries. However, what puzzles me is why this villain didn't end our students, said Nizu, looking over to Naomasa. I may have an idea, principal. I was assigned an investigation regarding the hero ender and can now say the villain who was working alongside Stain is the same villain. Stain, as we all know, is a murderer with a crusade to purge fake heroes. Stain went silent, however, for nearly a year for no apparent reason. However, when he reappeared, he now had sidekick. In a twist of events, Stain's sidekick showed no interest in murder. Deku, his sidekick, even held Stain back from finishing his victims during his time with him. I also received a statement from the student Tsuyu Azui regarding this particular villain, stating he advised and allowed her to escape before being ended by Shigaraki Tamura. Also mentioned the villain sounded fairly young. Right now I have one theory, but it is too early to say at this moment. However, I can say for certain he is the same age as the students in Class 1A, Naomasa explained to the heroes. Such a shame seeing someone so young turn into villain, said Nizu sadly as he looked down at his paws. So young, thought All Might as he clenched his fist in frustration. He allowed students to escape? He doesn't murder? He doesn't sound much like a real villain to me, said Vlad King. With the right push I believe he can become a hero, said Nizu. Yes, but even so he is still a villain, so do not hesitate to bring him to justice, said Naomasa as he collected his notes. That was all I wanted to talk about at this time. Thank you all for your time, Naomasa concluded as he bowed to the heroes. It's still too early to assume Deku and Midoriya are the same person. But for now I'll collect more evidence. I promise I'm going to bring you your son, ma'am, Naomasa thought as he walked to his car. In Class 1A, UA's sports festival is approaching. This is your chance to show the world and top pros what you are made of. Show them what you got. This is a big step into becoming a hero, said Aizawa, who looked much like a mummy with all his bandages. All of Class 1A began to radiate energy. I'm pumped, shouted Kirishima. Even after what just happened, I'm ready for the future, responded Zero quickly. Bakugo was excited for the festival, however. He was extremely angry at himself for losing to a villain. If I ever see that guy again, I'm going to end him, Bakugo said in his head as he broke his pencil in his hand. In Midoriya's apartment. I'm kinda anxious for my next assignment. Being out in the field is better than being holed up or hiding in the shadows, said Midoriya out loud as he arranged all his quirk files. Midoriya had many cabinets full of data on heroes and villains alike, each explaining a quirk's uses, improvements, and weaknesses. Deku, my boy. Good afternoon, I have an assignment for you, said All for One as the monitor mounted on the wall switched on. Ah, sensei, it's always a pleasure, said Midoriya as he bowed towards the monitor. Likewise, Deku. Now as for your assignment, I'm going to have you attend the UA Sports Festival and record some quirks for the league, said All for One looking towards Midoriya. I understand, sensei, I'll do my best, responded Midoriya nodding in confirmation. One more thing, Deku. I'm going to have Kurogiri cut your hair and dye it black. We can't have you being spotted after what happened at UA, explained All for One. That's not a problem. Have a good day, sensei, replied Midoriya as the monitor switched off. I hope the assignment goes smoothly, sighed Midoriya as he fell on his back on his bed. At the UA Sports Festival, Midoriya now had short black hair and was wearing his blue contacts along with a normal red sweater. The festival seems very lively. Maybe I could get a bite to eat while I find my way to my seat, thought Midoriya as he dodged the masses and found his way to the stadium. This one of the best seats. Guess sensei isn't short of money, said Midoriya as he looked over to his seat. All eyes are on Class 1A for surviving the league's attack. On one hand, they have more pros watching them, and on the other, everyone will call out every single mistake. I don't know why they handed everyone raffle tickets. They never did this before. Doesn't matter, I'm not here to have fun. Now then, show me your quirks, said Midoriya as he pulled out his notebook and a voice recorder. Midnight took the stand and began to speak. Quite the hero they have. People like you make heroes look bad, Midnight, said Midoriya giving off an annoyed face. And your student representative is from Class 1A Katsuki Bakugo, said Midnight as Bakugo slowly took the stage. The athlete's oath. Make no mistake, I'm gonna crush you all and take first. Make yourself good stepping stones for me, said Bakugo as he walked off the stage with an angry expression. That's catchin', I guess, said Midoriya as he looked down at all the students. The festival took place and every student with a noteworthy quirk was recorded by Midoriya. All the festival finals took place and ended with Bakugo taking first place. Midoriya made sure to record the entire festival on his TV just in case. So catch and won, huh? Guess that Todoroki hates his left side. Probably has something to do with his father Endeavor, murmured Midoriya to himself, taking down more notes on the finalists. The medals were soon given out to the top 3, but before the festival could finish, Midnight spoke up. Everyone, if you look at your raffle ticket, we will now reveal the winner, said Midnight as she began to read off the winning number. Maybe they will give out some big prize, thought Midoriya as he looked at his ticket. 5F30C4, if you have this ticket please come on down center stage, said Midnight. 5PTO90, huh? Guess I lost, said Midoriya as he got up from his seat and began to walk down the stairs to the exit. It seems as if 5F30C4 did not show up, The next number is 5PTO90 please, if you have this number come on down, said Midnight loudly. Midoriya ears piped up at the sound of his number being called. Well, what do you know? Said Midoriya as he walked up to the security and showed them his ticket. The festival security escorted him to the center stage. Now the prize. The raffle winner gets a photo with Class 1A, said Midnight as she signaled Midoriya over. Shit, why can't it be a normal prize like a stupid plushie or food? God, I wish it was food. Midoriya cursed to himself walking to Midnight. Now then, what's your name? And how old are you? Asked Midnight. My name is Haru Tanaka, and I'm 15, said Midoriya masking his voice. Haru, are you ready for your photo with Class 1A? Said Midnight. Sure, said Midoriya standing at the center of the class. All of Class 1A smiled for the photo at the exception of a select few. The photographer quickly took the photo and handed a copy to Midoriya. Thanks, said Midoriya as he grabbed the picture and walked to the exit without saying another word. Midoriya couldn't lie to himself. A part of him still wanted to be a hero and have a normal life. Don't look back, Midoriya. That isn't your path anymore, said Midoriya to himself as he walked back to his apartment. Purge. I must purge all the fake heroes, said Stain as he looked over his latest victim, the pro-hero Ingenium. Midoriya receives a call from his old mentor, but what could he possibly want? All for One has an offer for Midoriya, but what could it be? Midoriya was laying on his bed, looking at the photo he took with Class 1A. Midoriya never realized it until now, but his entire demeanor had changed. He was no longer the happy-go-lucky kid, with eyes filled with hope and wonder. Midoriya now had cold fish eyes and a rather bland expression. The only time Midoriya ever got a genuine smile was when he was in a good fight or doing quirk analysis. Why do I still have this photo? Said Midoriya as he took another glance at the photo in his hand. He crumbled up the photo and put it in the trash. Deku, shouted Shigaraki into the intercom that was connected to Midoriya's room. Yeah, responded Midoriya. Get your ass to the bar now, Shigaraki shouted once more and left the intercom. Guess I better go, said Midoriya as he made his way to the league's main hideout. Shigaraki and Kurogiri were wounded much to Midoriya's surprise. Midoriya made his way back to the bar to help up Kurogiri, who was barely able to stand. Kurogiri, what happened? Midoriya questioned Kurogiri as he moved him to a bar stool. We tried to recruit Stain, and we were a little overwhelmed, said Kurogiri as he looked in Shigaraki's direction. Gore! The bastard cut my arm. Hey DKU, Stain trained you right? Shigaraki asked angrily as he made his way to a table. Yeah, he trained me, so what? Responded Midoriya as he began to subtly move his hand to his holstered blade. Before Shigaraki could say anything, a devilish smile spread across his face. I want you to go to Deku. Stain said he might join our group if our views aligned. So go to him and convince him, explained Shigaraki as he tried to hide his smile. Sure, but I'm not sure if even I'll be able to convince him, responded Midoriya. Midoriya quickly made his way back to his apartment to change into his costume. Midoriya knew very well Stain would never join the league no matter what he told him. Regardless, Midoriya did want to see his old mentor and get some fresh air. After putting on his costume, Midoriya quickly returned to the bar where Kurogiri was waiting to teleport him. Kurogiri, I'm ready, said Midoriya as he made last-minute checks to his costume. Very well, Dek, responded Kurogiri as he opened up a mist portal and dropped Deku off on top of a building. Thank you, said Midoriya as he looked over the city. Good luck, Kurogiri responded as he teleported back to the league's hideout. I get to end two birds with one stone, chuckled Shigaraki as he eyed the three Nomus before him. Midoriya was traversing rooftops looking for Stain when he received a phone call from an unlisted number. Hello, Midoriya answered. Hey kid, it's me, responded Stain. Midoriya was caught by surprise to hear his old mentor's voice again. It had been a couple months since he last heard from him. Stain? Why are you calling me? Asked Midoriya, pulling the phone a bit closer to his face. Listen, I think I need your help with this guy I'm chasing. Plus I know you are in Hosu looking for me, explained Stain. Midoriya knew Stain wouldn't change his mind, but he did want to catch up with his old teacher. Send me your location. I'll be right over, said Midoriya as he received a text with Stain's current location. Be quick. I just cornered him into an alley, said Stain as he hung up the call. What does Stain need my help with? It can't be some random hero, pondered Midoriya as he made his way to the location given to him. Midoriya soon reached his destination only to find Stain was in a heated battle with pro-hero Native. Native was doing his best dodging Stain and his attacks, but it wasn't enough. Stain quickly found an opening and quickly threw a knife at Native's right arm, causing him to recoil in pain. Stain dashed toward the hero, pulling the knife out of his arm, and then proceeded to lick the blood off the stained knife, activating his quirk. Midoriya, out of respect for his mentor and the hero, decided not to interfere with the fight. I don't think you needed my help with this one, said Midoriya as he stepped over the defeated hero. He was paralyzed due to Stain's quirk. Stain ignored Midoriya's words and made his way towards the downed hero. Midoriya knew immediately the current mental state Stain was in at the moment. Stain, don't do this. Not now, said Midoriya as he grabbed Stain's arm. Move, demanded Stain as he swung his arm towards Midoriya. Midoriya was expecting retaliation from his mentor, so he was able to dodge. But before Midoriya or Stain could make another move, they were interrupted. Hero Ender, shouted the knight, followed with a kick which connected with Stain's left arm. Stain quickly swung his katana towards the knight's face, knocking off his mask and exposing his face. Underneath the mask, revealed Tenya Ida, a student at U.A. A kid? Get out of here, this is no place for children, demanded Stain as he looked towards the assailant. Tenya Ida, he's a student at U.A. and Ingenium's brother, said Midoriya to Stain as he looked in Tenya's direction. Hero Ender Stain, I've been pursuing you. I am Dash, said Tenya before he was interrupted by Stain. Stain lifted his blade directly up to the student's face. Your eyes? You're out for revenge, aren't you? Choose your next words carefully, boy. Despite your age, I won't hesitate to end you, said Stain menacingly. I am the younger brother of the hero you attacked. Brother to the most amazing hero among heroes. I've come to stop you in my brother's stead. So remember this name with the little time you have left, villain. I am Ingenium, the hero who will take you down, shouted Tenya as he directed a kick towards Stain. Stain jumped up in the air and kicked Tenya in his arm with his spiked boots, causing him to recoil from the pain. Stain lifted up his right leg and kicked Tenya's head into the concrete, pinning him down and stabbing his arm in the process. So weak, you and your brother, said Stain as he looked over the defeated student's body. Shut up. The damage you did means he will probably be crippled for the rest of his life. He was a great hero. He was my hero. He inspired my dreams. I'll end you for what you did, shouted Tenya as he laid on the floor bleeding. Idiot. Are you so blinded by your revenge you can't understand the situation you're in, Tenya Ida? Said Midoriya as he took a step forward to the student. Before the student could respond, Midoriya began to speak. Did you even bother to think if you could save the hero before you? This man is about to be ended, and you are so wrapped in your own quest for vengeance. You've forgotten what it means to truly be a hero. You're wielding your power for your own sake, explained Midoriya as he looked down on the student. Tenya was speechless, his eyes widened by hooded villain's words. Selfishness is furthest thing from a hero, Tenya Ida, said Midoriya, taking another step closer to the student. He crippled my brother, clamored Tenya, processing the villain's words. Would your brother approve of your actions? Stop thinking about yourself for a moment, and consider what your brother would want, Midoriya continued. Well said, Deku. Stain interrupted, Ingenium. Consider yourself a sacrifice for a better society, said Stain, oozing his murderous intent. Stain slowly lifted his katana over the boy's head. Stain, wait. You can't, he's just a kid, exclaimed Midoriya as he reached for Stain's katana. Midoriya wasn't close enough to stop Stain. Shit, I'm not going to be able to stop him. He's going to die, he thought to himself before he was interrupted by a sudden pain in his chest. A winged Nomu had slammed Midoriya and Stain into the side of the alley. Gerard Tamura, exclaimed Stain as he picked himself up. Ow. Guess Nomus really are brain dead, said Midoriya as he rubbed the back of his neck. The winged Nomu, however, quickly resumed its assault and swooped down using its bird-like feet to grab a hold of Midoriya. Midoriya instantly pulled out his blade and stabbed the winged beast in the chest, Nomu, however, did not react to the pain and did a 180 in midair and threw Midoriya against a dumpster. Tonight I will get rid of you both. Deku. Stain, you both annoy me so much, cackled Shigaraki as he watched his Nomu fight Midoriya and Stain. Kurogiri personally liked Midoriya, but he had no other choice than to sit and watch. Stain, make sure to keep these guys paralyzed. After that, lend me a hand, said Midoriya, dodging the Nomu's claws. Midoriya couldn't get too close to the Nomu without being blown away by the air pressure made by his wings. But he had an idea. My knife is still stuck in its chest. If I can just grab it and hand it to Stain, Midoriya said aloud as he glanced at the blade stuck in the Nomu's chest. Stain's timing couldn't have been more perfect as he jumped up and clipped the Nomu's right wing with his katana. The Nomu began to plummet to the ground, its right wing now clipped. Midoriya saw his chance and jumped towards the beast, retrieving his knife from its chest. Stain, catch! Shouted Midoriya as he threw the blood-stained knife to his mentor. You lose, said Stain as he licked the blade. The Nomu fell to the floor, paralyzed by Stain's quirk. Criminals who wave their power idly. Fake heroes consumed by wealth and self-interest. I must purge them from society, said Stain as he walked over to the downed beast, stabbing its exposed brain, ending it instantly. Gore. Why doesn't anything go my way? Everyone is a cheater. They cheated. That brat DKU and Stain, shouted Shigaraki angrily as scratched at his neck furiously. Shall I take us home, Shigaraki? Kurogiri asked. Yeah, take me back. I'm sick of these cheaters, responded Shigaraki, still clawing at his neck. Kurogiri opened a warp gate and teleported back to the League of Villains base. Stain began to walk over to Tenya and Native, who were still under the effects of his quirk. Shit, he's in his bloodlust mode again. I have to get these guys out of here before he ends them, Midoriya said to himself. Midoriya couldn't save both of them, and he wasn't sure how well he would hold up against Stain in his bloodlust state. He had to choose. Tenya, Ida, or Native. Shit. I'm sorry it had to come to this. He's just a kid. I can't let someone die so young, said Midoriya as he lifted Tenya onto his shoulder. It's okay. I'm okay with this. I just hope he turns into a great hero someday, said Native, closing his eyes. No, this isn't what I wanted, choked Tenya, looking over to Native, who was prepared for death. Your selfishness caused this, Tenya Ida. Your personal grudge is going to cost Native's life. Learn from this and become a better hero, said Midoriya as he began to walk Tenya out of the alley. No, I don't want this. Take me instead, shouted Tenya as he burst out in tears. I like that look in your eye, Ingenium. It's the look of self-sacrifice, the face of a hero. Today and only today will I spare you both. However, I must do one thing, said Stain as he began to walk towards Tenya and Midoriya. Midoriya sighed in relief, but he knew all too well what Stain was about to do. Flashback. You will be marked, Midoriya, and you will spread my name, said Stain as he looked over to Midoriya. Now then, show me your chest, demanded Stain. Midoriya took off his shirt and exposed his scar-filled chest. The left side of his chest, right above his heart, was devoid of all scars. Stain raised the knife and carved the letters HK onto Midoriya's chest. Midoriya was used to the pain, but it still hurt. Any normal person would scream in pain. Blood dripped down onto the cold concrete floor. Flashback end. Now then, are you prepared, Ingenium? Said Stain as he looked over to the student, knife in hand. Yes, I am prepared to do anything, said Tenya nervously. Deku, remove his armor and expose his back, demanded Stain as he looked over to Midoriya. Midoriya nodded and removed Tenya's armor and shirt. Remember this day, Ingenium, the day you were reformed into a true hero by the hero Ender Stain, shouted Stain as he pressed his blade against Tenya's back. Tenya was terrified and nervous, but he knew this was the only way out. Don't worry, Ingenium, you'll be all right. I promise, Midoriya said softly, taking off his hood and metal mask, exposing his softened face. Tenya calmed down at the sight of Midoriya's face and words. Stain, without warning, began to carve a huge S onto Tenya's back. Tenya began to scream in agony as the blade began cutting his back. Tenya soon passed out after 15 seconds due to the pain. Native only watched in horror as a 15-year-old cried in agony in front of him. "This may have been a bit overboard, Stain," said Midoriya as he looked at the huge S on the teen's back. Midoriya wiped the blood and applied his advanced ointment to the cut. "Stain, we should get out of here. The police will be here any minute now," said Midoriya as he struggled to put Tenya's shirt back on. "Deku, my student until we meet again," said Stain as he parkoured his way up the building and disappeared. "Make sure nothing happens to him, Native," said Midoriya as he put on his metal face mask and hood. Midoriya quickly made his way up the building and left just before the police arrived. The next morning, Midoriya was organizing his files when the monitor mounted on his wall turned on. "Deku, I need to speak to you in private. Please come to this address," said All for One. The monitor turned off, leaving Midoriya confused. "That was weird. I wonder what Sensei wants," Midoriya said as he received a text with an address from an unlisted number. "I guess I better go right away," said Midoriya as he walked out of his apartment. 1 hour later, Midoriya reached the location. It was an abandoned warehouse in Hosu. "Guess this is it," said Midoriya as he made his way inside the warehouse. The warehouse was dimly lit, but Midoriya could make out multiple tubes each occupied by a Nomu. "Deku, I'm glad you're here," said All for One sitting at a table. He was connected to multiple life support devices. "Sensei," Midoriya said, bowing in respect to the man. "Likewise, Deku, please sit," said All for One. Midoriya took a seat across from him. "You have pushed this group of ours to new heights, and for that I thank you. I'm sure you are informed in the capabilities of my quirk, so I'll skip the details. As a gift from me to you, I will grant you any quirk you desire," explained All for One. Midoriya was surprised at the offer. He could have any quirk he wanted. His lifelong dream to be like everyone else. However, Midoriya's thoughts quickly turned sour as he remembered all the bullying, neglect, pain, and suffering everyone put him through. "Sensei, I'm honored, but I can't accept this gift. If I accept this power, I will succumb to the society that abused and neglected me," explained Midoriya. "I see. That is admirable, Deku. But I must gift you with something," said All for One firmly. Midoriya was at a crossroads. He didn't want anything in particular. In fact, he wanted to visit his mother, but at this moment in time it was impossible. "Wait. There may be something," said Midoriya looking over at the Nomus. Ida was being treated by the nurses when 2 men walked into the room. "Tenya, Ida? I am Kenji Tsuragami and this is Naomasa Tsukachi. We have some questions for you," said Kenji as he closed the door behind him. "Of course," responded Tenya. "I won't beat around the bush, Tenya. This is about the hero ender and what happened that night," said Naomasa. "I'll do anything to aid you officers. Ask away," said Tenya firmly. "Thank you, Tenya. Now, why did you pursue the hero ender?" Naomasa asked. I was seeking revenge for my brother Ingenium. Enraged by my brother's condition, I wanted to make the hero ender pay for what he did. I was so blinded by vengeance. I didn't realize I was becoming less and less of a hero," explained Tenya. Naomasa began to write down everything in his notepad. "What you did was reckless and foolish, but I'm glad you're alive. One more question, Tenya. Why did the hero ender let you live?" asked Naomasa looking directly at the student. "He wanted to end me at first, but his ally stepped in and began to move my body away from the hero ender. Stain was prepared to end Native in my place. I begged him to take me instead, and he made a deal with me," said Tenya, cringing at the thought of Stain. "An ally, you say? What deal did he propose?" asked Naomasa. "His ally was no older than 15. I know because he took off his mask and hood to show me his face. He had short black hair and green eyes," explained Tenya looking over at his bandaged arm. Naomasa ears perked up at the sound of green eyes, but he needed to make sure. "Tenya, can you recall the name of Stain's ally? And please tell us the deal you made with Stain," said Naomasa. Tenya shuddered at the thought of his scar. The deal was he could carve this into my body," said Tenya as he took off his shirt and revealed his back. A large scar could be seen. A giant letter S. Naomasa and Kenji were both caught off guard at the size of the scar. It looked painful. As for his ally, his name is Deku, and he saved my life and steered me back into the path of a hero, Tenya explained. Thank you, Tenya, that was all the questions we had, said Naomasa as he made his way into the hallway. Kenji quickly followed after. Flashback. Ding dong. Ma'am, it's Detective Naomasa. I have some questions to ask you, said Naomasa. The door opened slowly to reveal Inko Midoriya. She seemed to have slimmed down a bit and looked a bit pale. Ah, detective, please come in. Some tea? Asked Inko as she signaled Naomasa inside. No thank you, ma'am. I have coffee, said Naomasa, hanging his hat at the entrance. I hate seeing people like this, said Naomasa to himself as he walked into her house. Naomasa began to update Inko on Midoriya's case and any leads they may have on her son and his disappearance. Well, ma'am, that's all I have at the moment, said Naomasa as he retrieved his hat from the entrance. Thank you so much, detective. Please find my baby, said Inko as a single tear rolled off her cheek. Naomasa simply smiled and nodded. But before he could leave, one last question arose in his head. Ma'am, before I go, does the name Deku mean anything to you? Asked Naomasa. Inko flinched at the name. She knew Deku was the nickname Bakugo gave Midoriya to tease him. Inko insisted in intervening, but Midoriya would always put on a smile and say everything was all right. Yes, it's the nickname Bakugo gave Midoriya to tease him. It means someone who can't do anything, said Inko, tearing up. I see. I swear I'll find your son, said Naomasa. Flashback end. So Deku is Midoriya, huh? I kept my promise. I found your son. I found Midoriya, said Naomasa, looking at a photo of Midoriya and the hooded villain Deku, somewhere in Hosu. So who's on the list, Kurogiri? Asked Midoriya. A man named Dabi. He's a male mid-20s ID say. He possesses a pyrokinetic quirk, explained Kurogiri as he handed Midoriya a photo of Dabi. With a face like that, he will be easy to find. Did he mention where we will be meeting him? Asked Midoriya, scanning the area for Dabi. He said in an alleyway near the train station, responded Kurogiri. Midoriya and Kurogiri soon made their way to the alleyway. It was a dark and damp alley full of trash. He should be here, Kurogiri said, looking down the alley. He is there. Come on out, Dabi, and put those flames out, Midoriya said firmly, standing his ground. Dabi slowly appeared out of the darkness with both his hands up. You got me, oh League of Villains, said Dabi. So Dabi, are you willing to join the League? Asked Kurogiri. If our ideals meet, maybe you'll join, Dabi responded. What exactly are your ideals, Dabi? What drives you? Midoriya asked. I follow the hero Ender's mission, to rid the world of fake heroes, replied Dabi. I see, well, Stain himself trained me and taught me all I know. I too believe the term hero has lost its purpose, explained Midoriya. Stain trained you? Wait, you're the Deku? I saw your fight with Captain Celebrity on the internet. A lot of people would end to be trained by Stain, Dabi said. Yes, Stain trained me, and Deku is my villain name. Now what is your decision, Dabi? Asked Midoriya. I want to meet your boss first. If we see eye to eye, I'll join, responded Dabi. Excellent, however, if you do not mind, we have 2 more stops to make, explained Kurogiri, opening up a portal. That's fine, said Dabi as he stepped through the portal. Who's next? Asked Midoriya. Kenji Hikishi, she goes by Magna. Brutal and is accused of murder, said Kurogiri. She sounds fun, said Midoriya, showing his disinterest. Midoriya, Dabi, and Kurogiri soon teleported to their desired location. A large figure could be seen beating down a man in the distance. Kurogiri approached the large figure cautiously. Excuse me, but could you be Magna by any chance? Kurogiri asked the large woman. Yeah. What's it to you? Responded Magna, turning to the group of 3. We are the League of Villains and dash, said Midoriya before he was interrupted by Magna. Say no more. I'm in, said Magna. Oh, may I ask why you want to join? Asked Midoriya. I want to join the League, so I can be free to live the life I choose, responded Magna, cleaning her blood-stained hands on her shirt. I see, well, that is not a problem. The League will provide you with that and much more. Now then, please follow us through the portal, said Kurogiri as he opened the portal, allowing Magna and Dabi to step through. That was easier than I thought, so who's left, Kurogiri? Asked Midoriya. We only have 1 left, Himiko Toga. She has a transformation quirk and appears to be fairly young, explained Kurogiri, handing a photo over to Midoriya. So where do we meet her? Asked Midoriya. On the rooftop of a high school. It is currently 5 p.m., so we needn't worry about the staff, explained Kurogiri. Okay. But before we go I need to do something, said Midoriya as he made his way to the man Magna was beating up. The man was unconscious, but his wounds seemed serious. There is no reason for you to die here, said Midoriya as he took out his healing balm and began to clean and treat the man's wounds. All right, let's go, Kurogiri. I'm done here, said Midoriya as he walked towards the portal. Kurogiri simply nodded in confirmation, and they disappeared into thin air. Why are we at a high school? Asked Dabi, looking over to Midoriya and Kurogiri. We were told to meet someone at this rooftop, said Midoriya, looking around. The rooftops was fairly large and had many bushes scattered throughout the roof. Yes, she should be here, said Kurogiri. She concealed her presence. Smart, I can't even sense her. I'll need to use it, mental state, to detect this girl. Flashback to combat training. Today I'm going to start teaching you a special technique, Midoriya. This technique will enhance your mind and body to react 15x faster than the average person, explained Stain as he gestured Midoriya to sit across from him. That sounds impossible, Stain. How could you dash? Asked Midoriya before he was interrupted by Stain. Shut up and learn, Stain demanded. Midoriya quickly shut his mouth and gave his full attention to Stain. Now, breath in and out slowly. Feel the air enter and exit your body. The particles in the air touching our bodies, Stain explained. Midoriya did as he was told and was amazed. He could feel every single thing throughout his body. He could hear everything, his heart and Stain's. Tapping into your senses is not easy. In time you will be able to do incredible things, kid. But when you do tap into it, it's a feeling like no other, Stain explained. 3 weeks later. Remember what I taught you? You ready? Stain asked Midoriya. Yes, replied Midoriya. Midoriya began to slow down his breathing, allowing his body to feel and hear everything around him. Now, shouted Stain as he threw his knife straight towards Midoriya's face. Midoriya quickly opened his eyes and finally saw what Stain was talking about. The knife was moving in slow motion. Midoriya moved his face to the side as to dodge the knife. The knife quickly zipped by Midoriya's face. Stain and Midoriya smiled. Good stuff, kid, however don't push it, you can only hold it for so long, and it has its drawbacks. While in this state your attacks will be weak as hell, so I advise you don't attack. In time you will be able to hold the mental state for at least 25 minutes, explained Stain. Is there any more techniques I should know about, Stain? Asked Midoriya. Well, I never said there was just one mental state. I can tap into vigilance and slaughter, Stain explained to his student. Slaughter, that one sounds nice, said Midoriya with a chuckle. It's basically bloodlust turned up to 11. I doubt you will ever use it, however. For now just focus on the one you know now, kid, Stain said, tossing Midoriya a notebook full of research on mental state. Flashback end. Midoriya closed his eyes and began to feel everything around him. There you are, Midoriya said aloud as quickly. He quickly turned around to grab a petite blonde girl by her wrist, throwing her away from him. Magna and Dabi were impressed at Midoriya's reaction speed and awareness. You're cute. I'm Toga, said Toga as she dashed towards Midoriya, knife in hand. Great, a crazy one, said Midoriya as he dodged the knife. Midoriya swiftly got behind Toga, taking the knife out of her hand and positioned the knife next to her neck. That's enough, you lost, said Midoriya. Guess Stain really did train you. I can see some of his moves in you, said Dabi. This kid was trained by the hero ender? Magna added. Yes, that is correct, Kurogiri confirmed. Toga began to blush uncontrollably, and her face went bright red. Stainy, you trained with Stainy, I want to see his blood. I want to be like him, Toga said manically. Midoriya was confused and uneasy. The girl seemed mentally unstable. You know, I really like blood, said Toga. Toga slowly caressed Midoriya's hand which held the knife. The warmth, the taste, said Toga as she began to press the knife against her throat and began to cut across slowly. What the F is she doing? Midoriya thought as he let go of the knife. I want to see your blood, shouted Toga as she grabbed the knife and stabbed Midoriya in the leg. Midoriya didn't flinch or react to the pain. Instead he brought Toga towards him and punched her square in the jaw, knocking her out cold. Not as smooth as I wanted it to go, but we got the job done, said Midoriya looking over to the unconscious girl. Kind of Midoriya said, shrugging his shoulders. Forgive me, Deku. I could not intervene. You were much too close to Toga for me to open a portal, explained Kurogiri. No, it's fine, Kurogiri. Let's just take them back to the hideout, said Midoriya, pulling the knife out of his leg. Magna and Dabi were stunned and impressed. Someone so young possessed such fighting ability. And will. Kurogiri opened a portal back to the League hideout. If you all would please step through the portal, Shigaraki Tamura will be awaiting our arrival, said Kurogiri. Midoriya lifted Toga onto his shoulder and walked through the portal, followed by Dabi and Magna. Back at the League of Villains hideout. We have returned with the new recruits, Shigaraki Tamura, said Kurogiri. About time, said Kurogiri as he finished stacking his house of cards. Tamura turned to look at the group of recruits and Deku. He couldn't help but smile at the sight of Deku injured. Looks like the blondie is coming around, said Dabi as he signaled over to Toga, who was regaining consciousness. Alright, it was nice meeting you all, but I've done my part here. Sorry for making a mess on the floor, Kurogiri, said Midoriya as he began to make his way to his apartment. It's no problem, Dek, said Kurogiri as he mopped the blood off the floor. In Midoriya's apartment, Midoriya was putting on the final stitch in his leg. What a day. At least Dabi seemed reasonable, said Midoriya as he put his medical supplies away. Back at U.A. You're all going to summer camp, Aizawa announced. Those who failed the practical exam. This camp is for you, Aizawa explained as he eyed 5 students in particular. Well, regardless, I'm glad everyone will be able to go, Ojiro added. Class 1A quickly began to talk about supplies and clothing. Tenya was unusually ecstatic. You're awfully energetic, Tenya, said Achiko, walking over to Tenya. Yes, we are heroes after all, responded Tenya energetically. I know, we should all go shopping tomorrow, suggested Toru happily. All of Class 1A agreed to meet the next day at the mall and buy whatever they needed for camp together. At the Midoriya household. 9 p.m. Inko was cleaning her dish when she heard a knock at her door. Who could it be at this hour? Inko asked herself as she made her way to the door. Inko slowly opened the door to reveal Naomasa. Good evening, ma'am. May I come in? Asked Naomasa. Of course, detective. Please make yourself at home, responded Inko, quickly opening the door for him. You may want to sit down for this, said Naomasa, taking off his shoes and hanging his coat. Inko was afraid of the news she was about to receive, but she proceeded to sit at her couch, preparing for the worst. Ma'am, said Naomasa. Here it comes, said Inko to herself, closing her eyes tightly. I found Midoriya. I found your son, said Naomasa. Huh, said Inko, shocked at Naomasa's words. Yes, you heard me right. I found Midoriya and he's alive and well, said Naomasa, handing a photo of Midoriya. You found Izuku. You found my baby, cried Inko as she got up from the couch and fell to her knees. Ma'am, are you okay? Asked Naomasa, getting up from his seat. I'm fine. I'm just so happy. But why does he look so different? His hair and his whole demeanor are different, said Inko, looking at the photo of Midoriya. About that, Midoriya unfortunately has become a villain, explained Naomasa. A villain? But Midoriya was obsessed with heroes. He would never become a villain, responded Inko. Midoriya was missing for a year. People can change, said Naomasa. My baby a villain. It's all so much, choked Inko, picking up a framed photo of Midoriya. He was smiling and his eyes were full of happiness then. The photo of him now, however, told a different story. Midoriya is a villain, yes, however, he has not committed any major crimes. In fact, he has done more good than harm, Naomasa replied, showing Inko her son's criminal record. Izuku always wanted to help anyone in need. I'm glad that side of him hasn't changed, Inko sighed in relief. Although Midoriya hasn't done any major offenses, he's still a villain and we will bring him to justice, said Naomasa firmly. I understand, Inko replied. The next day. Good morning, Kurogiri, Deku greeted as he took a seat at the bar. Good morning, Deku, Kurogiri replied, serving Midoriya his usual breakfast. Deku, I forgot to mention. Shigaraki wanted to see you. He said to meet him at the Kiyoshi Ward Mall later today. Kurojiri said as he shined a shot glass with a piece of cloth. What does he want now? Asked Midoriya as he finished his breakfast. I'm not sure myself. However, the meeting yesterday with the two recruits nearly ended in bloodshed. That might be the reason, Kurojiri responded, picking up Midoriya's plate. I see. Thanks for the breakfast, Kurojiri. I'll be heading out now, said Midoriya as he got up from the bar stool. My pleasure, Deku. Be wary of Kurojiri. He left quite agitated earlier. You know how irrational he can be when things don't go his way, Kurojiri stated, setting down the glass. I'm always on guard, Kurojiri, replied Midoriya, walking out the door. Always, said Midoriya as he made his way to the train station. Akiashi Ward Mall. All right, I have to blend in, said Midoriya as he made his way into the mall. Midoriya changed his entire demeanor the moment he entered the mall. He changed his usual bored expression to a happy-go-lucky teen out shopping on a weekend. All right, now where is Shigaraki, said Midoriya in a low voice as he made his way through the crowd. The mall was extremely crowded on weekends, so navigating through the crowd without bumping into someone was nearly impossible. Midoriya was making his way through the crowd when a tall teen with glasses bumped into him. He was accompanied by two girls and a red-haired boy. I'm sorry. I didn't see where I was going, said the boy as he turned to look at the person he bumped into. Don't worry about it, replied Midoriya in a cheery voice. Midoriya instantly recognized the group. It was Tenya Ida, Ochako Uraraka, Mina Ishido, and Eijiro Kirishima. You're, said Ida, recognizing Midoriya instantly. Is this a friend of yours, Ida? Asked Ochako. Yeah, introduce us. Mina added, unable to contain her excitement. Does he go to UA? Kaminari asked. Oh wow, it's the one of first years. I'm a big fan. Uraraka, your zero gravity is amazing. That fight with that explosion guy was intense, said Midoriya, looking over to Uraraka. And Mina, your acid is amazing. I bet you can do all sorts of stuff. Your quirk is also super cool, Midoriya added as he directed his attention to Mina and Kirishima. I can't believe people still remember that, haha, said Uraraka bashfully. Really you think my quirk is amazing? Asked Mina happily. I have a pretty basic quirk, but I'm glad you think it's cool, Kirishima added with a smile. I wanted to thank you, said Tenya, taking a step forward towards Midoriya. Midoriya slowly took a step back, a habit he picked up from Stain. No need, Tenya. You just needed some help is all, said Midoriya as he took another step back. Hey, sorry, I have to go. Midoriya continued as he quickly turned and disappeared into the crowd. Who was that, Ida? Asked Uraraka. Yeah, Ida, I want to be friends with him. He said my quirk was amazing, Mina added. He was the one who saved me in the Hero Ender incident. He taught me how a true hero was supposed to act, said Tenya, looking into the crowd of people. The group fell silent. They tried to avoid talking about the Hosu incident and the massive scar Tenya had on his back. Flashback. Tenya will be suspended for an entire day, Aizawa stated to the students. What, why? Asked Zero. I'm getting to that, so pipe down, said Aizawa as his eyes began to glow red. Class 1A fell silent at their teacher's orders. Tenya is currently in the hospital. He tried to exact his revenge on the Hero Ender on his own. Thankfully he's alive, but what he did was reckless and stupid. Tenya's actions will not go unpunished, explained Aizawa firmly. The Hero Ender, seriously? Said Kaminari and many other students. Class 1A was awfully quiet the rest of that day. Flashback end. Midoriya was nearing the end of the mall when he spotted a blue-haired teen in a black sweater sitting under a tree. Of course, Midoriya sighed. I'm here like you asked, Shigaraki, said Midoriya as he took a seat next to Shigaraki. There was a pause, and only the chatter of people could be heard before Shigaraki spoke. What makes me and the Hero Ender different? Asked Shigaraki in a murderous tone. What does that have to do with anything? Midoriya replied, setting his hand on his holstered blade. Those two idiots you brought yesterday. They were stain that I'm sick of it, said Shigaraki. I hate everything and everyone. But everything I do is being overshadowed by him and it's really starting to piss me off, Shigaraki continued. He can say he has a crusade or whatever, but in the end, all he's doing is destroying what he hates. So what makes us so different? Asked Shigaraki. The difference? You end and destroy for no reason at all. It's mindless. On the other hand, Stain has a purpose. his being to purge all fake heroes and reveal the true heroes of society, an example being All Might. You, however, take everything as a game, you lack conviction, Shigaraki. That's the difference, said Midoriya as he grasped his blade tightly. It's all so clear now. Feels like I've connected all the dots, about why the hero ender pisses me off so much, and why you're so FNG irritating. I think I get it now, said Shigaraki, oozing bloodlust. It's because of All Might, said Shigaraki, shooting a glance at Midoriya, showing his dry face. All Might? What does he have to do with any of this, said Midoriya to himself. The reason these fools can smile and live their lives is 'cause All Might has that stupid grin on his face, smiling wide as to say, "No one can stop me," said Shigaraki with a manic smile on his face. Yeah, that's why. You're his apprentice or whatever, and he worships All Might, so that must mean you do too. Shigaraki continued. You're so annoying, Deku, said Shigaraki as he lunged towards Midoriya. It happened in an instant. Shigaraki lunged towards Midoriya with his right hand aiming for his face. Midoriya pulled out his blade aiming for Shigaraki's neck. Midoriya's blade stopped just before Shigaraki's neck, and Shigaraki's hand stopped just before Midoriya's face. The entire altercation happened in mere seconds. Shigaraki and Midoriya both stood down right after. They couldn't bring any more attention to themselves. I'm going home. I hope you got your answer, said Midoriya as he got up and made his way towards the exit of the mall. Whatever, replied Shigaraki as he got up, began to walk in the opposite direction. The next morning, Midoriya was working on his new weapon when he was interrupted by Kurogiri warping into his room. Good morning, Deku. I hate to interrupt, but you're needed at the bar, said Kurogiri as he opened a warp gate for Midoriya to step through. Sure. No problem, said Midoriya. Midoriya and Kurogiri were soon teleported to the bar. Shigaraki was talking to a group of 8 people. Midoriya, these are the new recruits, said Kurogiri, signaling over to the group of people. Hello, Dabi, Magna, Toga. Good to see you again, said Midoriya, putting one hand over his heart and bowing slightly. Hey, replied Dabi. Hello, replied Magna. Hi, Deku. It's me, Toga. I think you're cute, but I think a little more blood would make you way cuter, said Toga, barely able to control her excitement. Midoriya was still not used to Toga and her weird obsession with blood, but he had to deal with it. Midoriya turned to look at the other 6. Hello, it's nice to meet you all. My name is Deku, greeted Deku as he bowed. I'm Jean Bubaigawara, but you can call me Twice. Nice to meet you, / not really, said Twice, contradicting himself. Midoriya was confused and intrigued by Twice. It was as if 2 people were living in his body. The name's Muscular, and quit with the bowing sheet. I'm here to end sheet. Not be friends, scowled Muscular as he made his way to the bar. Midoriya ignored Muscular and directed his attention to a young schoolboy in the group. Hey, I go by Mustard, nice to meet you, greeted Mustard as he made his way to a corner. He seems awfully young, Midoriya thought, examining at the school uniform the boy was wearing. Midoriya was surprised this many people had joined the league. Tamura hated these kinds of people. A pleasure, I am Atsuhiro Seiko, but please call me Compress, greeted Compress politely. Would you like to see some magic? Asked Compress, pulling out 3 colored marbles. Sure, let's see it, replied Midoriya, somewhat intrigued. All right, I have 3 marbles here. Red, blue, and green. I want you to follow the red one and tell me where you think it is, explained Compress, showing Midoriya the 3 marbles. Compress was quick with his hands, rolling the marbles in between his fingers and throughout his palm. Now, where's the red one? Compress asked Midoriya. It's in your mouth. Amazing, you can speak clearly with a marble in your mouth, replied Midoriya. Compress was surprised Midoriya was able to see through his trick. He took the marble out of his mouth with a smile. You have some good eyes, Deku. Thank you for playing my game, Compress said, putting the marbles back in his pocket. Midoriya gave a small smile and made his way to the next member. It was a reptilian-looking man with pink hair. Hello, Midoriya greeted. But the reptilian shot a mean glance at Midoriya in return, however. Listen, if you got a problem, spit it out, because whether you like it or not, we're in the same group, said Midoriya, stepping up to the reptilian. Gore. Shuichi Iguchi is my name, I go by Spinner. You don't deserve to be Stain's apprentice. You soil his name. Spinner said angrily, I should have been the one to study under him. Instead he gave the torch to a child. Spinner said angrily. I didn't ask to be Stain's apprentice, he offered me a chance and I took it. Stop acting like a child yourself and grow up, Midoriya responded coldly. Grow up! Shouted Spinner as he threw a punch at Midoriya. Midoriya dodged and grabbed Spinner's arm, throwing him onto the floor and pinning him down. Are you done? Midoriya asked, maintaining his grip on Spinner's arm, prepared to break his arm if he tried anything. Let him go, Deku, before I end you, said Shigaraki. Midoriya loosened his grip and stood up. Spinner simply growled as he got up from the floor. All right, now that you've all met, Shigaraki will be explaining the plan we will be executing tomorrow morning, Kurogiri said, looking over to Shigaraki. Everyone in the room turned to face the blue-haired teen. We are kidnapping someone of interest to the League tomorrow. You all will be a part of the Vanguard Action Squad. Dabi, you are the leader. Take Compress and Twice with you, explained Shigaraki. Sure, whatever, replied Dabi, showing his disinterest. Gore, Magna, and Spinner, you two are together. Blonde Brat, Mustard, you two are going alone, Shigaraki said. Okay, replied Mustard in a low voice. All right then, we got this, replied Magna, looking over to Spinner, who simply rolled his eyes. Yes, sir, replied Toga cheerfully. Deku, you're with Muscular, said Shigaraki, hiding his smile. If you say so, replied Midoriya. All right, that is all. We have one more member, Moonfish, but he's not entirely sane. He will be on the battlefield with you all, don't you worry, Kurogiri explained, showing everyone a photo of Moonfish. All right, if that's it. I'm leaving, said Midoriya as he opened the front door and walked back to his apartment. Shigaraki had a huge smile on his face, which was covered by a hand. Tomorrow is going to be great. Hey, Muscular, come here for a second. I got a job for you, said Shigaraki in a twisted voice. In the mountains. The air was cold and crisp. At the top of a plateau stood 5 people. I'm itching to go already. Let's hurry up and move, said Muscular impatiently under his dark cloak. It's too soon, besides there is no need to do anything flashy, added Mustard. Yeah, but who died and made you boss? Dabi added. Midoriya was sitting at the edge of the plateau on the left of Toga. So bright, are they stupid? Oh well, what's done is done, said Midoriya to himself, looking over to the bright source of light in the distance. I mean, this thing is not cute at all, complained Toga, fidgeting with her mask. I designed them, they weren't meant to be cute. But I'll paint it pink for you next time, Toga, Midoriya said, still looking over at the forest. Really? Thank you, said Toga, hugging Midoriya from behind. Whatever, replied Midoriya, ignoring her hug. Midoriya was seemingly emotionless. He didn't care for anyone or anything emotionally except his mother, who he still visited, and himself. Who cares? Let's just get to it. My blood is pumping like crazy over here, Muscular growled, oozing his bloodlust. Shut up, you whack jobs, we wait until the rest are here, Dabi commanded. The timing couldn't have been any more perfect. As the other 3 arrived on the scene, Magna, Moonfish, and Spinner. Sorry to keep you waiting, said Magna, lugging around her weapon, which was wrapped in a cloth. A job, Moonfish said, barely able to speak. Spinner didn't say anything and simply adjusted his costume. He took a glance over to Midoriya, who was still staring blankly into the forest. Spinner growled lowly at the sight of Midoriya. We will make them understand that their peace rests in our hands, Dabi said loudly as the entire group except Midoriya rallied behind him. The next day at 7 p.m., Class 1A and 1B were going to be having a test of courage in the forest, a simple game which consisted of scaring the other class. Students began to pour into the forest when the smell of burnt wood caught everyone's attention. Dabi and Mustard began their assault and cornered the students. Spinner and Magna went off to assault the pussycats. The rest went off on their own except Midoriya and Muscular. Well, what do we have here? A face that isn't on the list, said Muscular to the child before him. Midoriya was close behind, watching the interaction unfold between Muscular and the young boy. The mission assigned to them was to assault the teachers if Magna and Spinner were to be overrun. Hey kid, that a slick hat you got on. How about you trade me for this dumb mask? I'm new, so this was all they had, said Muscular, taking a step forward. The boy took one step back in fear. The boy turned around quickly and ran. Muscular, however, activated his quirk, muscle augmentation, and dashed in front of the young child. "I'm gonna have fun with you," Muscular shouted, augmenting his right arm and throwing a punch towards the child. Muscular, however, was surprised to see Midoriya holding the boy in his arms and setting him down behind him. "Tsh, that's no fun," sighed Muscular, staring at Midoriya with murderous eyes. "What's your name, kid?" asked Midoriya, facing Muscular. "Kota," said the boy shakily. "All right, Kota. Stay out of my way," said Midoriya as he straightened himself and prepared himself for Muscular's attack. "I love how you already know I'm going to end you. Now show me some blood," shouted Muscular as he dashed towards Midoriya. Midoriya ducked underneath Muscular's punch and reached into one of his utility holsters. "Even if I'm more experienced, I'm still only human. One solid punch from this guy would shatter my body," Midoriya thought as he pulled out a flashbang from his belt and tossed it towards the Muscular man. The flashbang made a loud clang as it went off, making a huge flash of light, blinding Muscular. Shouted Muscular, grasping at his eye. Midoriya put all his force into his legs and dashed towards Muscular with his blade in hand. "His muscle layer is thick. I'm gonna need all my force and weight behind my blade if I want to do any damage," Midoriya said to himself as he stabbed Muscular in the arm. Muscular recoiled from the pain but quickly grabbed Midoriya by the collar, throwing him towards the side of the mountain. "Fungi hell. This guy isn't even using his full power either," coughed Midoriya. "Ha! That one hurt, brat," said Muscular as he walked towards Midoriya, who was on the floor coughing up blood. "Before you die, I just wanted to let you know Shigaraki wanted you dead. But so did I. It works out for both of us," said Muscular as he lifted his arm over Midoriya, winding a punch before he was hit in the head with a rock. "Water hose, my mom and dad. Did you torture them like this when you ended them?" choked Kota with tears in his eyes. "Whoa, you're their kid. This must be fate or something. They're the ones who gave me this glass eye," said Muscular, showing his glass eye to Kota as he took a few steps in Kota's direction. "Because of people like you, things always end up like this," Kota shouted at Muscular, who was unfazed by the child's words. "Brats like you sure know how to pass the blame. That's no good. I don't really hold a grudge against them. I ended them like I wanted to in the end. They tried to stop me, we all did our best and had to deal with the results. What's bad is when you can't put your money where your mouth is." Muscular continued, getting closer to Kota, who in turn took a few steps back. "Like your mommy and daddy," shouted Muscular, aiming a punch towards Kota. Midoriya was behind Muscular in an instant, but Muscular predicted it and threw a punch backward towards Midoriya. "Ah! I knew you'd attack me, you quirkless piece of trash. I have speed and power," shouted Muscular, turning to face Midoriya. Midoriya dodged Muscular's punch, using the large man's arm as footing to dash towards him again. "Murder without conviction is the greatest sin. Death. Yes. Yes, death is the only cure for the sick, such as yourself," said Midoriya, emanating an insane amount of bloodlust. Muscular's confident demeanor switched to fear at the sight of Midoriya and his sheer intent to end. Midoriya lodged his arm into one of Muscular's muscle fibers and lifted his blade. "Now, your speed is meaningless," said Midoriya as he slashed at Muscular's face with his blade. Muscular brought his head back, barely dodging the blade by an inch. He was cut on his forehead and blood began to spill throughout his face. Muscular grabbed Midoriya by his arm and threw him towards Kota. "This kid. Am I afraid?" Muscular asked himself as he looked down at his hands, which were shaking uncontrollably. Midoriya lifted himself off the ground and took a single step forward, before stopping suddenly. What just happened?" asked Midoriya as he looked up to see Muscular in front of him, reaching into his pocket. Midoriya then remembered Stain's words. "Slaughter. It's basically bloodlust turned up to 11, Midoriya remembered as he looked at his hands covered in blood. "You pushed me to this state. Playtime is over, Deku. I'm using my serious eye," said Muscular as he put on a red glass eye. "Shit. Kota, grab onto me," Midoriya commanded. Kota quickly followed Midoriya orders and latched onto his back, closing his eyes in the process. Muscular used 100% power and blew a chunk of the mountain's ridge off. The air pressure gave Midoriya a big enough push to send him flying to his desired location. "You can't dodge forever," said Muscular, shooting a glance at Midoriya and Kota, who were now behind him. "I won't be able to beat him. Not like this, said Midoriya, setting down Kota behind him and looking at the crazed man before him. I'll have to test it here, and if it doesn't work, this kid and I are as good as dead, said Midoriya to himself as he reached into one of his utility belts and pulled out a retractable gun and a syringe-looking dart. Now show me some blood, Deku, shouted Muscular as he dashed towards Midoriya. Midoriya grabbed Kota by his shirts collar and jumped to the side, barely dodging. I have to use it now, and I can't hit his fibers, said Midoriya as he loaded the gun with the dart. Midoriya watched as Muscular turned slowly to face him. Nowhere left to go. That means it's time to die, said Muscular, walking slowly towards Midoriya. All right, please work, Midoriya said to himself as he ran towards Muscular. At least you will die like a man, shouted Muscular, throwing a telegraphed punch towards Midoriya. Midoriya did a spin and dodged the punch. Midoriya pointed the gun at Muscular neck, which was his only opening. Gotcha, Midoriya said aloud as he pulled the trigger and the gun fired. The dart penetrated Muscular skin and immediately poured a liquid into him. That was it. Haha. Well, it's time to die, Deku, shouted Muscular as he threw a punch towards Midoriya. Midoriya wouldn't be able to dodge the punch, he was much too close. However, as Midoriya prepared himself for death, Muscular's muscle fibers instantly retracted midway through his punch. 3 seconds, that's how long it took to take effect, huh? Said Midoriya, taking a mental note whilst folding his dart gun and returning it to its holster. Wah, what did you do to me? Asked Muscular, taking a step back. I erased your quirk. Now we can have a fair fight, Midoriya explained. Don't you agree? Midoriya asked with a sadistic look on his face. Flashback. A Nomu with the ability to erase quirks. May I ask why? Asked All for One. Sensei, as you know, I'm quirkless. I am highly trained and I can handle myself. However, I will lose to sheer brute force, for example All Might or an individual with a size-increasing quirk. However, I will not use the Nomu for missions. More like a lab rat, explained Midoriya, reading his notes on quirk erasing. I see you wish to even out the playing field, All for One said with a chuckle. More or less, responded Midoriya, staring at the encased Nomu. Flashback end. That's right, take it in, Muscular, how the rest of us feel, the quirkless and the weak. Do you feel it? The feeling of being powerless, said Midoriya as he dashed toward Muscular. Muscular threw a large right hook towards Midoriya, who was already in his face. Without your quirk, you're just a man, and without training or power, it's as if I'll be finishing off a downed animal, Midoriya explained as he cut Muscular's arms and legs. Muscular grunted at the pain and shock of his quirk being erased. Midoriya was almost bullying Muscular. The difference in ability was too great. Midoriya had experience and training, meanwhile Muscular relied on his quirk and sheer brute strength to win battles. GRRRHH. F you, shouted Muscular, taking another swing only to miss yet again. Don't struggle. I'll make this quick, said Midoriya as he swiftly got behind Muscular and raised his knife. Midoriya bashed Muscular in the back of his head with the handle of the blade, rendering him unconscious. Go to sleep, said Midoriya as he watched the large man fall to the floor. Midoriya quickly cuffed Muscular and moved him against a wall. Psychopaths like you are better behind bars. Or dead, said Midoriya as he looked over Muscular's body. Midoriya turned to walk towards Kota before turning around and kicking Muscular in the ribs, shattering two in the process. Sorry I slipped, chuckled Midoriya as he turned back around and walked towards Kota, who was hiding behind a rock. You beat him, but you're a villain, aren't you? Asked Kota, wiping away his tears. Just a job, kid. Besides, ending just isn't my style, explained Midoriya as he sat down and took a deep breath. What's your name? Please tell me, and can I see your face? Asked Kota shyly. Deku sighed and took off his hood, revealing his face. He saw no harm in showing a child. Deku, and that's all you need to know about me. Now let's take you to your guardians. Midoriya responded, putting his hood back on and signaling Kota to get on his back. Deku. Cool, Kota said to himself as he latched onto Midoriya's back. Midoriya was making his way through the forest when he saw the large building in the distance. Midoriya was interrupted by Dabi's voice in his ear. Deku. It's Dabi, we got the package. Make it to the center ASAP. We are waiting on you, hurry up or we're leaving without you, said Dabi into Midoriya's earpiece. He had it muted during his fight with Muscular. Copy, responded Midoriya as he put on his hood again. Aizawa, Vlad, and what was left of the pussycats were counting the students when Midoriya appeared out of the forest with Kota. "Shino!" shouted Kota as he hopped off Midoriya's back and towards his aunt. "Kota!" shouted Shino aka Mandalay as she opened her arms wide open. All the teachers and students turned to see Midoriya standing in the back, standing behind a tree watching silently. Midoriya wanted to make sure Kota made it back safely. "I'll see you around, kid," said Midoriya as he ran back into the forest and towards Dabi's location. "Who was that?" murmured some students from both classes. "Kota. Who was that?" asked Shino, looking into the dark forest. "His name was Deku, he saved me," explained Kota. Tenya's ears perked up at the name. "He's a villain. But he saved me from the man who ended my mom and dad," choked Kota, trying hard to hold back his tears. "Muscular? He brought him down?" Mandalay asked her nephew. "Yeah, he was so cool," said Kota as he hugged his Aunt Shino warmly. "Deku again, huh? Your name just keeps popping up everywhere, doesn't it?" said Aizawa in a low voice as he turned to care for his students. Midoriya soon found his way back to his group. Everyone was there except for Moonfish, Mustard, and Muscular. "Where is Muscular?" asked Dabi. "We got separated in the commotion. Did you guys get whoever Shigaraki wanted?" "And where is Mustard and Moonfish?" replied Midoriya calmly. "Yeah, we got him. As for Moonfish and Mustard, they got taken out," explained Dabi, pulling out his burner cell phone. "Forget Muscular, we can't stay here any longer," Dabi said, signaling Kurogiri on his phone to teleport everyone back. Midoriya turned to face the location where Muscular was. "Shigaraki, my patience has drawn thin," Midoriya said in a low voice, walking through Kurogiri's misty portal. "Back at the League of Villains HQ. Did you guys get him?" Shigaraki asked Dabi. "Yeah, we got him," replied Dabi in confirmation. The rest of the Vanguard squad filled the bar, including Midoriya. Compress pulled out a marble and presented it to Shigaraki. "Why won't you just die?" Shigaraki thought, looking over to Midoriya. "Well, how do we get him out?" asked Shigaraki angrily. I recommend preparing some proper restraints first. He is very feisty," Compress said. "I'll get to it," said Kurogiri, teleporting away. Kurogiri returned minutes later with proper restraints. Midoriya was uninterested for the most part. He was thinking hard about something he had to do. "Bring him out," ordered Shigaraki. "As you wish," replied Compress, releasing Bakugo Katsuki from his marble. Bakugo was unconscious, so the League had time to tie him down. Midoriya was spacing off. When he turned to see the package they had to retrieve, Midoriya's eyes widened slightly at the sight of his old childhood friend / bully. "He was the one we had to retrieve? Are you serious?" Midoriya thought to himself, staring at the unconscious blonde boy. Midoriya made sure to hide his surprised face by putting on his hood. "Hey, why are you hiding your face?" asked Dabi loudly. "I would rather keep my identity secret is all," Midoriya replied. I can respect that," Dabi said, looking over to Bakugo. Bakugo wouldn't be awake for another 24 hours, so the League of Villain members went to bed and decided to rest up for tomorrow. Midoriya lay awake in his bed, wondering why Shigaraki wanted Bakugo, and how Midoriya was going to get back at Shigaraki for all he's done. The next day, it was currently 6:30 p.m. The League was in the bar talking to Bakugo except Midoriya. "Midoriya, you are needed at the bar," said Kurogiri into the intercom connected to his room. "I'm on my way," replied Midoriya, putting on his villain costume. Midoriya made his way to the bar. Spinner was preaching Stain's crusade when Midoriya made his way into the bar. Spinner gave Midoriya a mean look and continued with his speech. "Any progress, Kurogiri?" asked Midoriya, making his way behind the bar. "Unfortunately, no. The young man hasn't spoken a word," replied Kurogiri, looking over to Bakugo, who wore a mean expression. "I see," Midoriya said, looking over to Bakugo. "Dabi, untie him," Shigaraki demanded, looking over to Dabi. "Huh?" Midoriya and Dabi asked in unison. "He'll go wild for sure," replied Dabi. "It's okay, we got to treat him as an equal after all. Besides, our little UA student here should know. He can't win," explained Shigaraki, looking at the restrained teen. "Twice, you do it," commanded Dabi. "What, me? No thanks." Twice replied quickly before he started contradicting himself and untied Bakugo. Thanks to rules and heroes we have been suffocated, we have all suffered like you. Join us and break free from the shackles heroes have put upon you, explained Compress to Bakugo. Bakugo sat in his chair, massaging his wrist when Shigaraki began to walk in his direction. Before Shigaraki could say anything, Bakugo set off an explosion in his face. Thought I was gonna croak of old age. I hate guys like you who can't get to the point. Basically, we want to cause trouble. Join us. What I always admired All Might's triumphs. And no matter what you all say, nothing will change that, Bakugo explained loudly. Midoriya was silently observing Bakugo and the League's actions. He didn't want any unnecessary attention, or for Bakugo to reveal his real name, putting Midoriya's mother in potential danger. The TV mounted on a wall began to show a live interview of the a school board and their approach to the situation at hand. Bakugo pursues the title hero more than anyone. If the villains can't see that they are foolish, Aizawa explained to the reporter. We are hardly approaching this passively. At this moment we are working with police to retrieve the student who was taken from us, Nizu added. Heh, good ol' Udata, said Bakugo looking at the screen. Father, said Shigaraki in a low voice. Midoriya quickly grasped his knife, preparing himself to stop Shigaraki from potentially ending Bakugo. You mustn't, Shigaraki. Calm yourself, shouted Kurojiri as he threw himself to stop Shigaraki from doing anything rash. Stay back, all of you. This kid is an important pawn. I thought we might understand each other, said Shigaraki looking over to Bakugo. Nope, Bakugo sneered back. And we just heard about the hero's search for you, so I won't bother trying to convince you anymore, said Shigaraki, relocating his hand on his face. Master, lend me your power, Shigaraki asked the monitor. Very well, a smart choice, Shigaraki Tamura, replied All for One. Little did Shigaraki know the League of Villains hideout was about to be raided by the top heroes in the country. 30 minutes earlier. Okay, we have their location. This will be a swift operation. Endeavor, you will support the police in the back. All Might, Kamui Woods, Edgeshot, and Gran Torino, you're on point, explained Naomasa to the pros. One more thing, be on the lookout for this villain. He is to be apprehended at any cost, Naomasa added, showing the heroes a photo of Midoriya. All Might's blood went cold at the sight of the young teenager. Meanwhile, the others simply acknowledged the order. The heroes all left the conference room except All Might and Naomasa. Naomasa, is this villain by any chance Quirkless? All Might asked, choking on his words. Yes, he is. I know the connection you have with him. It wasn't your fault, Toshinori. But regardless of your view on him, he is still a villain and should be treated as such, replied Naomasa, leaving All Might alone in the room. I'll bring you back, Midoriya, All Might said, fully determined. Flashback end. Kurojiri. Compress, let's put him to sleep again, commanded Shigaraki as he took a step towards Bakugo. I'm impressed with how unwillingly he is to listen to reason, sighed Compress. Bakugo was posed and ready to defend himself when there was a knock at the door. Kamino Pizza Ward, said the voice behind the door. The entire league was confused, all except Midoriya. Welp, took them long enough. Guess this is it. The end of the line, Midoriya thought, preparing himself for heroes to come bursting through the door. In that moment, the entire wall was blown into by All Might, followed by Edgeshot and Kamui. Kurojiri, warp us, shouted Shigaraki, but Kurojiri was quickly binded by Kamui. Kamui had binded all the villains afterward, followed by Edgeshot and Gran Torino. Dabi attempted to ignite his flame but was knocked unconscious by Gran Torino. There is no escape for you, League of Villains, for we are here, said All Might. Spinner and many other villains shuddered at the sight of All Might and his determination. All Might, shuddered Spinner, looking at the large man. We're not the only ones you have to worry about. Kurojiri, bring out the Nomu, shouted Shigaraki. I'm sorry, Shigaraki Tamura, the Nomu set aside for us are gone, explained Kurojiri nervously. Your mischief has gone long enough. You have underestimated Bakugo's spirit. And our rage, said All Might, staring at the blue-haired teen. It ends here, Shigaraki Tamura, shouted All Might, looking at the binded villains. Ends here, huh? No, this is just the beginning. You're all justice, this justice that we're going to remove you from the picture and show you how fragile your peace really is. Shigaraki said to All Might angrily. Kurogiri, shouted Shigaraki. However, the misty figure was knocked out in an instant by Ed's shot. What just happened? Is he dead? Asked Toga, concerned for her fellow league member. No, he's just unconscious. I just fiddled with his insides, explained Ed's shot. Just take it easy, Kenji Hikishi, Atsuhiro Seiko, Shuichi Iguchi, Himiko Toga, Jin Bubigawara. With a little intel and time we figured out all your identities, said Gran Torino, looking over at the villains. And you, the one with the hood on, said Gran Torino, walking over to Midoriya, who was binded by Kamui. Midoriya was rather quiet and calm during the entire raid. He knew they lost the moment Kamui binded all of them in an instant. Gran Torino made his way to Midoriya and pulled back his hood. It took Bakugo a few seconds to realize who it was under the hood. But when he did, his eyes grew wide at the sight. Midoriya. All Might tried his best to maintain his cool, but his demeanor also changed to a surprised look. It had been more than a year since he last seen Midoriya. You're choked, Bakugo. Yes, this is Dash, said Gran Torino before he was cut off by Midoriya. If you say my name, I swear you will pay, explained Midoriya in a low, murderous tone. Gran Torino understood how dangerous Midoriya by the change in tone. Gran Torino decided to keep his real name a secret. Gran Torino decided to call him by his villain name. This is the villain Deku, he's wanted by the police, explained Gran Torino. Shigaraki was beginning to lose his cool. He was getting angrier by each passing moment. It can't be defeated just like that? No freaking way. Get out of here. And go to hell, Shigaraki said in a murderous tone. Where is he, Shigaraki? Shouted All Might. I hate you, Shigaraki shouted in response. Black liquid, however, began to teleport Nomu at the league base and outside the building. Bakugo and every league member was engulfed by the dark liquid and began to teleport elsewhere. All Might tried to grab hold of Bakugo, but it was far too late. He was gone. No, shouted All Might at the top of his lungs. Soon everyone was teleported to All for One's location. What was that? Asked Bakugo, looking over behind to see the other villains appearing. Apologies, Bakugo said All for One, looking over to his disciple Shigaraki. Behind a concrete wall was 4U. Students, Tenya Ida, Momo Yaoyorozu, Ijiru Kirishima, and Achiko Uraraka. Kirishima had made a plan to rescue Bakugo along with the help of his classmates. How do we save him? Asked Uraraka. Indeed, it seems rather impossible, Momo added. I have a plan, but we are all going to have to do our part, said Tenya, looking over to his fellow classmates. All right, Kirishima confirmed. You failed again, Tamura, but that's what I'm here for, so you can get back up and try again. This is all for you. All for One explained, extended a hand to his disciple before he was interrupted by All Might. All for One quickly turned around to block All Might's punch. I knew you'd come, here to end me again, said All for One as he activated his quirks. All for One's arm began to swell up and punched All Might away, shattering multiple buildings in the process. Sheer power versus sheer power, said Midoriya, watching intently as All Might was nowhere to be seen. All Might, shouted Bakugo. He won't die from a love tap like that, explained All for One. Escape from this place, Tamura, and take the boy with you, said All for One, forcefully activating Kurogiri's quirk, who was on the ground unconscious. Shigaraki, we have to leave, while All Might is busy, suggested Compress. Get the pawn, ordered Shigaraki, looking over to Bakugo. Bakugo began to furiously fend off the villains, making sure as to not let Compress grab a hold of him. Midoriya, on the other hand, was calmly observing everything happen before him. He no longer owed the League anything. Shigaraki wanted him dead. There was no reason to stick around. Not anymore. Deku, help us now, Shigaraki shouted, being blasted away by Bakugo at the same time. Bakugo had completely forgotten about Midoriya and his new status of villain. He shot a glance over to his old childhood friend. Okay, Midoriya said, making his way over to Bakugo. Midoriya began to engage Bakugo, but only putting enough effort to seem like he was trying. In reality, Midoriya was letting himself be pushed back and blown away on purpose. You're still so weak, DKU. Bakugo shouted, blasting away Midoriya. This guy, man. Midoriya chuckled, dusting himself off. All right, let's do this, said Kirishima, getting in position. I'm ready, said Tenya. I am as well, Momo added. Let's do this. I hope it works, Uraraka said softly as to not be heard by the villains. The plan was simple and effective. Uraraka would use her zero gravity on Tenya and Kirishima as to reach maximum speed. Kirishima would be a barrier to break through the concrete wall, and Momo would make a small ramp and set it up beforehand while the villains were distracted. Alright, you guys can do this. Please be careful, said Uraraka, making her way back into the city. Momo made the ramp and set it up in front of the concrete wall when the villains were busy trying to catch Bakugo. Good luck you two, whispered Momo as she quickly followed Uraraka. Alright. Recipro burst, shouted Tenya, igniting his engines and smashing through the wall with Kirishima as a battering ram, and using the ramp to get an insane amount of height thanks to Uraraka's quirk. A loud smash could be heard, and everyone turned to see two boys in midair. Come, shouted Kirishima, holding out his hand towards Bakugo. Bakugo saw his chance and used his quirk to blast himself towards Tenya and Kirishima. Are you guys idiots? Bakugo said with a sneer as he grabbed Kirishima's hand. Spinner, come here quickly, you two compress, said Magna, signaling them over to her. Magna acted quickly to propel Compress towards the trio in the sky when he was stopped by a pro-hero able to grow extremely tall. Get out of here, you brats, said Empty Lady as she fell to the ground with a loud crash. All Might and All for One were still in their heated battle, exchanging blows which caused the whole city to rumble. However, now that Bakugo was gone, All Might could let loose. Midoriya, I'm sorry, but I can't hold back. I must stop this man here and now, thought All Might as he looked over to Midoriya and then to All for One. We can still catch them one more shot, said Magna before she was knocked out by Gran Torino. Gran Torino knocked out twice and Spinner quickly after. Midoriya, Tamura and Toga were the only ones left conscious in the fight. All for One activated Magna's quirk to push them into the warp gate. Wait, Sensei. With that body you'll, said Shigaraki as he was engulfed by the mist. Continue the fight, Tamura. All for One said as he turned to face All Might. Midoriya and the rest of the league were soon being pushed into the portal. Gran Torino, however, saw his chance. With all the villains being occupied, he quickly took a deep breath and used his jets at max force to propel himself toward Midoriya, grabbing him in midair. Midoriya didn't struggle or fight back. He simply let himself be taken to the police by the hero. You're coming with me? Said Gran Torino, using his quirk to make his way through the streets and towards the police. You're quite nimble, aren't you, old-timer? Midoriya said nonchalantly as he was being pulled by his collar. Hey, can you do me a favor, hero? Midoriya asked the Gran Torino. I don't think you deserve one villain. Gran Torino responded harshly. Maybe you're right, but I'll ask you regardless. Can you please tell the police not to release my name to the public? Said Midoriya solemnly. Why are you so adamant on that, kid? Asked Gran Torino, slowing down his jets. I worked with the League. I kept my name a secret, not for my sake but for my mother's. If they find out my name, I have no doubt Shigaraki will come after my family. Midoriya explained. Oh, I see. Well, I'll see what I can do, Gran Torino responded. Midoriya and Gran Torino soon arrived with the police and Midoriya was arrested. Take him to the station and wait for Naomasa, Gran Torino explained as he made his way back to All Might. It's over. I wonder what Stain is doing, said Midoriya in a low voice, looking out the police car window. Midoriya was transferred to the police station where he was processed and put in a jail cell. The police confiscated all of Midoriya's weapons and gadgets. Along with his costume, Midoriya was given an orange jumpsuit. The fight between All Might and All for One had long ended, but the replay was showing in the police station TV. Midoriya had a clear view from his cell. Look at All Might, standing tall after all that. Amazing, mentioned a police officer eating a donut. So All for One lost, huh? No surprise there. His body was far too fragile, said Midoriya in low voice, watching as All Might struggled to stay standing. Midoriya was not told much aside from his rights, and his interrogation he would be receiving the next morning. Midoriya laid down and fell to sleep instantly. He was tired of everything. At the police station, 10 a.m. Midoriya was patiently waiting for his interview with Naomasa. Midoriya was somewhat impatient. He wasn't allowed visits from anyone until his interrogation was finished. Midoriya wanted to see his mother, Inko. Midoriya. The sound of rattling keys caught Midoriya's attention. All right against the wall, arms behind your back, said the police officer pulling out his handcuffs. Midoriya did as he was instructed and let the policeman cuff him and guide him out of his cell. The policeman took Midoriya into a soundproof room with a single bolted-down table and one chair on both sides. All right, sit here and put your hands on the table, commanded the officer pointing towards the chair. Midoriya didn't say a word and sat down on the chair, setting his cuffed hands on the table afterward. The policeman connected Midoriya cuffs to the table, so he couldn't pull anything. The detective will be here soon, said the policeman, coldly locking the door behind him as he left. About time, sighed Midoriya, looking down at his restrained wrists. 20 minutes later, the metal door slowly opened, revealing a single detective. Good morning, Naomasa, Midoriya greeted as he bowed his head. Good morning, Izuku Midoriya? Or should I say Deku, Naomasa responded, taking a seat across from Midoriya. Whichever is fine, as long as my name is not made public, Midoriya stated firmly. Very well, Naomasa said, taking a mental note on Midoriya's request. You know, I knew if anyone would figure me out, it would be you, Midoriya said, sitting upright in his chair. How so? Asked Naomasa. Your visits with my mom, you're no idiot either, so it was only a matter of time until you pieced it all together, explained Midoriya. So you kept an eye on your mother, said Naomasa, probing Midoriya. Of course, if anything were to happen to her because of me, I wouldn't be able to live with myself, Midoriya replied solemnly. I see. Well, Midoriya, I'm going to ask you some questions. I hope you will cooperate with me, Naomasa said, taking out his notepad. Of course, ask away, detective, Midoriya replied, shifting in his chair. Midoriya, when did you join the league? Asked Naomasa, activating his quirk, lie detector. The ability to tell if an individual is lying. I would say around 2 months, give or take. I haven't been with them long, Midoriya replied. I see, and before you joined the league, can you tell me about your whereabouts during that time? Naomasa asked, looking at his notes on Stain. I trained under Stain the hero ender for a little over a year. He taught me how to fight and defend myself, how to be something more than a quirkless and timid child. However, after some time he suggested I join the league. We parted ways not long after. Midoriya explained, fidgeting with his cuffs. They were on fairly tight. Do you know Stain's current whereabouts now? Asked Naomasa. No, Stain keeps to himself for the most part, replied Midoriya quickly. Naomasa was using his quirk. Everything Midoriya was saying was true. It surprised Naomasa that Midoriya was being so cooperative. I'm not lying. Besides, with that quirk of yours, it seems like a waste of time if I tried to lie, haha. Midoriya chuckled. Naomasa was caught off guard. Midoriya knew of his quirk, as Naomasa tried to keep it a secret. I'm surprised you know of my quirk, Naomasa replied with a surprised tone. Of course I do. I know the quirks of nearly everybody in Japan, Midoriya replied. Is that the work you were assigned to in the league? Naomasa asked curiously. Yes, I recorded quirks and presented them to the league. I was also an on and off field agent. Mostly off, but you get the idea, Midoriya replied, looking down at his cuffs. You were present at the assault on U.A and the summer camp, correct? Asked Naomasa, looking at Midoriya with a serious face. Yes, that's correct. I was present on both occasions. I have been undercover multiple times, however, and as for the summer camp raid, things didn't go as planned, Midoriya explained. Please elaborate, Midoriya. How many times were you undercover? And please tell me what happened at the camp. Why didn't things go as planned? Naomasa asked, writing down everything Midoriya was saying. I was undercover during the U.A entrance exam. Don't worry, I didn't do anything to the students. I simply took the exam to test myself. I was under the name Akaguro Hero, Midoriya explained. Naomasa was surprised to hear Midoriya was Hero, but the detective very well what Midoriya was capable of. Midoriya took a short pause and continued. The other 2 times were unintentional. I was to record students' quirks for the league and I took a photo with the students of 1A. The other time was at the mall. I interacted with a couple students of class 1A for a few minutes. Midoriya explained to the detective, who was busy writing down in his notepad. Things never go as planned. This much I have learned from the league. I was assigned back up along with a villain who went by the alias Muscular. Shigaraki was not fond of my involvement in the league and ordered Muscular to end me. I defeated Muscular and regrouped with the squad shortly after. Midoriya said, not mentioning Kota. Muscular. A bloodthirsty villain, and yet you managed to take him down. He was apprehended and sent to jail. He's looking at life or the death sentence, you know. Naomasa replied, looking up from his notepad. Good. Scum like him are waste of space on this earth, Midoriya replied with a cold expression. Midoriya, I'm going to ask you 3 more questions. Please answer truthfully, Naomasa said, tightening his grasp on his notepad. Before Naomasa could ask his question, he glanced over to Midoriya's wrists. They were tightly secured, maybe even too much. Naomasa stood up and released Midoriya from his cuffs. Thank you, they were rather tight, Midoriya said, massaging his wrists. Not a problem. Are you ready to answer, Midoriya? Naomasa asked, moving the cuffs to the side. Of course, detective, Midoriya replied, setting both of his hands on the table. Midoriya, how many students have you injured? Naomasa asked in a somewhat nervous tone. Naomasa was afraid of this question. If Midoriya assaulted the students with a knife or a deadly weapon, it was possible he would be seeing up to 15 years in prison. I have only attacked 2 students. I engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Bakugo Katsuki and Kirishima Ijiro. Midoriya responded calmly. I see, Naomasa sighed in relief. Midoriya, do you know anything about the Nomu? Naomasa asked firmly. I know they are creatures pumped with multiple quirks. That is all I know about them. All for one made sure to keep everyone in the dark. Midoriya explained, not mentioning the personal Nomu he requested long ago. I understand. Thank you for being honest on that one, Naomasa said, flipping through his notes. Midoriya, Gran Torino said you didn't put up a fight when he apprehended you. Why is that? Asked Naomasa curiously. I was done with it all. My life was under constant threat by everyone. I just wanted it to end, and I wanted to see my mother again, Midoriya explained with a sigh. Oh, Naomasa replied with a sigh of his own. There was a short pause in the room. Midoriya, why did you become a villain? Naomasa asked, looking straight at Midoriya. Why, huh? That's a good one. I'm not sure myself, detective, but I'll tell you about myself. Hopefully that will shed some light. I was just a child, and like any other child I was full of hopes and dreams. My dream, however, was to become a hero, and not just any hero. A great one like All Might, a hero who could save anyone with a smile. My dream, however, would not become a reality. I was quirkless. My only true friend became my tormentor, bullying me for being quirkless. But I powered through it all, the abuse and neglect. Deep down I wanted to believe I could be a hero, prove them all wrong and show them a timid quirkless boy could become a hero if he tried hard enough. My string of hope was thin, and then All Might appeared, my chance to know if it was possible. I asked All Might, my idol, if I could become a hero. However, I learned 2 things that day. Hopes and dreams are only hopes and dreams, and life isn't like the stories or movies, it's a cruel and dangerous place. The string I held for all those years finally snapped that day. I simply couldn't deal with it anymore. So later that day I returned to the same place my dreams were shattered, and jumped, Midoriya said solemnly whilst clenching his fists. Stain took me under his wing, and I became the very thing I swore to defeat. I became a villain, and not because I wanted to, but because I had nowhere else to go, Midoriya explained. Midoriya, Naomasa said in a low voice. Midoriya didn't respond and stared at his scarred and beaten hands. Thank you, Midoriya. That's all I had, Naomasa said, standing up from his seat and heading towards the door. Detective. Looking back, my life has been nothing but failure. It's funny how things turn out, huh? Midoriya said, still looking at his hands. Naomasa didn't say a word and walked out of the room. On the other side of the double-sided window stood Toshinori and Midoriya's mother. Inko was crying at the sight of her son. He was nothing like the boy she remembered. Midoriya now was an emotionless boy with no ambition or hope. He was now an empty vessel full of regret. Toshinori's blood was cold. He blamed himself for the current state Midoriya was in. Pathetic. I'm pathetic, Toshinori said in a low voice to himself. Slap. Toshinori took the slap from Inko without retaliation. If only you had just said something else. Inko shouted at the blonde skeletal man. Toshinori stood silent and stared at the floor. Ma'am, please calm down, Naomasa said, walking quickly up to Inko. I know it's not his fault. I should have known sooner. I should have done something, Inko choked, falling to her knees. Naomasa, what do? We can't let him rot in jail, Toshinori asked, which was very uncommon of him. I have a risky idea, but it's worth a shot, Naomasa said, lifting up Inko from the floor. Ma'am, whenever you're ready to talk to Midoriya, just tell me, Naomasa added, looking back at Midoriya, who was staring blankly into space. 1 hour later, the door to the interrogation room opened and Inko walked in. Mom! Midoriya choked as he looked at his mother. Izuku, Inko said as she hugged her child warmly. I'm sorry. It's my fault you were going through all of this, Midoriya said, scolding himself. No, sweetie. It's my fault for not doing anything sooner. I should have done something, Inko responded quickly, hugging her son tighter. No. That's not it. You gave me all the love in the world. I was just selfish and weak, Midoriya said, letting go of his mother. Izuku, Inko responded in a low voice. I'm sorry I couldn't return home. It was far too dangerous, Midoriya explained to his mother. I know, Izuku, but I'm glad we can see each other again, Inko said as tears began to fill up her eyes. Me too, Midoriya said as he finally shed a single tear. The next day at U.A. The teachers of U.A. were meeting with Naomasa at his request. So, detective, what is it you wanted to speak to us about? Nizu asked cheerfully. It was in regards to the villain Deku. I request you put him in the hero course, Naomasa said firmly to the teachers. I don't think so, detective. He's a villain and as such should be treated as one, Vlad King stated loudly. I'm with Vlad on this one, Present Mike added, slumping back into his chair. Please let me explain before you make your decision, Naomasa said, bringing in 4 people who were waiting outside the waiting room. Deku the villain, as we all know, is a villain. However, his heroic deeds far outweigh his wrongdoings. Allow me to present you the people he has saved, Naomasa explained, signaling the 4 people to come inside the room. The group of 4 consisted of Tenya Ida, Tsuyu Azui, Kota Izuma, and a random man. I'm going to let them each tell you their story, Naomasa said, standing off to the side, allowing the 4 to stand in front of the room. Hello, I am Tsuyu Azui of Class 1A, Azui said, bowing in respect to the teachers. Hello, Miss Azui. Please continue, Nizu said with a smile. Deku the villain, I don't know much about him, but I don't think he's a bad person. I was with Mineta when the villains attacked the school. I was hiding when I was spotted by Deku. He could have told his allies, but instead, he told me to run, warning me of his leader and what he would do to us if we stuck around. If it wasn't for him, I don't know if I would be here now, explained Azui as she shuddered at the thought of death. After Azui finished, Tenya soon followed. Deku, he taught me what it meant to be a true hero, and he is also the person who saved my life. I was blinded by revenge, and I made the decision to pursue the hero Ender and Hosu. Little did I know how suicidal it was at the time. I was quickly overpowered by the hero Ender, and he was prepared to take my life. Deku stepped in, however, and convinced hero Ender to spare my life. However, I know if it had come to it, Deku would have fought the hero Ender to protect me, Tenya explained, facing directly at the teachers. I see, thank you, Tenya, Nizu said in a soft voice. When I caught wind that they caught this villain, I felt like I had to thank him in person. Although I don't know his real name, I'm grateful for what he did. Like most, I was on my way to work, but I was assaulted by a large person. They beat me down and left me to die. Deka didn't, however. He cleaned my wounds and treated me before calling the paramedics. I'm glad I was able to see his face before passing out, explained the man to everyone present. The room went silent. The teachers were still not convinced, however, they were beginning to see the good in the villain. Hi, my name is Kota Izumi, Kota said shyly to the room. Hello there, Kota. Please don't be afraid, you're not going to be criticized. I promise, Nizu said with a soft smile. Oh, okay. Deku saved me from the man who ended my mom and dad, Kota said, tearing up. I always sit alone on a cliff, and Muscular the villain, he wanted to end me just for fun. But Deku stepped in and defeated Muscular, and he made sure I was safe even when he was fighting that guy. Deku was bleeding all over, coughing up blood and limping, but he still let me ride on his back. He took me to my aunt, making sure I was safe. He might be a villain, but he's my hero, Kota said loudly with tears in his eyes. The room grew silent. Everyone in the room was surprised to hear a villain did such a thing. "Thank you, Kota," Naomasa said. Naomasa soon led the group outside of the room and quickly made his way back. "Now that you have heard these stories, please tell me what you all think," Naomasa asked, standing at the front of the room. "He seems much more suited to be a hero, that's for sure," Nizu added, looking at the other teachers. "I believe with proper guidance he can become a great hero," All Might said firmly, surprising everyone in the room. "Just because he's some sanity doesn't make him any better than the other villains, but he does have some redeeming qualities," Vlad King said bluntly. "Now that the kid has some support and witnesses, I think we could squeeze him in," Present Mike added enthusiastically. The other teachers murmured amongst themselves, except Aizawa, who seemed rather annoyed. "You would all let a villain enter the hero course but not a student of your own school. It's simply ridiculous," Aizawa said somewhat angrily. The room grew silent and many teachers nodded in agreement with Aizawa's reasoning. "Detective, we see the good in this villain, but we simply cannot deny our own students the hero course to a villain who has no interest in becoming a hero," Nizu said firmly, showing a hint of sadness. "I see. Well, I thank you all for your time," Naomasa said, gathering his evidence and heading towards the door. Naomasa was 1 foot out the door when he was interrupted by Nizu. "Wait, I think I have an idea. It's not what you requested, but it's next best thing," Nizu said with a bright smile. 3 days later, U.A was finishing up the last of the students for the boarding school program. The parents all had agreed to allow their children to live at U.A for their safety. Naomasa was busy trying to convince someone of his own. "Hello, Midoriya," Naomasa greeted through the jail phone. "Hello again, detective," Midoriya greeted back, bowing his head slightly in respect. "Midoriya, I'm sure you know why I'm here," Naomasa said, looking straight at the teen. "Ah yes, the boarding program at U.A. I'm sure you know my answer," Midoriya replied in a disinterested tone. "Listen, detective, whatever you say won't change my mind. The idea is stupid and would only cause problems for me and you," Midoriya added. "Midoriya, you have 2 years in jail for assault. This could be your chance to get out of here," Naomasa said, trying his best to reason with Midoriya. "Detective, I deserve to be locked up, and I'm sure I won't be allowed to roam free at U.A either," Midoriya argued as he looked straight at the detective. "Maybe you're right, but I have someone here who wants to tell you something," Naomasa said as he signaled Inko to take the phone. "Izuku, I'm glad you're okay," Inko said with a smile. "Yeah, I'm okay. Did the detective put you up to this?" Midoriya asked his mother. "Well, yes and no. He only asked if I agreed with his suggestion and if it was possible for me to try and convince you. He did not force me or anything," Inko explained. "That's good to hear, but I really don't think this is a good idea," Midoriya replied. "I think it would be much better to be around people your age and not here with these very old men. Plus, they said I could visit any time if you went Uda," Inko said happily. Midoriya let out a long sigh and spoke. "Fine, but I'm doing it for you, not for them," Midoriya said, giving in to his mother's smile. Inko smiled brightly and passed the phone to Naomasa. "So you'll do it, Midoriya?" Naomasa asked once more. "Yes, I'll do it, but just know this, detective. If my mother gets hurt in any of this, you will regret it," Midoriya said coldly, hanging up the phone and going back to his cell. Naomasa shivered at Midoriya's words, but he finally convinced Midoriya to go through with his plan. Inko was preparing some tea for her awaited guests. Ding dong. Inko quickly made her way to the door to reveal Naomasa and All Might. "Good morning, ma'am," Naomasa greeted, hanging his hat on the rack. "Good morning, madam," All Might said as he bowed. "Good morning, you two," Inko said with a smile. Inko had done a complete 180. She was no longer depressed or anxious. Now she was full of life and happy for her son's future. "Mrs. Midoriya, I would like to apologize. I am deeply sorry for what I have done," All Might said as he got on his knees and put his forehead on the ground, asking for forgiveness. "Oh, please, you don't have to do that. I'm glad Izuku is safe and sound, and that he has been given a second chance. This is all I could ever ask for. So please get up," Inko said as she extended her arm towards All Might. "Thank you," I will guide young Midoriya to the best of my ability, All Might said as he received Inko's hand. Well, ma'am, I'm sure you know why we are here, Naomasa said with a smile. Ah, yes, his things, Inko said with a little skip in her step. Izuku said he only wanted one thing from his room. Please come this way, Inko said as she led the two men to Midoriya's room. Inko slowly opened the door to reveal Midoriya's room. The room was littered with All Might memorabilia and everything related to All Might. All Might felt a stab of guilt in his chest. The guilt seemed to never for him when it came to Midoriya. This much. He looked up to me this much. Empathetic, All Might said in a low voice as he picked up an All Might figurine. Izuku said he wanted his notebooks. He said they were hidden somewhere in a hole in his bed, Inko said as she looked underneath the bed. Inko quickly found the hole in the bed and pulled out multiple notebooks. Ah, here they are, he said this was all he wanted. He told me I could give all the All Might toys and posters to kids in need, Inko said handing the notebooks to Naomasa. How thoughtful of him, Naomasa said as he peeked into the notebooks. Wow, these notes are amazing, Naomasa said as he skimmed the notebooks and put them in a bag. All Might was still taking in Midoriya's room and all the posters. Midoriya even had posters only diehard fans could have. Toshi, Naomasa said as he put his hand on the blonde man's shoulder. Huh? Oh, of course. Let us go, All Might said, snapping out of his haze and walking back to the living room. Will Izuku be okay in U.A? I'm glad he's been given another chance, but I can't afford to lose him again, Inko said sadly. I promise he will be okay, All Might said, turning into his muscle form before reverting back into his skeletal form. Yes, we will all be keeping a close eye, don't you worry, ma'am, Naomasa said as he picked up his hat from the door. Thank you, Inko said with a smile as she waved both of the men goodbye. At U.A. This is important, so listen up, Aizawa said loudly, grabbing the students' attention. They were all standing in front of the U.A. dorms waiting to go inside. Yaoyorozu, Tenya, Uraraka, Kirishima. On that night you four went to go save Bakugo, Aizawa stated as he looked at 4 students he mentioned. Judging by a couple of your faces, I can tell you all knew full well that they intended to do so. Had All Might not been forced to retire, save Hakigure, Jiro, and Bakugo, you would all be expelled. You betrayed our trust, those who went and those who knew of the plan, so you better start rebuilding our trust through the proper channels, Aizawa said. Aizawa spoke briefly about receiving provisional licenses afterward. We will speak more on your provisional licenses tomorrow. Please meet in Class 1A. After that you can all go to your rooms and rest up, Aizawa said as he walked up the steps. The students quickly followed Aizawa into the large building. Aizawa was waiting patiently in the room when the horde of students came pouring in. The students all took their seats and waited for Aizawa to start the class. I brought you all here to the classroom because I have to introduce you all to someone, Aizawa said as he signaled someone over to the front. The door to the classroom slowly opened to reveal a well-dressed black-haired teen coming into the room. This is Izuku Midoriya. He will be teaching here at UA. The podium's yours, Aizawa said as he got into his cocoon sleeping bag and let Midoriya take the podium. Flashback. He could teach our students, Nizu suggested as he turned to face Naomasa. Many teachers almost jumped out of their seats at the suggestion. Principal Nizu, Naomasa said as he looked over to Nizu. Principal, you can't be serious, Vlad King said facing Nizu. I'm very serious, Nizu said firmly. It seems the villains are more prepared to attack our unsuspecting students each day. I believe Deku could provide our students with the knowledge to fight against this. Deku has been a villain himself. He knows how the villains think more than any of us in this room, Nizu explained to the teachers. He harmed 2 students. Who's to say he won't do the same thing again? Midnight asked. Actually, I recently found out the 2 students who were attacked by Deku were healed by him right after their battle. Deku is also not fond of murder or pointless violence, Naomasa added. Many teachers nodded slightly at the sound of that. Nizu is right about one thing. Our students are not prepared to face villains at all. They are not aware how insane and dangerous some of these guys are, Aizawa said, applying some eye drops to his dead eyes. You know what, I'm sold. I say we let him in. He sounds groovy. Present Mike added loudly. Yes, I too agree with Principal Nizu's suggestion. The sooner our students are prepared, the better. I cannot bear to go through one of the students being kidnapped again, All Might said firmly. If All Might thinks this boy can prepare our students for the future, so do I. Midnight added. Alright, let's take a vote. All those in favor of allowing Izuku Midoriya aka Deku to teach the students of UA, raise your hand, asked Nizu loudly. Nizu, All Might, Present Mike, and Midnight raised their hands first. Cementos and Ectoplasm raised their hands not long after. The only teachers left were Aizawa, Vlad King, and 13. I suppose he is quite knowledgeable, 13 said slowly, raising her hand. With that, Midoriya was in. However, one more hand went up before Nizu could say anything. Just know I'll be keeping a close eye on him, Aizawa said as he raised his hand. That's the spirit, Eraserhead, Present Mike said loudly, using his chair's wheels to glide over to Aizawa. Aizawa simply rolled his eyes in response. Vlad King still had his hand down, but he was beginning to think the idea wasn't a bad one. Alright, that settles it. Midoriya will teach the hero course students starting the coming week, Nizu said, stamping Naomesa's request. Naomesa was overjoyed he got Midoriya into UA one way or another, but there was still one more thing he had to discuss. There is one more thing I must tell you all, Naomesa said, looking at the teachers and then to Nizu. Of course, Detective, Nizu said gladly. It involves the student Bakugo Katsuki, Naomesa stated. Did something happen to him? Cementos asked. Well, as you all know, Deku is the same age as our students. Did not cross your minds at all how someone so young became a villain? Naomesa asked the teachers. Now that you're pointing it out, it is strange to see someone that young become a villain, Midnight added. Well, truth be told, Midoriya never intended to become a villain. In fact, Midoriya wanted to be a hero. He was unfortunately born quirkless, however. Bakugo was Midoriya's tormentor most of his life. He bullied and harassed him for being inferior, Naomesa said solemnly. Naomesa then proceeded to tell the students of Midoriya's life and his past, why Midoriya was who he was today. So one of our students did such a thing, Nizu said angrily with a hint of sadness. The rest of teachers, including Aizawa, were silent after hearing about Midoriya and his past. This will not go unpunished. I will speak to him, Nizu said firmly. I have some things to say to him too, Aizawa added angrily. Flashback end. Midoriya was wearing a white dress shirt with a black vest and black tie. He wore formal dress shoes and black pants. Hello Class 1A. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I will be teaching you about the villains you will face in the world. I hope we can all get along. Thank you for having me, Midoriya said in a dead tone as he bowed towards the class. Just like Aizawa, they all deadpanned in unison. DKU? Bakugo thought angrily as one eye twitched slightly. A couple students in the room recognized Midoriya almost instantly. Hey, that's Mina, Ochako, and Kirishima said together. Tenya Itza shot his hand up, waiting for Midoriya to call on him. Ah yes, Tenya Ida. I'm glad you're doing well. What is your question? Midoriya said as he looked at Tenya with a short smile. The classroom all shot a glance at Tenya and then to Midoriya. It seemed as if they knew each other. Why are you here? Why did you save me back then even though you're a villain? Tenya asked, standing up from his seat. A villain? Are you serious? Said some of the students looking over at Midoriya. I'm going to teach you all, can't you tell? Midoriya said with a low chuckle as he pulled slightly on his vest. As for your second question, maybe I saw your potential to become a true hero, or maybe I just didn't want to see someone so young die that day, Midoriya said, wiping away his smile. Midoriya will be teaching you all how to fight against villains and teach the different types you will encounter as a hero. So you better pay attention. Aizawa piped up as he took a sip from his protein bag. Bakugo could no longer contain his anger and snapped. Deku sheet, Bakugo shouted angrily as he jumped out of his desk, dashed towards Midoriya. Aizawa quickly shot up from his sleeping bag and binded Bakugo. Bakugo, settle down, Aizawa commanded angrily. Good to see you too, Bakugo, Midoriya said, looking at the blonde-haired boy, containing his subtle grudge against him. Bakugo flinched slightly at Midoriya referring to him so formally. I know you two have history, but try to keep it under control. Now go back to your seat, Aizawa said angrily as he released Bakugo from his bindings. You two know each other? Uraraka whispered to Bakugo, who sat down. Shut it, Bakugo shot back, glaring at Midoriya. Is that all, Aizawa? Midoriya said, glancing over to the man. Yes, you can go now, that goes for all you two. Except you, Bakugo, I need to speak with you in private, Aizawa said, dismissing everyone. Midoriya simply walked out of the classroom and to his dorm room. He was assigned a student dorm, however his room was at the end of the hall next to Todoroki Shoto. All the students were following Midoriya while keeping their distance, until Tenya caught up to Midoriya and caught his attention. Midoriya-sensei, Tenya said loudly, catching the black-haired boy's attention. Midoriya turned around and faced Tenya and all the students behind him. There's no need for that. Just Midoriya is fine, Midoriya said, looking at Tenya. Thank you for everything, Tenya said loudly as he quickly bowed towards Midoriya, thanking him for everything. Midoriya was not used to praise, so he wasn't sure how to react. No problem. Just don't go off and do something so stupid again, Midoriya said as he turned to go to his room. The students all followed until he shut the door to his room. After that, they all dispersed and hung out in the huge living room. Aizawa was speaking to Bakugo about Midoriya and his situation. You're part of the reason this guy is a villain, Aizawa stated coldly. Bakugo was silent. He didn't know Midoriya had turned into a villain because of his words. Nobody ever told him anything about bullying Midoriya. In fact, the other kids and teachers joined in too most of the time. He never saw anything wrong with it. Those teachers should be fired for what they did. If it was up to me, you would be expelled here and now. But the principal is such a forgiving guy, he's given you another chance, Aizawa explained coldly. Bakugo was still silent. He was processing everything. Go to his office tomorrow, Bakugo. That is all I have to say to you, Aizawa said as he made his way into the hallway. Bakugo stood alone in the room. He gripped the door handle, causing many explosions. Deku, you're ruining everything, Bakugo said angrily as he flung the door open and made his way to his room. Later that day, the students had just finished setting up their rooms and were all having fun in the living room. All except Tsuyu Azui and Bakugo Katsuki. Kirishima asked the question that was on all of their minds. So what do you guys think about Midoriya? Kirishima asked the students. This too is on my mind. I have immense respect for him, but I would like to know what you all think as well, Tenya said as he violently did his usual karate chop arm motion. I think the fact that he's a villain kinda puts me on edge, Kaminari said with a low chuckle. Yeah, what if he ends one of us? Mineta said quickly. Do you know what quirk he even has? Jiro asked Tenya. I'm not sure myself. Maybe he will go over it in class, Tenya replied quickly. Well, he's nothing like how we met him at the mall. He wasn't happy and fun at all. Mina pouted. Yeah, it's a bit unsettling that he can change his expression so drastically, Kirishima said. He seems really sad, Uraraka said, shifting slightly in the couch. Yeah, I noticed that too. He also seemed super bored, Shiro added quickly. As long as he doesn't try anything, I don't care, Todoroki said in a low, cold voice. The room grew silent for a bit when Mina broke the silence. Hey guys, Somi and the girls were thinking, why don't we have a competition to show off our rooms? Mina said happily. Midoriya was working on his lesson plan for the week when he decided to go downstairs and get some tea. Midoriya went downstairs and passed the students in the living room to make himself a cup of tea. They were all in their pajamas and indoor clothing. Midoriya was still in his formal attire still. The low sound of whispering students could be heard. How long are you all going to stare? Midoriya asked, taking a sip of tea and turning around. A lot of the students jumped after being discovered by Midoriya. Mina, however, was unaffected and nervously made her way over to Midoriya. Hey Sue, we were going to show off our rooms and we wanted to know if you wanted to come, Mina said happily. I'm sorry, Miss Ishido, I have to prepare my lesson plan for the week, Midoriya responded, setting down his teacup. Oh, it's okay, don't worry about it, Mina responded with a solemn smile. Very well, if that is all. I'll be off to my room, Midoriya said. Midoriya quickly washed his cup and went upstairs to his room. The students all began to whisper again about their new teacher. I wanted to get to know him more, Mina pouted. He has piqued my interest as well. He seems dark, Tokoyami added, looking up at the ceiling. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's all go and see some rooms, Mina shouted with glee. The night went by rather fast and all the students went to bed not long after their small room competition. The next morning, 6:30 a.m., Bakugo was in the principal's office at Nizu's request. I'm sure you know why you're here, Bakugo, Nizu said, breaking the silence in the room. Yes, sir, Bakugo responded somewhat angrily. Bakugo was hot-headed and crude, but he understood his place when it came to Principal Nizu. Your old friend Midoriya. I understand you tormented him in the past, Nizu said bluntly, getting straight to the point. Why is he teaching at UA? Bakugo asked loudly, dodging the question. Midoriya will be teaching the students at UA how to better understand the villains in this society. Nizu responded quickly. Now answer the question. Did you or did you not bully Midoriya? Nizu said, raising his voice. Yeah, I did some stuff, Bakugo said, his voice somewhat shaky. I see. Bakugo, I have decided not to expel you for this horrible action, but in turn I expect a formal apology from you to Midoriya, Nizu explained to Bakugo. What, you want me to apologize to Deku? A villain? Bakugo retorted angrily. This is not up for debate, Bakugo. Apologize to Midoriya or you will be expelled, Nizu said, narrowing his eyes. Bakugo shuddered a bit at the sight of Nizu being so serious. Yes, sir, Bakugo said, a low voice. Very well, you can go to class now, Nizu said as he turned to face the paperwork on his desk. Bakugo left the room and made his way to Class 1A. In time, Bakugo, you will know that Midoriya almost took his life because of you. But for now, take the first step at redemption, Nizu said in a low voice as he watched the blonde teen walk slowly in the hallway. In Class 1A. As I told you all yesterday, our first priority is to acquire provisional licenses. Hero licenses are a serious responsibility. They are directly concerned with matters of life and death. As such, the exam to receive qualification is very hard. Even the average yearly passing for just the provisional license exam is only about 50%. Aizawa explained to the class. It's that hard just for a provisional license? Mineta asked loudly. So starting today, each one of you will be devising at least 2 super moves, Aizawa said, signaling 4 teachers in. The students all cheered in joy at the sound of super moves. Cementos, Midnight, Ectoplasm, and Midoriya each walked into the room. Midoriya was not in costume as the other teachers. His costume was still being revised by police and other costume companies. Midoriya instead was dressed in his vest and tie for the day. Some of the students whispered amongst themselves about Midoriya. Aizawa and some of the teachers then went on to explain the importance of super moves and all its possible uses. All right, change into your costumes and assemble in Gamma Gym, Aizawa said. At the Gamma Gym, the teachers and Midoriya were all waiting for the students to arrive. I will make training dummies for the students, Ectoplasm said to the group. And I will make the terrain, Cementos added. The rest of us will focus on helping the students create their super moves, Aizawa said as he looked over at Midnight and Midoriya. Speaking of, here are some notes I devised for every single student in this class, Midoriya said as he handed each of the teachers a packet full of improvements and possible uses for each of the students' quirks. These are amazing, Ectoplasm said, flipping through the packet. Wow, these are full of great ideas, Cementos added happily. Thank you, Midoriya. This will make things a bit easier, Aizawa said as he put the packet on his clipboard. Not long after, the students all began to pour into the gym. Cementos and Ectoplasm soon set up the gym and let the students begin their training. Midoriya was taking notes on all the students when the door behind him opened. Happy to see everyone going at it, All Might said. Although I wasn't asked to come, I didn't have anything else to do so. I am here, All Might said, switching into his muscle form briefly. Midoriya turned to look at All Might and then directed his attention to the students. Midoriya was taking more detailed notes on each of them. A loud explosion could be heard in the gym. Bakugo Katsuki, an overly aggressive fighting style. Midoriya mumbled in a low voice as he began to write furiously in his notebook. All Might made his way over next to Midoriya, who was sucked into his notes. "Young Midoriya, how is Class 1 treating you?" All Might asked. There was a short pause and Midoriya rose his head from his notebook and spoke. "It is the first day and my class doesn't start until tomorrow, so I am not sure yet," Midoriya replied quickly. All Might got the vibe that Midoriya was not in the mood to talk. "Of course. Well, I will see you later," All Might said as he made his way back to Midnight and the others. "Don't force it, All Might," Aizawa said as he looked over to Midoriya. "Yes, you're right. I must focus my attention on the students," All Might said as he made his way over to Kirishima. All Might was giving all the students a bit of advice and tips. "Teaching for dummies," Aizawa and Midoriya said in unison as they spotted the book in All Might's back pocket. The next day, in Class 1A, Midoriya was going to finally have his first official class as a teacher. Unlike the other students in the class, Midoriya was not nervous at all. Aizawa stepped off the podium, allowing Midoriya to take the front. Midoriya was to remain under Aizawa's supervision when he was teaching the students. "Good morning, class," Midoriya greeted with his cold, dead eyes. "Gee, good morning," replied the students nervously. "I'm gonna get right to it. This is villain training and I will be teaching you all about the different types of villains you will meet in the world. Make sure to pay close attention. You don't want to be caught unprepared or dead," Midoriya explained bluntly to the students. Momo raised her hand slowly. "Question Yaorozu?" Midoriya asked, looking over to Momo. Yes. How will we be graded?" Momo asked shyly. "You will be graded on your ability to remember and handle certain situations in and out of practical training," Midoriya replied quickly. "Practical training?" murmured some of the students. "Yes. In fact, I want you all to meet me in Gamma Gym. Wear your hero costumes as you will all be working on your super moves afterward," Midoriya said as he grabbed his stack of papers and headed into the hallway. The students all stood in the room wondering what practical experience could Midoriya possibly teach them. In Gamma Gym, the students were all lined up waiting for Midoriya to arrive in the gym. Aizawa was off on the side supervising. "Hey Bakugo, what do you think about the new teacher?" Kirishima asked. "If he wants to fight, I'll crush him," Bakugo replied, booming with confidence. Bakugo was pumped for Midoriya's class in particular. He wanted to give Midoriya a good beating. "I'm still not sure what we are going to learn," Momo said as she looked over to Jiro. "Yeah, I mean, shouldn't we be focusing more on our provisional licenses?" Mineta added loudly. The students all agreed with Mineta for once. "Yes. I would rather put my time into working on my super move," Todoroki said bluntly. "What the point of your license and super moves, if you're just going to be found dead in a ditch somewhere?" Midoriya said loudly, walking to the center of the gym in his villain costume. Midoriya's costume was unaltered for the most part. The gadgets were all confiscated except for the smoke bombs he had. The students all stared at Midoriya in his costume. It was not heroic looking in the very least. "Now then, today's lesson will be all about action and reaction," Midoriya stated loudly. The students all looked at each other with confused faces, including Bakugo. There are sorts of villains in this world, but today we will talk about villains whose conviction far exceeds rational thought. This type of villain holds strongly to their beliefs and cannot be convinced or reasoned with. Weak-willed or unexperienced heroes should not engage this villain unless they are absolutely certain they can take them out, Midoriya explained to the group of students. "If the villains try anything, I'll just beat them into the ground," Bakugo shouted loudly, interrupting Midoriya. "Will you now?" Midoriya said, pausing for a moment. "Bakugo, could you please come forward?" Midoriya said, looking over to Bakugo. Bakugo walked towards the front with a mean look in his eye. Midoriya wore a dead and bored expression as usual. Aizawa was vigilant and was prepared to intervene if necessary. "Are you ready, Bakugo?" Midoriya asked. "I am going to F you up," Bakugo said, making some small explosions in his palm. Midoriya looked directly at Bakugo and made a small sinister smile. Bakugo was about to dash at Midoriya before he stopped dead in his tracks. "What's wrong, Katsuki?" Midoriya asked in a murderous tone. The room grew cold and everyone stared at Midoriya in horror, including Bakugo. Midoriya's usual demeanor had done a complete 180. Midoriya was now oozing bloodlust and murderous intent towards all the students. Bakugo gulped and took a single step back. "You're all heroes, right?" Midoriya said, looking at the terrified students in the back. "This feeling?" Tenya choked, taking a step back. "Wow, what the?" Uraraka said, shuddering at the sight of Midoriya. "Well, what are you waiting for? Come get me, heroes!" Midoriya shouted, taking another step forward. The students were all frozen in horror, along with Bakugo, who was sweating profusely. "Show me what you're made of. Show me your blood," Midoriya shouted as he took another step forwards. The room grew cold and everyone had their eyes fixated on Midoriya. They all saw death in his eyes. Bakugo and some other students fell backward. They were going to die, Midoriya was going to end them all, and there was nothing they could do about it. It was as if gravity itself multiplied 10x over their bodies. Aizawa had seen enough. He prepared his bindings and quickly made his way to Midoriya to restrain him. In that moment, however, Midoriya stopped his intent to murder and turned back into his usual self. "You guys can calm down. I'm not going to hurt you. That is all for today. I will teach you how to overcome it, don't worry," Midoriya said, dusting himself off and walking towards Aizawa. The students were dead silent, some students still frozen in fear. Bakugo, however, was in shock at what just occurred. "Are you serious?" Ojiro choked. "I couldn't do anything," Todoroki said as he fell backward and sat down. "That's what we're up against as heroes?" Kirishima said, wiping the sweat off his hands. "I was afraid of Deku?" Bakugo choked in a low voice. He looked down at his shaky hands. "Quite a first lesson. They might be terrified of you now, you know," Aizawa said, looking over to his students. "The world is far more terrifying," Midoriya responded coldly. 2 days later, the students were working on their super moves. Some students were having a bit more trouble than others. "Some of them are having a hard time," Midoriya said to Aizawa, who was also observing the students. "Unfortunately," Aizawa sighed. There was a short pause and only the sound of explosions and students could be heard. "Got nothing better to do," Midoriya sighed as he walked towards one of the students. Mina was having trouble coming up with a super move despite All Might and Ectoplasm's advice. "Man, why can't I think of anything?" Mina sighed as she sat down on the floor. Midoriya walked up behind Mina and spoke. "Do you need some help?" Midoriya asked politely. "Ah, you scared me." Mina pouted as she turned to face Midoriya. "And yes, I do need help," Mina said with an embarrassed chuckle. "I'm surprised you aren't afraid of me. The other students seem to be avoiding me," Midoriya said, looking over at the other students. "Well, if you wanted to do anything to us, you would have done it by now. As for the others, they are just nervous since you were a villain and all," Mina explained with a smile. "I see. Well, what are you having trouble with?" Midoriya asked the pink-skinned girl. "Well, just my super move, really. I can't seem to think of anything to do with my quirk." Mina sighed. "Let me check my notes," Midoriya said, pulling out his notebook. Midoriya flipped to the page on Mina's quirk and began to review his notes. Mina was curious as to what Midoriya had written down on her and was on her tippy toes trying to sneak a peek. "Take a look," Midoriya said, handing the notebook to Mina. "Wow, these are cool. You got everyone in here," Mina said, curiously flipping through the notebook. "Read up on your page, maybe you will find some inspiration," Midoriya said, showing her the bookmark on her. It was pink. "Okay, let's see here," Mina said cheerfully as she began to read the notes Midoriya had on Mina and her quirk. "You wrote down here something to do with my acid solubility and viscosity," Mina said, trying her best to think of something. "Your acid has many uses, you just need to think outside the box," Midoriya explained to Mina. "Oh," Mina exclaimed. It seemed as if a light bulb went off in her head. "I think I got it. Maybe I can make my acid stronger and make a wall to block stuff," Mina said proudly. "That seems like a good idea. Stick with that and work on it," Midoriya replied. "I will. Thank you," Mina said cheerfully, handing Midoriya back his notebook. Midoriya retrieved his notebook and began to walk towards another student when a loud explosion caught his attention. "AP shot!" Bakugo shouted as he tested out his new super move. The move worked like a bullet. a straight shot meant to do more damage in a small radius. Nailed it! Bakugo exclaimed as he watched the rock break apart. Midoriya quickly grew disinterested and turned back around when he heard Bakugo and Aizawa shout something. Hey, watch out! Bakugo yelled. Idiot, watch out! Aizawa shouted as he prepared his bindings. Midoriya turned around quickly and saw All Might about to be crushed by the rock Bakugo had just destroyed. All Might was frail in his weakened form, a rock that size could break his spine or worse. Aizawa was too far to do anything. Midoriya, however, was the only one close enough to reach him. Midoriya deeply inhaled and exhaled and dashed towards All Might. Mental state: vigilance. Everything was moving in slow motion for Midoriya, but to everyone else, he was moving at an inhuman speed. Midoriya reached All Might and pushed him to the side, causing him to fall over. Midoriya, however, was not going to be able to dodge the rock. Midoriya lifted his arm, preparing himself for the debris. Crash. The concrete slammed into Midoriya and the entire gym grew silent. Shit! Aizawa said as he began to run towards Midoriya before he suddenly stopped. That one hurt a bit, Midoriya said as he lifted himself off the floor and dusted himself off like it was nothing. Young Midoriya, are you okay? All Might said, rushing up to Midoriya. I'm fine, Midoriya replied, doing a circle motion stretch with his shoulder. Because of me you got hurt. Forgive me. All Might apologized, bowing towards Midoriya. There was no reason for you to die, that's all there is to it, Midoriya replied bluntly and returned to what he was doing. The students were all in awe at what Midoriya had just done and the crazy speed he just demonstrated. You know, you're pretty nice for a villain, Mina said with a smile as Midoriya walked by. That's not it. I'm just not sure what to do anymore, Midoriya said in a very low voice as he reflected shortly on his life and quickly proceeded to the next student. Kaminari was a bit slow when it came to most things, and coming up with a super move was no exception. Hello, Kaminari, Midoriya greeted as he walked up to the yellow-haired teen. Hey man, sensei, Kaminari said, quickly correcting himself. Kaminari was somewhat nervous at Midoriya's presence like the rest of the class, but he was the most sociable one out of all the boys. Just Midoriya is fine. So what are you having trouble with? Midoriya asked the yellow-haired boy. You see, my quirk is very wild. I can't let loose unless I want to hurt everyone around me, Kaminari sighed. I see, Midoriya said as he flipped open his notebook to Kaminari's page. Kaminari put his hands in his pocket and kicked at the dust on the floor as he waited for Midoriya. So what's your strongest move? Midoriya asked, looking up from his noted briefly. I can discharge my body. I can put out 1.3 million watts, Kaminari said proudly. That quite a lot, but I'm guessing it puts you out of commission afterward, and it's not a guaranteed win either from what I've seen at the sports festival, Midoriya explained, closing his notebook and looking directly at Kaminari. Yeah, haha, Kaminari said as he chuckled shyly. I got an idea, Midoriya said as he walked over to a locker in the far side of the gym. Kaminari was curious as to what Midoriya had in mind. Some of the other students began to eavesdrop a little too. Midoriya opened the locker that was full of cleaning equipment and quickly picked out the broom and made his way back to Kaminari. All right, Midoriya said as he approached Kaminari with the broom. A broom? Kaminari asked with a look of visible confusion. Midoriya dismantled the broom and ripped off the rubber coating on the broom and revealed a large hollow piece of copper. You are going to use some electricity on me? Midoriya said as he stabbed the large rod into the floor, allowing it to stand freely. Are you sure? Kaminari said nervously. Yes, I'm sure. Don't be afraid, Midoriya said as he took a few steps away from the copper rod and stood a few meters from Kaminari. Okay then, Kaminari said as he discharged some electricity. Midoriya, however, was unharmed and watched as the electricity shot like a bullet towards the copper pole. Whoa, that's so cool, Kaminari exclaimed, looking over at Midoriya before doing it again. Copper conducts electricity pretty well. Maybe look into some support gear, Midoriya said as he began to make his way back Aizawa. Hey man, thanks, Kaminari said, calling out to Midoriya. No problem, Midoriya replied, turning to face Kaminari. Midoriya soon made his way back next to Aizawa. Thanks, Aizawa said as he put on some eye drops. Sure, Midoriya replied. Later that day, all the students were all having fun in the living room, including Bakugo for once. The sound of laughter and students could be heard. Bakugo and Kirishima were having a conversation about their power and strength. Midoriya was rather busy as a teacher. He had to make a lesson plan for every week, and he had to make sure it was appropriate. So, Kaminari, did you get your support item yet? Mina asked, sliding over to Kaminari. No, they are still working on it. But it's going to be awesome, Kaminari said, puffing out his chest. The students all laughed with Kaminari. Yeah, Midoriya sure knows what's up, you know, Kaminari added. And that incident with All Might, I'm starting to think he's not so bad, Jiro said, waving her earphone jacks in the air. Bakugo got annoyed at the sound of Midoriya's name. Yeah, I wonder what he's got planned for us tomorrow since Class 1B has the gym all day, Uraraka added. Hey, do any of you guys know how he became a villain? Kaminari asked at random. The room grew silent at the question. I'm curious as well. He's our age yet he seems so different. Momo added, a hint of sadness could be heard. Hey Bakugo, don't you know him, kinda? I think Aizawa said you two had history, Kirishima asked as he looked over to Bakugo. Shut it, sheety hair. Bakugo replied angrily. I heard he ended a bunch of heroes with his quirk. I heard it can rip people apart, Mineta said, butting into the conversation. Really? Kaminari said with a gasp. Bakugo sneered at that comment. He knew Midoriya was a quirkless weakling like always. Very interesting theory, Midoriya said as he walked by and into the kitchen. Mineta jumped with a loud shout and the rest of the students grew silent. Nice to hear some of you don't despise me, Midoriya said, warming up his water. The living room was silent until Momo Yaoyorozu spoke up. Midoriya, may I ask why you became a villain? Momo asked nervously. Midoriya slightly cringed at the thought of his attempted suicide. It's personal, Midoriya replied coldly. Hey, what quirk do you have? Kaminari asked, trying to avoid awkward silence. This guy effin' quirkless, Bakugo said with a sneer. Hey man, not cool, Kirishima said. No, he's right. I am quirkless, Midoriya said, pouring hot water into a coffee mug. Still useless as ever, Deku, Bakugo sneered yet again. Some things never change, do they, Katsuki? Midoriya said, coldly glaring at Bakugo. The air was tense. Someone who made himself out of nothing versus someone who was born with everything. Rest up. Tomorrow is going to be a long one, Midoriya said as he grabbed his mug and made his way to the stairs that led up to his room. So he's quirkless? Tenya asked everyone in the room. I guess so, man, Kaminari said, not sure how to react. Well, quirk or not, he's pretty nice, Mina said, raising her hands in the air. He's quirkless. Always has been, always will be, Bakugo said rather loudly before stomping off to his room. I suppose we should all rest up then, Momo said as she got up from the couch. Yeah? Uraraka said as she glanced over at Bakugo. The next morning. Good morning, class, Aizawa greeted the students. Good morning, the students greeted back. Aizawa went about his homeroom and he instructed the students to meet at Ground Beta. Ground Beta? Are we doing some practical training? Kirishima asked. Yes, so go change into your costumes and meet there, Aizawa said, dismissing the class. Midoriya was at Ground Beta waiting for the class when he was greeted by All Might. Good morning, my boy. All Might greeted with a smile. Don't call me that, Midoriya is fine, Midoriya replied, inspecting his smoke bombs. I've been meaning to talk to you. Whenever you're ready, please make sure to let me know, All Might said before heading towards the observation room. Midoriya didn't say a word. He simply stood in the open taking in the breeze. Class 1A soon arrived and much to Midoriya's surprise they all greeted him. All except for Bakugo, of course. So today we will be having heroes versus villains, Midoriya announced to the class. Didn't we do this at the beginning of the year? Kaminari asked. Yes, Aizawa told me beforehand you all had done this exercise before. But today will be different. Instead of facing each other, you will be facing me, Midoriya explained to the students. Like one-on-one? Kirishima asked. No, you will be paired in teams of 2 and 1 team of 3, here is the list. Midoriya said, handing students a clipboard of the teams. The teams went as followed. Bakugo/Uraraka, Todoroki/Momo, Jiro Hagakure Kirishima, Ojiro/Kota, Kaminari/Zero, Mineta/Tokoyami, Mina/Azui, Sato/Shoji, Tenya/Aoyama. Guess we're together, huh? Uraraka said with a smile. Quiet round face, Bakugo responded. The Todoroki and Momo pair was fairly awkward and no words were exchanged. We got this, Kirishima shouted to his two members. Yeah. Hagakure and Jiro responded with a shout of their own. Let's do this, Ojiro said to Kota. Yeah, Kota responded in a low voice. Heck yeah, we're basically unstoppable, Kaminari and Zero said in unison. Wish I had been paired with one of the girls, Mineta said, looking over to the girls. Maybe next time, Mineta, Tokoyami replied with a scoff. Girl power, Mina exclaimed, hugging Azui. Azui replied with a smile. Let's do our best, Tenya said, doing his usual arm motion. With my sparkle we can't lose, Aoyama replied with a twinkle. Alright, let's make it interesting, shall we? If you volunteer to go first and win, I will give everyone an A on Aizawa's next exam, Midoriya announced to the class in his usual bored tone. If you lose, however, it's cleaning duty for all of you for an entire week, Midoriya added. The class was hesitant, but two hands shot up quickly. I just want to beat you down, Bakugo said, walking up to Midoriya. I really need the A, Uraraka said, rubbing the back of her head. I suppose you both will go first, Midoriya said as he looked behind Bakugo and at the rest of the students. Anyone else? Midoriya asked. The entire class shot their hands up. I think you're looking down on us, sensei, Kirishima exclaimed. Wei shouted the class as they got fired up for the fight. Alright then, Midoriya said with a short chuckle. All the students except Bakugo and Uraraka made their way to the observation room and watched as the first battle was about to begin. The rules were as followed: the heroes must defeat or restrain the villain for them to win. The same rules apply to the villain. Everyone was in position and the remaining students were in the observation room. All Might was the announcer and Aizawa was in a nearby building keeping an eye on Midoriya. Ready? All Might announced over the intercom. You ready, round face? Bakugo asked. Yes, Uraraka responded quickly. Just support me and watch me pound this bastard's face in, Bakugo said with an evil grin. Go, All Might said, announcing the start of the fight. Alright Bakugo, let's see how much good your quirk will do you, Midoriya said, putting on his hood and arranging his metal mask. At ground beta, Midoriya was in the building waiting for Bakugo and Uraraka to enter and try to take him down. Bakugo and Uraraka were standing outside the building. That's the plan, got it? Bakugo said angrily. Yeah, I got it. Sheesh, Uraraka sighed. Get ready, Deku, 'cause I'm going to pound you, Bakugo said loudly. Back at the observation room. Hey, is it fair for us to be fighting 2-on-1 against Midoriya? Kirishima asked the teachers. Yeah, isn't he quirkless? Kaminari added. Pipe down and watch before you say anything else, Aizawa said through his earpiece into the observation room. Midoriya was patrolling the first floor calmly when he heard the slightest crackle and pop. Bakugo, Midoriya said as he turned around and saw Bakugo and Uraraka around the corner. Midoriya still had a grudge against Bakugo. Midoriya had blamed him for everything that happened to him. However, over the course of a year, he realized not everything was Bakugo's fault. Some of the blame fell onto himself and some onto society itself. Midoriya turned the corner and let himself be seen to the two students. There you are. I'm going to beat you down, Bakugo said with an evil grin. Uraraka stayed silent as she was somewhat afraid of Midoriya. Plus Bakugo didn't seem like he would let her speak anyway. I'm surprised all the students here don't see you in a bad light, Bakugo, Midoriya said, standing at the end of the hall. The extras. I don't care what they think of me, Bakugo shouted back, preparing himself to attack Midoriya. I suppose there's no need to bring up the past, Midoriya said as he took a few steps forward. Uraraka was confused as to the relationship Bakugo and Midoriya had since they seemed to know each other very well. Bakugo was confident he could beat Midoriya as he remembered fighting him once at the Hosu rescue operation. But little did he know the villain that beat him down at a raid was Midoriya. Not that you care anyway. I'm here to retrieve back what you stole from me years ago, Bakugo, Midoriya said, taking his fighting stance. Oh yeah, and what's that? Bakugo shouted back angrily. My dignity, Midoriya said, getting ready for Bakugo's attack. Now round face, Bakugo shouted to Uraraka. Uraraka slapped Bakugo's body and made his body extremely light enough for him to float slightly. Bakugo pointed both his palms backward and shot himself like a bullet to Midoriya. Interesting, Midoriya said in a low voice and dashed directly towards Bakugo. Bakugo lifted his right arm and pointed it towards Midoriya. Bakugo's plan was to rush down Midoriya with speed and power. Midoriya, however, predicted Bakugo's attack and grabbed onto his wrist while also blocking his explosion. Bakugo's eyes widened at Midoriya, predicting his attack. You're as light as a feather, Katsuki, Midoriya said with a grin as he swung Bakugo side to side into the walls like a ragdoll before throwing him onto the floor. Bakugo lost his breath as a result of being thrashed around so hard into the walls. F you, Bakugo managed to choke out. Midoriya looked down at him and said nothing. Midoriya then directed his attention to Uraraka and began to walk in her direction, walking around Bakugo's body. Don't look down on me, Bakugo shouted as he shot himself up and threw a left hook to Midoriya. Midoriya blocked the left hook, but Bakugo pointed his right palm downward and shot himself up towards the ceiling, and then shot himself back towards Midoriya with both palms aimed at him. Very flashy, Midoriya said, dodging the explosions. Bakugo was back on his feet, however. He was still a bit dizzy after the thrashing Midoriya gave him earlier. Guess the zero gravity helped you out there a bit, Midoriya said, looking over to Uraraka. Uraraka was in the back, staying out of the way of the fight. Bakugo gave her clear instructions not to interfere. Shut it, Bakugo said, catching his breath. My turn to attack, Midoriya said, lowering his body. Bakugo prepared himself for the attack, but it wasn't enough. Midoriya dashed at an inhuman speed towards Bakugo and punched him straight in the stomach. Midoriya followed up with a leg sweep, throwing Bakugo up in the air a bit. Midoriya then grabbed the teen by the face in midair and slammed his head onto the floor. Bakugo threw up slightly at the jab to his stomach and was extremely dizzy after the head slam. It was as if the world was a spinning blur. He was still conscious, however, just barely. Still conscious, huh? No matter, you've lost already, Midoriya said as he began to walk towards Uraraka. Back in the observation room, the students were all silent at the sight of one of the best students in the class being beaten so easily. Bakugo didn't even scratch him, Kirishima said in a shaky voice. He has no quirk and he's this strong? Ojiro added, not taking his eyes off the monitor. When I first met him, he had this dangerous aura about him, but this is beyond what I imagined, Tenya said, taking a huge gulp. Are you sure he doesn't have a quirk? Maybe he has a speed quirk or something, Kaminari piped up. Midoriya is quirkless through and through, students, All Might said, directing his attention to Kaminari and the students. Midoriya has no quirk. The source of his ability comes from intense training and fighting experience, Aizawa explained over the earpiece. Midoriya was walking towards Uraraka, who was on the verge of throwing up after keeping up zero gravity for so long on Bakugo. Now then, Uraraka, what will you do? Midoriya asked, walking slowly towards her. I'll fight. I'm not some weak little girl, Uraraka shouted, dashing towards Midoriya. Good choice, Midoriya said with a smile before running towards Uraraka. Midoriya threw a quick punch towards Uraraka which connected with her stomach. Uraraka flinched at the pain, but she needed to get in close. Midoriya was going to follow up before he was thrown on the ground with his left arm behind his back. Gunhead martial arts, huh? Midoriya said with a smile, turning his head and looking back at Uraraka, who was on top of him, prepared to restrain him. Uraraka, you chose a good agency to train at, but you still have a lot to learn, Midoriya said as he pulled extremely hard on his left arm, dislocating it, allowing him to break free of the pin. Uraraka was caught off guard that Midoriya would dislocate his arm to break free from her. Midoriya shot up and kicked Uraraka on her hip. I don't go easy on anyone, Midoriya said, quickly popping his arm back in place. Uraraka was on the floor, grasping at her hip and catching her breath. Midoriya pinned Uraraka down and restrained her with the capture tape. You almost had me, Midoriya said, sitting Uraraka upright. But it wasn't enough, Uraraka said in a disappointed tone. Midoriya was going to give her a piece of advice before he was interrupted by a familiar voice. It's not over yet, Deku. Bakugo shouted, barely able to stand up straight. It is over, Katsuki. I'm faster, stronger, and much smarter, Midoriya said loudly. Yeah? Well, let's see about that, Bakugo said as he lifted his right arm gauntlet. Midoriya remembered what Bakugo's gauntlets were capable of, especially after they had accumulated a lot of his sweat. Don't do it? Do you want your teammate to die? Midoriya explained, taking a step towards Uraraka. Young Bakugo, All Might shouted in the intercom. The entire observation room was in a silent panic. Aizawa was not going to be able to do anything as Bakugo's gauntlets were support items. If he dodges, he won't die, Bakugo said as he aimed the gauntlet at Midoriya. I'm not worried about myself, Midoriya thought to himself as he looked over to Uraraka. Bakugo pulled the trigger to his gauntlet and let it fire. Midoriya quickly picked up Uraraka and tossed her to the side, allowing her to be out of the way of the blast. Midoriya wasn't going to be able to dodge as a result, however. The blast was stronger than any other blast Bakugo had done before. The result of the fighting and stress he was enduring the fight allowed him to sweat an unprecedented amount, which allowed his gauntlet to fire an extremely strong blast. Midoriya turned his back to the blast and allowed his back to take the blunt force of the attack. The blast tore a hole into the end of the hallway. Midoriya stood upright and looked over to Uraraka. You okay? Midoriya asked Uraraka. I'm fine, but what about you? Uraraka asked, clearly worried her teacher. You'll live, don't worry, Midoriya replied, turning to look at Bakugo, who passed out on the floor. Midoriya stood up slowly and did some quick stretches for his back, which took the full force of the attack. That's going to be sore tomorrow, Midoriya said as he rubbed his back. Back at the observation room, all the students were in awe. Bakugo won the best in the class, lost to someone quirkless. Villains win, All Might shouted through the intercom. Seriously, Bakugo lost? Kaminari said loudly. It never crossed my mind, but I think Midoriya and I have fought before, Kirishima added while scratching his head. What, really? Mina asked, rushing up to Kirishima. Yeah, do you guys remember the time Bakugo got knocked out? Kirishima asked the class. Yeah, you guys got knocked out cold, right? Ojiro said. Yeah, when the villains raided the school. Jiro added, shuddering a bit at the memory. Midoriya fighting is oddly similar to the villain who beat me and Bakugo that day, Kirishima said as he glued his eyes to the monitor. Kirishima, my boy. Midoriya is that same villain, All Might said, turning around to face the students. He seems much stronger now, Kirishima said, somewhat nervous. I can't believe someone quirkless took you guys out, Kaminari added with a sneer. Hey man, he's super strong, Kirishima replied quickly. The room grew silent once again and they all glued their eyes back on the monitor. Midoriya released Uraraka and picked up Bakugo and carried him outside the building and onto a stretcher that was waiting for him. Still doesn't like me very much, Midoriya said to Aizawa as he watched Bakugo be strolled off to Recovery Girl's tent. So it seems. I'll scold him about his reckless decision later, but for now thanks for protecting Uraraka, Aizawa said as he watched Uraraka walk out of the building. It's going to be a long day, Midoriya said in a low sigh before he was approached by Uraraka. Hey, Uraraka said rather loudly for some reason. Hello, what can I help you with? Midoriya replied. I wanted to thank you for saving me, Uraraka said bashfully. Not a problem. With more training you can do great things, Uravity, Midoriya said with the best smile he could manage to make. Thank you, Uraraka said, blushing uncontrollably. No one had called by her hero name yet. See you later, Uraraka said, quickly turning around and running back to the observation room. Aizawa turned to Midoriya and spoke. Are you good to keep going? Aizawa asked. Yeah, I can manage. Bring out the next pair, Midoriya replied, doing a back stretch. If you say so, Aizawa replied in his usual bored tone. The next batch of students arrived at the next building where the next fight would be taking place. Jiro, Hagakure, and Kirishima, are you ready? Midoriya asked as he led them to the training building. I think so, Jiro replied in a low voice. I still think you're looking down on us, but I can see you're pretty manly, so I'll forgive you this time, Kirishima said with a chuckle. Yeah, we're not that weak, you know, Hakagure added. I don't look down on anyone. In fact, it's the thing I hate most. Midoriya replied as he came to a stop. The building was almost an exact of the previous building. You can all enter whenever you want, you can make a plan or a strategy, Midoriya explained as he began to make his way into the building. 2 minutes later, the students all looked at each other and silently nodded and went inside the building. The pair had 2 stealthy heroes and a brawler. The plan was to sneak up on Midoriya and have Kirishima take him on. Meanwhile, Jiro and Hagakure provided support. Jiro pointed upwards at the sound of footsteps and a heartbeat. Kirishima and Hagakure cautiously followed behind Jiro to the next floor. Jiro followed the sound up until they arrived at a door. Jiro signaled Kirishima and Hagakure to prepare themselves to breach the door. 1, 2, and 3, Jiro said as Kirishima busted down the door. Kirishima was already in his hardened state, quickly looking around the room for Midoriya, but he wasn't there. What the? Are you sure he's here? Kirishima asked Jiro. Yeah, there is no one in here, Hakagure added. Yeah, he should be here, Jiro said as she stuck one earphone jack into the building once again. Jiro said as her eyes widened. However, she was interrupted by Midoriya crashing through the window from the outside. Jiro shot her earphone jacks towards Midoriya, but he simply dodged and got a hold of both her earphones. Kirishima hardened his body and tried to counterattack, but Midoriya went around him and wrapped Jiro's earphone jacks around his legs like strings. Hagakure was nowhere to be seen, however. Midoriya quickly restrained Jiro with the capture tape and stood in the room in complete silence. Kirishima could easily break out of Jiro's earphone jack, but in doing so she would be seriously injured. Damn, he got us, Kirishima said, looking over to Jiro. It's my fault for not keeping my earphone jack into the building 24/7, Jiro added in a sad voice. Don't blame yourself. Learn from this and improve you too, Midoriya said, looking around the room cautiously. Jiro and Kirishima both felt a bit better after hearing that. Besides, you haven't lost yet. Hagakure is still in the building, Midoriya added as he made his way into the hallway outside the room. Where are you? Midoriya asked himself in a low voice, looking around. Midoriya was walking down the hallway when he received a sudden blow to his lower jaw. Midoriya quickly threw a wide kick in response, but to no avail. I can't take too many hits like that or I'll be out cold in no time, Midoriya said in his head as he rubbed his lower jaw. Midoriya was trying to listen for a sound, but Hagakure had trained herself to walk without making a single noise. Midoriya was familiar with this sort of technique since he could run and walk without making noise himself, but Hagakure was invisible, making this twice as hard. Midoriya stood still and tried to listen for Hagakure, but it wasn't enough. Hagakure quickly aimed for Midoriya's solar plexus, but to her surprise, Midoriya turned just in time for him, only to receive a jab to his stomach. I see now. You aim for pressure points to make up for your lack of power. Smart, Midoriya said with a cough. Dang it, now that he knows I can't get in as easily. I'll have to finish it now. At least he can't sense me, Hagakure said to herself as she snuck her way closer to Midoriya. Hagakure was aiming for a pressure point in Midoriya's forearm that would render his arm useless for a while. Hagakure slowly lifted her arm and threw her punch. You know, it's very subtle, but every time you wind your punch, I can hear you inhale, Midoriya said as he quickly turned towards Hagakure and grabbed her by the wrist. Hagakure quickly tried to escape, but Midoriya quickly turned her around and put his left arm over her chest, not allowing her to escape. Midoriya quickly brought out the capture tape and restrained Hagakure swiftly. Back in the observation room, the class was cheering Hagakure on. She really gave him a run for his money, Kaminari shouted happily. Yes, I wasn't sure if Hagakure would be able to compete with Midoriya, but she did quite well, Momo said, not taking her eyes off the monitor. I'm surprised Kirishima and Jiro got taken out so easily, Sato said, scratching his head. Midoriya restrained Kirishima with Jiro's earjack, knowing full well Kirishima would not be able to force his way out of the binding unless he wanted to seriously injure his teammate. Aizawa said through the intercom. Hagakure's gotten so strong. Ojiro added. Hey, didn't like Midoriya touch Hagakure's boob? Mineta shouted as he turned to look at the class. Mineta! Ishido and Uraraka shouted angrily. Besides, I don't think he's that kind of guy, Mina said with a smile looking back at the monitor. Villain team wins, All Might announced through the intercom. Midoriya unrestrained all the students and made his way to the front of the building. You almost lost there, Aizawa said as Midoriya stepped outside. Almost but not quite, Aizawa, Midoriya replied with a yawn. The other students soon made their way to the front of the building. Sensei, you're pretty fast, Kirishima said with a chuckle as he rubbed the back of his head. You're just slow, Kirishima. Work on your speed, Midoriya replied quickly. How mean, Kirishima added with a smile. Jiro, you need to be more alert. Instead of sending out both of your jacks at once, try sending them in one by one in delayed intervals. Hagakure, what you lacked was simply power. Had you been a bit stronger, I would have lost and you wouldn't have been captured so easily, Midoriya explained to the students. I understand, Jiro replied mentally, noting what Midoriya said. Okay, Hagakure replied shyly. It just got to her that Midoriya had touched her body. You're excused, go and rest, Midoriya said, using his head to signal them away. The students were a distance away when Aizawa spoke up. Couldn't have said it better myself, Aizawa said as he looked down at his tablet which monitored the interior of the building. They lack practical experience, Midoriya replied bluntly. Yes, they do, but they will learn. Back on the topic of rest, don't you think you need one? Aizawa said as he let out a low yawn. Are you kidding? I live for a good fight. Bring out the next pair, Midoriya replied. If you say so, Aizawa said as he used his earpiece to call out the next group. A couple minutes later. Ojiro and Kota, let's see how you guys do, Midoriya said as he began to make his way into the building. Yes, sir, Kota replied in a low, shy voice. Yes, sir, Ojiro replied. If I'm being honest, Kota, I want to see what your quirk is capable of, Midoriya said loudly as he disappeared into the building. Kota gulped nervously as he looked over to Ojiro. Don't worry, I got your back, Ojiro said with a warm smile. Thank you, Kota replied shyly. Start, All Might shouted through the mic. Ojiro and Kota cautiously made their way into the building and readied themselves for Midoriya. Kota, can you get some animals to help us here? Ojiro asked. No, I'm sorry, Kota replied shyly. What about bugs? Ojiro asked quickly as he cautiously made his way up the stairs. No, not really, Kota replied. Kota was able to control bugs, but he was deathly afraid of them. Plus, he didn't think the bugs would help in any way. Dang. Well, if you see the chance to get some animals to help us, please take it, Ojiro said as he peeked around the corner into the hallway. Kota said before he was interrupted. Midoriya had gotten behind both Ojiro and Kota without them noticing. You should be using your quirk to its fullest extent, Kota, Midoriya said as he hopped over Kota and pushed himself off of Kota's chest towards Ojiro. Behind! Ojiro shouted as he quickly turned around in Kota's direction. Ojiro was barely able to dodge by using his tail to push Midoriya away from him. Midoriya didn't say a word and quickly dashed towards Ojiro. Midoriya threw a kick followed by a left hook, both being blocked by Ojiro. Dang, he doesn't leave any opening, Ojiro thought as he barely dodged Midoriya's attacks. Midoriya took a step back and caught his breath. Ojiro saw his moment to attack and took it. An opening, Ojiro said as he used his tail to jump in the air and attack from above. You fight exactly how I thought you would, Midoriya said as he grabbed Ojiro by the ankle, pulling him down and quickly punching him in the lower jaw, knocking him out cold. Midoriya looked down at Ojiro and quickly tied him up with the capture tape. Kota was nowhere to be seen, however. Kota's quirk is dangerous, but he lacks confidence in his voice. If Kota could overcome that, he could easily be one of the top students in the class, Midoriya said to himself in his head as he made his way around the building. Kota was hiding in a room using his hands to cover his mouth when he noticed a group of crows perched on an electrical line. Midoriya searched all the rooms except one. Midoriya said as he looked out the window and saw all the crows staring at him intently. Get him, Kota whispered loudly. Midoriya's eyes widened as 10 crows shot towards him, the first one breaking the window with ease. Midoriya knew where Kota was, but 10 crows constantly pecking and using their beaks to crash into you wasn't something you could just shrug off. Midoriya felt as if he was being stabbed and scratched with tiny knives. I have to take out Kota, Midoriya said as he grabbed a crow in midair and locked it in one of the other rooms. Midoriya quickly began to pluck the birds out of the air and began to put them each in a single room. Midoriya repeated this until he was left with just one bird, to which he easily grabbed in midair and held in his arm, restraining it in the process. Ouch, that really hurt, and it was only 10 birds, Midoriya said as he wiped some blood off his face. Midoriya made his way to the room Kota was hiding in and opened the door. Kota threw a punch, much to Midoriya's surprise. Midoriya quickly grabbed Kota's arm, letting go of the bird, and pinned him on the floor and restrained him with the capture tape. Hand-to-hand isn't your strong suit, Kota, but it wouldn't hurt to learn some self-defense, Midoriya said as he stood up and waited for All Might to end the fight. I should have just talked to the bugs. Kota scowled at himself sadly. Yes, you should have, but that's why you're here, isn't it? To learn how to become a hero and how to better use your quirk. So don't sweat it, Midoriya added as he looked down at Kota. Yeah, you're right, Kota said happily. Besides, you almost had me there, Midoriya said as he picked up Kota and sit him upright against the wall. Back at the observation room. The people we least expect seem to be doing the best, huh? Kirishima said loudly. Indeed, Tenya shouted. That's rather mean, you too. Hakigure pouted. Sorry, Tenya and Kirishima said in unison with a bow. I never knew Kota was so strong, Momo added. Midoriya has captured both students. And prepare a stretcher for Ojiro, please, Aizawa said through the earpiece. Villain team wins, All Might shouted into the mic. Dang, Midoriya doesn't play around. I'm getting kinda nervous, Siro said in a nervous chuckle. At ground beta, Kota was being tutored by Midoriya and Aizawa when the stretcher came and picked up Ojiro. Try not to send all my students to the infirmary, yeah? Aizawa said in a weird chuckle. I'll try not to, Midoriya replied. You can bring out the next pair, Midoriya said as he sat down and drank some water. Siro and Kaminari, you guys are next, so get down here, Aizawa ordered his 2 students. A couple minutes later, Siro and Kaminari soon made their way to the training building they were assigned to. We got this, Kaminari said with confidence. Yeah, Siro added, getting fired up by Kaminari. Glad you're both so excited because you got 2 minutes to enter the building before you're disqualified, Aizawa said bluntly. Kaminari and Siro said in unison. Yeah. Midoriya went into the building a couple minutes ago while you both were firing yourselves up, Aizawa said as he pointed towards the building. Now that you mention it, Kaminari said nervously. We got this, let's go, Siro said as he walked bravely into the building, followed Kaminari. Midoriya was hiding near one of the sets of stairs so he could ambush Kaminari and Siro. Kaminari can't use his lightning so freely unless he wants to shock his teammate, and Siro is not suited for close combat, Midoriya said to himself. Siro and Kaminari were making their way to set of stairs when they saw Midoriya appear out of what seemed out of nowhere. Geez, where did you come from? Siro shouted as he shot some tape at Midoriya. Midoriya quickly dodged the tape and closed in on Siro when he was suddenly stuck to the floor. Your tape, Midoriya said as he looked to the floor to see Siro had rigged the floor around him with tape. This is my all-or-nothing plan, Siro said with a smile as he turned around to signal Kaminari. This is a plan only 2 idiots could come up with, Midoriya said with a genuine chuckle. Right? Siro replied with a hearty smile. All right. Both of you don't hate me if you get hurt, Kaminari said as he discharged all his electricity. Kaminari shocked both Siro and Midoriya with the electricity he had stockpiled. Kaminari's discharge lasted only 3 seconds, but it was enough to knock out Siro instantly. Midoriya was a bit wobbly from the electricity, but he was still standing. You guys really are something else, Midoriya said as he looked over to Kaminari. Way, Kaminari said with a thumbs up. Idiots through and through, Midoriya said with a low smile. Midoriya released himself from the tape and restrained Kaminari with no retaliation. He picked up Zero and walked Kaminari outside to the front of the building. Another stretcher, Midoriya said to Aizawa. Seriously? Aizawa said with a low chuckle. You can't pin this one on me, Midoriya replied. The students in the observation room were stunned along with All Might. So manly, Kirishima said, closing his fist and letting a single tear roll down his cheek. What was that plan? Mineta shouted, pointing at the monitor. Dummies, Mina said with a smile. Villain team wins, All Might shouted into the mic. Midoriya was taking a breather when Aizawa approached him. You good to go? Aizawa asked. Yeah, I've been hit with stronger volts, Midoriya replied. Don't even want to know how, Aizawa replied as a small chill ran down his spine. Aizawa called on Mineta and Tokoyami next to arrive at the building they were assigned to. Mineta and Tokoyami, this pair is going to be interesting, Midoriya said to himself in his head. Tokoyami and Mineta soon arrived at their assigned building. Are you both ready? Midoriya asked as he did a couple stretches. Yes, sensei, Tokoyami replied quickly. I think so, Mineta replied nervously. Good. Then I'll see you both inside, Midoriya said as he made his way into the building and took a position. Tokoyami and Mineta soon entered not long after. Midoriya was extremely wary of this pair. Mineta and his quirk are going to prove quite troublesome, and Tokoyami's quirk is quite strong as well, Midoriya said in a low voice. Midoriya was not so sure how to deal with Mineta without getting stuck to some random surface. As long as Midoriya is unable to move, the fight is technically over. I hope Midoriya doesn't end us, Mineta said, hiding behind Tokoyami. If Midoriya wanted any of us dead, he would have done it by now, Mineta. Tokoyami replied, rather annoyed at Mineta's logic. Just focus, Tokoyami ordered. Midoriya had a plan in mind. It was a high-risk, high-reward plan, but the reward was massive. Tokoyami and Mineta's plan was to simply pin down Midoriya with Dark Shadow and Mineta's quirk. Where is he? Mineta asked, looking around cautiously. I'm not sure myself, Tokoyami replied, looking around as well. Mineta was looking around when he suddenly felt a gust of wind and realized his right glove was missing. Hey, he's right there, Mineta shouted, pointing at Midoriya, who was already at the end of the hall. Dark Shadow, Tokoyami shouted as he sent out Dark Shadow to attack Midoriya. The building was rather dark on the inside. The only source of light was the sunlight that came through the windows, so Dark Shadow had a lot of power behind him. Sure, whatever, Dark Shadow replied in an annoyed tone. Midoriya was aware of how dangerous this team was. He had no way to get in with Dark Shadow, and even if he could find an opening to close the gap, Mineta could simply block him with his sticky hair. The only reason he wasn't doing so now was to not accidentally stick Dark Shadow. So is Dark Shadow alive? Midoriya asked as he kept dodging Dark Shadow's attacks. More or less, but he is a pain, Tokoyami replied quickly. That's amazing, Ascension quirk. I have many questions, but we can go over that another time. It's time to end this, Midoriya said as he looked up and found his opening. We are pretty interesting, aren't we? Dark Shadow interrupted. Dark Shadow was very full of himself the more power he had. Tokoyami released and ordered Dark Shadow, but Dark Shadow had his own fighting style and habits due to having a mind of its own. Midoriya dashed underneath Dark Shadow and made his way over to Mineta and Tokoyami. Don't worry, I got this, Mineta said as he plucked some of his hair with his left hand and began to throw it toward Midoriya. Tokoyami also called Dark Shadow back in. You can't get around this, Mineta said confidently. Maybe not around, Midoriya said as he slapped the purple balls to the side. What? How? Mineta said as he took a few steps back. Your entire costume is built so your hair doesn't stick to you, right? Well, I'm just borrowing a piece of it real quick, Midoriya explained as he lifted up the palm of his hand, revealing Mineta's glove, taped to him with the capture tape. Mineta panicked slightly and began to throw his hair wildly at Midoriya. However, Midoriya used this to his advantage and began to slap the sticky purple balls towards Tokoyami. Mineta, stop, Tokoyami shouted. Huh? Mineta replied, snapping out of the haze of panic he was in. Tokoyami, although still standing, was full of purple balls on his chest and arms. "Don't worry, Dark Shadow can still win this," Tokoyami said, looking ahead once again before his eyes grew wide at the sight of Midoriya only a few feet from him. Midoriya used his covered right palm to pull Tokoyami and sticking him to the floor. Mineta tried to make a run for it, but Midoriya quickly got on top of him and tied him with the capture tape. "Villains win!" All Might shouted through the mic, ending the fight. The students in the observation room were beginning to lose confidence at the sight of Midoriya beating all of the students back to back. "Imagine if he had a quirk," Sato said, looking over at the group of students. "If he had a quirk, he would be a monster," Kaminari said nervously. The rest of the students shuddered slightly at thought of Midoriya with a quirk. They were beginning to see the huge gap in their abilities compared to Midoriya. "Sato and Shoji, come on down to Building 10, Aizawa said into his earpiece. Aizawa was very impressed by Midoriya even though he didn't show it, but he was still wary of Midoriya and his actions. "Bring Tokoyami an extra pair of clothes," Midoriya said as he stepped outside the building. "Better than getting them sent to the nurse," Aizawa said as he pressed a couple buttons on his tablet. Tokoyami was stuck to the floor, and Mineta's sticky hair would take time to lose its adhesive, so taking off his outer clothes was the way to go. Aizawa and Midoriya began to lecture Mineta on his mistakes and what he could have done better in that situation. "Mineta, you can go back to the observation room now," Aizawa said, looking up from his tablet and down at the small teen. "Yes, sir," Mineta said, somewhat disappointed. Midoriya took a seat on the sidewalk and yawned. "So, Aizawa, I'm guessing Detective Naomasa told all the staff about my situation," Midoriya said as he looked straight ahead at one of the buildings. "How much do you guys know?" Midoriya asked bluntly. "We know enough. What led you to villainy and your reason to become a villain?" Aizawa replied, not looking up from his tablet. "I see. Thank you for your honesty," Midoriya said as he got up and took a sip of his water. "Just a few more groups to go," Midoriya said as he watched Sato and Shoji in the distance. 10 minutes later. "Sugar rush," Sato shouted as he began to rush at Midoriya with a fury of blows. Midoriya was under attack by Sato and Shoji at the same time. It wasn't an easy matchup since Shoji and Sato relied on brute strength. Midoriya had a plan, however all he had to do was wear out Sato so his quirk's after effect would take effect, and as for Shoji all he had to do was either knock him out or capture him. Easier said than done though. Sato should be crashing any time now, Midoriya said to himself as he dodged every single punch thrown at him. Shoji and Sato were switching out when Sato would recharge with his sugar dose. Sato stumbled backward and fell into a lazy slump mid-punch. "Damn, so that was your plan," Shoji said to Midoriya as Shoji grabbed Sato and set him down behind him. "May seem like a cheap plan, but it was quite effective," Midoriya replied. Shoji threw a punch at Midoriya which connected at his arm, much to Shoji's surprise. Midoriya slid backward while standing. Shoji didn't let up and quickly followed up with a fury of blows with his arms, all of which connected to Midoriya's body. The students in the observation room were getting riled up at Shoji pushing Midoriya back. "Yes, Shoji," Kaminari shouted. "What a manly fight," Kirishima added. "He's got this," Siro joined in. "Do not be nearsighted, class. Take a closer look," Aizawa interrupted. "Amazing. To think young Midoriya was this talented," All Might said to himself, looking at the monitor. Shoji was rushing down Midoriya, but he didn't realize that every one of his arms were being taped at the exact moment he came into contact with Midoriya. Midoriya put the final tape and made his final move, and Shoji was not aware until it was too late. Midoriya pulled out the capture tape and connected all the pieces together with a large strip and jumped over Shoji, wrapping all his arms behind him in an instant. Shoji fell to the floor restrained, and Sato was already fast asleep due to his own quirk. "I can't believe I didn't see it coming," Shoji said, scolding himself. "Villain team wins," All Might shouted through the mic. Midoriya was thinking 2 steps ahead the entire time, class, All Might said as he turned around to face the students. "I didn't even notice he was placing those on Shoji," Mina said. "He is pretty amazing," Azui added, looking at the monitor which showed a full frame of Midoriya. "I'm quite excited to face him," Tenya said to the class. We will win with our sparkle. Aoyama piped up. Speaking of who's next. Tenya and Aoyama, make your way down here please, Aizawa announced. Good luck you two, Uraraka said as she waved Tenya and Aoyama off. Midoriya was particularly excited to face Tenya in the training exercise. A few minutes later, Tenya and Aoyama soon arrived. Aizawa and Midoriya were waiting in front of the building. Tenya, I want to see how much you've improved, and that goes for you too, Aoyama. I want to see what your quirk is capable of, Midoriya said to the two students. I won't disappoint, Tenya said with a smile. Me neither, Aoyama added, looking brighter than usual. Good, Midoriya replied as he made his way into the building. Good luck you two. Adapt from what you have seen today, Aizawa said as he lifted his head from the tablet. Tenya and Aoyama nodded in confirmation and began to make their battle plan. Midoriya was walking down the hallway when he heard what sounded like a silent jet behind him. He quickly turned and saw a beam of light coming towards him at high speed. Shit, Midoriya said as he barely dodged the beam to his body. Aoyama was at the end of the hall firing beams of light at Midoriya, but Tenya was nowhere to be seen. He's alone, Midoriya asked himself as he dodged the beams and slowly made his way closer to Aoyama. No, he's not. I will never make that mistake ever again, Tenya shouted as he quickly appeared around the corner of the hallway and dashed towards Midoriya. Recipro burst, Tenya shouted as he kicked Midoriya against the wall. Midoriya quickly put up both his arms to block his chest and took the hit, slamming against the wall and falling onto the floor. A good decision to close the gap between us, Midoriya choked as he got up from the floor. Aoyama didn't hesitate and shot a beam at Midoriya, who was still getting up from the kick. These guys aren't going to let me catch my breath, Midoriya thought as he barely dodged the beam. Midoriya was in a bad spot as he was in the middle of the hallway and was blocked from both sides. Tenya threw a kick at Midoriya which barely missed his face. Mental state, vigilance. Midoriya was barely able to activate vigilance and quickly got behind Tenya as to not allow Aoyama to use his quirk however he wanted. I want to show you how much I've learned, Tenya shouted as he threw another kick which connected with Midoriya's left arm, causing him to slam into the wall next to him. I can see that you've improved, but I wasn't twiddling my thumbs in that time either, Tenya, Midoriya replied as he shot upwards and kicked Tenya in the chest, knocking him backward onto the floor. I can't use my quirk with you in the way, Tenya, Aoyama shouted. Tenya was slowly picking himself up when he noticed Midoriya was no longer in front of him. Midoriya was already a few feet in front of Aoyama with the capture tape in hand. I won't let you, Tenya shouted as he shot towards Midoriya at high speeds, catching up to him almost instantly. That's what I wanted, Midoriya said in a low voice as he quickly turned around and used the capture tape exactly how Aizawa uses his binding scarf. Midoriya quickly tied both of Tenya's feet together and got a hold of his left arm, pinning him down onto the floor. Aoyama was frozen at the speed these two were moving at. He felt out of his league. Midoriya noticed Aoyama's reaction and took the opportunity to restrain Tenya with the tape. Aoyama! Tenya shouted to grab his attention, but it was too late. Ha! Aoyama said, snapping out of his haze. Never hesitate, Aoyama. One decision could change everything, Midoriya said as he quickly restrained Aoyama with ease. Midoriya stood up and looked down at the two students who were bound. Villain team wins, All Might announced through the microphone. Tenya, you have improved quite a bit. I'm glad our last encounter did not cause you to waver, Midoriya said as he began to untie Tenya. It wasn't enough to beat you, but I'm glad you think so, Tenya replied as he rubbed his wrist and got up from the floor. As for you, Aoyama, why did you hesitate? Midoriya asked Aoyama, who was laying silent on the floor with a face of sadness. I felt powerless and afraid, Aoyama managed to choke out. I see, Midoriya replied as he untied Aoyama, allowing him to get up. Aoyama, as a hero you need to learn that you are the solution to those very problems. As a hero, you will help those who are afraid and powerless in the face of danger, Midoriya explained, putting a hand on Aoyama's shoulder. Aoyama stood in silence and pondered what Midoriya had said. You are correct. I must shine brighter, Aoyama said with a big smile and began to make his way to the front of the building. Well, he is an interesting one, Midoriya said, looking over to Tenya. Why aren't you here with us? Why aren't you a hero? Tenya shouted with tears in his eyes. Midoriya was caught off guard by Tenya's reaction. Tenya wanted Midoriya to be a hero, enjoy high school life, make friends and memories. I'm already broken beyond repair, Tenya, but who really knows, maybe one day if the stars align I could become a hero, Midoriya said as he turned around and made his way to the front of the building. Tenya wiped his tears and made his way to the front of the building. Bring out the next pair, Midoriya said to Aizawa. All right, Aizawa replied, not wanting to ask what Midoriya and Tenya were talking about inside the building. Mina and Azui, please come down, Aizawa said into his earpiece. Tenya and Aoyama began to make their way back to the observation room after being lectured by Aizawa on their performance. Mina and Azui soon arrived at their assigned building. Midoriya and Aizawa were having a conversation about the student's license exam when they arrived. We are here, Mina said cheerfully. Hello, Azui greeted with a smile. Nice to see you too, Aizawa said, turning away from Midoriya and towards the two students. Are you two ready? Midoriya asked the two girls. Yeah, Mina replied quickly. All right, whenever you're ready please step into the building, Midoriya said as he began to make his way to his position. Sensei, he reminds me of you, Azui said with a smile. In what way? Aizawa asked. He always seems so bored, Mina pouted, looking over to Midoriya. Yes, but deep down he cares for people, Azui added, smiling warmly. Sensei, I wanted to ask something, Mina said, catching Aizawa's attention. Shoot, Aizawa replied. Why is Midoriya a villain? Mina asked with a look confusion on her face. Well, he's not a villain by choice, but that's all I can say. This is something he should tell you himself, Aizawa said as he looked down at his tablet. Mina and Azui looked at each other in confusion to that statement, as it made more questions than answers, but decided to ignore it for now. Azui has no real weakness except the cold, and Mina's acid is too dangerous to leave unchecked, Midoriya said to himself as he patrolled the building cautiously. Midoriya turned the corner and heard the sound of Azui launching her tongue at him out of nowhere. He was able to dodge just in time. Camouflage. It's sloppy, but the concept is there, Midoriya said as he turned around to face Azui. Don't forget about me, Mina said as she used her acid to glide on the floor towards Midoriya. Mina used her very flexible body to jump over Midoriya and positioned herself underneath Azui. Your body is very nice, Mina, Midoriya said, taking a fighting stance. Wah! Mina said as her face turned bulsu red. Yes, you're very flexible and strong, it's quite impressive, Midoriya added. Oh haha, Mina laughed shyly. Azui made the first move and shot her tongue at Midoriya, but he caught it in midair. Azui wasn't dumb, however. She quickly pulled her tongue back, allowing it to slip through Midoriya's hand. Mina followed up and dashed towards Midoriya. Head on, Midoriya asked himself as he dodged Mina and her punch. Azui soon joined in, and they both began their assault on Midoriya. Mina did what seemed like a breakdancing move and swept Midoriya's legs, causing him to fall backward, but Midoriya used his right hand, push himself back to his feet instantly, and punched Mina right in the stomach, causing her to recoil in pain backwards. Now Azui, Mina shouted. Midoriya quickly turned around and saw that Azui had the capture tape in hand, completely unraveled, and threw it directly at Mina. So they want to capture me, Midoriya thought as he saw Mina do the exact same thing and tossed her capture tape towards Azui. Midoriya seemed cornered. All Mina and Azui had to do was close the tape around Midoriya and capture him. Midoriya grabbed onto the capture tape Azui was holding in her hand and pulled on the tape, causing her to fly towards him. Midoriya then used Azui's own capture tape to restrain her in an instant. That's cheating, Mina pouted as she dropped the capture tape and put up her fighting stance. I'm guessing their plan to capture me required two people, Midoriya thought as he glanced over shoulder at Azui. Midoriya didn't hesitate and began to attack Mina. However, she was doing quite well against him as she was very mobile and was able to parry Midoriya's attacks most of the time. Midoriya was taking his time to memorize her movements since she moved so sporadically and her acid was extremely dangerous. Mina, however, couldn't seem to find an opening in Midoriya's style, as he always seemed to switch up his style every engagement. The fight went on for a couple more seconds and Midoriya soon found an opening in Mina's fighting style. A left hook aimed for his stomach was her favorite move. Midoriya noticed this and caught her hand mid-punch and quickly pinned her to the floor with her arm behind her back, swiftly capturing her with the capture tape. Back in the observation room, All Might had just ended the fight and the students were all surrounding Todoroki and Momo. "You guys got this," Kaminari said while throwing his fist in the air. Yae Kirishima added with excitement. "Todoroki is the strongest in the class," Uraraka said as she joined the group of students surrounding Momo and Todoroki. "If anyone can do it, it's Todoroki," Hagakure said loudly. Todoroki was rather cold as usual and only wanted to get the training exercise over with. Momo, on the other hand, was unsure of herself since the school festival after losing to Tokoyami. "Todoroki is quite strong," Momo said with a nervous laugh. "Todoroki and Momo, please make your way down to the training area," Aizawa said into his earpiece. Midoriya, Azui, and Mina all walked out of the building together. Mina and Azui were both asking their teacher questions about their performance. "You're quite strong," Azui said with a smile. Yeah. How do you dodge so much without getting tired?" Mina asked excitedly. "To answer both of your questions, it's simply training," Midoriya replied as he made his way to Aizawa. "Good job you two, you can both make your way back to the observation room. I will be showing you all a recording of your performance at the next class," Aizawa explained as he lifted up his tablet. Okay." Mina pouted as she gave Azui a warm hug, and they both began to make their way back to the observation room. Midoriya and Aizawa were standing silently in front of the building when Aizawa broke the silence. "Why are you going easy on them?" Aizawa asked, looking up from his tablet. "You noticed," Midoriya replied. "Of course I did. I've been doing this for years. I know when someone is holding back," Aizawa said as he turned to face his tablet once again. "It wouldn't be training if I didn't give them a fighting chance," Midoriya said as he picked up his water bottle and took a sip. "But I won't underestimate them, you can count on that," Midoriya added, looking straight ahead. Aizawa didn't reply and looked in Midoriya's direction with a short smile. "This bunch of first years is full of surprises," Aizawa said as he pulled up a picture of Todoroki and Momo. Todoroki and Momo soon arrived at their assigned building and met up with Aizawa and Midoriya. "I'm sure you both know the drill by now," Aizawa said as both students came up to him and Midoriya. "Yeah," Todoroki replied. "We are ready, sensei," Momo added, glancing over to Todoroki. Midoriya didn't say a word but gave a short glance over to Momo. "She lacks confidence, huh?" Midoriya thought as he slowly made his way over to the building. Midoriya was not one to pry into someone else's business unless it affected his livelihood or his mother's, but Momo's case was different since he once was exactly like her. Todoroki and Momo began to make their way into the building when Todoroki broke the silence. "Step outside. I'm going to end this," Todoroki ordered Momo, signaling her to step outside. Momo nodded sadly and took a step outside. Todoroki then placed his right palm on the wall and froze the entire building. "I'm going to go restrain him," Todoroki said bluntly and quickly made his way up the stairs. Todoroki soon found Midoriya at the end of a hallway stuck to the ground by his ice. "Don't struggle, I'll make this quick," Todoroki said as he took out his capture tape. "I knew you would come alone, Todoroki," Midoriya said as he broke free of the ice with ease, taking a step forward. "What did you think that was enough to stop me? You came without your partner as well. Do you want to lose that badly?" Midoriya asked, taking another step forward. "Shut it," Todoroki said as he shot a barrage of ice towards Midoriya. Midoriya used the wall as footing to avoid all the attacks and quickly was in front of Todoroki in an instant. "Your confidence and stupidity will cost you your life in the real world, Todoroki," Midoriya said as he punched Todoroki at full force in his stomach, launching him back into a wall. Todoroki back slammed into the wall and he quickly lost his breath. "You have fire quirk as well, don't you? Fight me with everything you've got, because at this rate you're just going to lose without even landing a scratch on me," Midoriya said, walking slowly towards Todoroki. I won't use my old man's damn quirk," Todoroki managed to choke out. "Yes, I know all about your father. Endeavor. He had a quirk marriage to have a child who could overtake All Might, Midoriya said as he stopped a few feet from Todoroki. Todoroki's eyes widened at the sound of Midoriya knowing that information. I have tabs on all the pro heroes, but the Todoroki family is full of surprises. I also know all about that nasty scar you've got, Shoto, and how you blame your father for it as a result. You don't use his quirk to get revenge on him, Midoriya said coldly, his expression not shifting from his usual bored look. Todoroki's eyes widened and then shifted to anger at what he was hearing. Shut up! Todoroki shouted as he shot another ice attack at Midoriya to no avail. Midoriya dodged the attack easily and returned to where he was standing. What do you know about any of us? Todoroki said in a low voice. You were born and you inherited your mother's quirk and your father's, but you seem to think it still belongs to them, but this isn't about them. It's about you, Midoriya replied. Todoroki's eyes shifted from anger to a solemn expression. Your father does not own the quirk passed on to you, neither does your mother. These quirks are yours and yours alone. So use them, Midoriya shouted, dashing towards Todoroki with his fist raised. Todoroki at that moment felt a moment of clarity. Midoriya was only a few inches away when he was blasted away by a blast of flame. Your class is fighting with all they've got. You should too, don't you think? Midoriya said. If you get hurt, don't hold it against me, Todoroki said with a smile. We will see, Midoriya said with a smile as he switched on his mask's air filter and readied himself for the fight. Now then, Todoroki. Show me your quirks, Midoriya said as he re-engaged Todoroki. Midoriya had decided he was going to go all out against Todoroki. He had pushed him this far, it was the least he could do. Todoroki soon raised the heat and the room became so hot it was almost suffocating. Todoroki and Midoriya were exchanging blows. Todoroki compensated for his raw strength by adding fire to his punch, and as for Midoriya, he was relying on experience and strength. You're pretty strong for someone without a quirk, Todoroki said loudly as he threw a punch which Midoriya dodged. And you're holding out pretty well yourself, Midoriya replied as he threw a kick at Todoroki which connected with his ribs. Todoroki flinched slightly at the pain, but he had gone through worse and quickly jumped back to make some distance from Midoriya. At this rate, I'm going to lose, Todoroki thought as he felt his body starting to give out. Midoriya was catching his breath too. The room was extremely hot, he would pass out if he didn't end it soon. Todoroki was catching his breath when he looked behind him and saw Momo peeking around the corner. She had something in her hand and what seemed like a copy of Aizawa's binding scarf on the other. Don't look away, Midoriya shouted as he quickly closed the gap and punched Todoroki in the gut, causing him to vomit a little. Sensei, you were right. Me coming alone and fighting you was a stupid idea, Todoroki said as he used his right arm to grasp at his stomach. Midoriya was confused as to why Todoroki was bringing this up, but when he noticed now it was too late. Close your eyes, Todoroki, Momo shouted as she threw a flashbang directly at Midoriya, blinding him in the process. I still know where you are, Todoroki, Midoriya shouted as he dashed at an inhuman speed at Todoroki and threw a smoke bomb along with a punch aimed at his face. Todoroki raised his left arm at the last moment and raised the heat at its maximum capacity, causing even some of the metal nearby to start melting. Midoriya and Todoroki clashed and smoke filled the room. No one could see anything through the smoke. When the smoke cleared, Todoroki was laying on the floor unconscious and Midoriya was standing over his body. Midoriya was conscious but barely. Everything around him was a blurry haze and his eyes were sore from the heat. Plus the entire upper part of his costume was burned off, exposing his fit and scarred body. Momo saw her chance to attack and quickly made her way over to Midoriya and prepared the binding cloth to capture him. Midoriya was weak, but he noticed Momo behind him and threw a punch, but Momo pulled up a shield at the last moment and blocked his punch, which surprisingly had a lot of force behind it. Momo pushed with her shield and wrapped Midoriya in the bindings and he fell to the floor like a rock. Midoriya was unconscious. His body had reached its limit long ago. Heroes. Win. All Might shouted into the mic, announcing the end of the fight. Young Midoriya. To think you were looking to save young Todoroki by putting yourself on the line, All Might said in a low voice with a smile as he stared at the monitor. What was that fight, man? Mineta said, shuddering at what he just witnessed. I hope Midoriya and Todoroki are okay, Mina said with a worried look. So manly, Kirishima added with a tear rolling off his cheek. Does that mean we get the A? Shiro asked the class. At that moment everyone had forgotten about the reward Midoriya had promised them. 1 hour later in Recovery Girl's office. Midoriya woke up in a bed and Recovery Girl was sitting next to him typing away on her computer. How long was I unconscious? Midoriya. I see. Thank you. Midoriya replied as he stepped out of Nisa's office. Poor kid. He learned how cruel the world could be far too early. Nizu said with a sigh before returning to his paperwork. Midoriya was on his way to his dorm when he ran into Todoroki in the hallway. Hey! Todoroki greeted with a short smile. How are you feeling, Todoroki? Midoriya asked, walking up to the teen. Recovery Girl used her quirk, so I'm doing better. Todoroki replied. Todoroki, I want to apologize for my behavior in our fight today. Midoriya said, bowing to apologize. There's no need to apologize. Todoroki replied quickly. I do stand by what I said, however. Todoroki, this power is yours and yours alone, never forget that. Midoriya said firmly. Yes. I've been putting some thought into what you told me. I just need a little more time to think about it. Todoroki explained. Midoriya simply nodded in confirmation and made his way to his room. My power, Todoroki said under his breath and looked ahead, eyes full of determination. Midoriya was laying in his bed staring at the ceiling thinking about his day tomorrow. Can't sleep, Midoriya sighed as he glanced over at his clock. It was 9 p.m. Midoriya was used to sleeping early, but all that fighting gave him too much energy. Guess I'll make some tea, Midoriya said as he got up from his bed and made his way downstairs to the kitchen. He was wearing pajamas Yudata provided for him. They had a similar design to the gym clothes but more comfortable. Midoriya was making his way to the kitchen when he heard some students in the living room. When my super move is done you all will be amazed, Kaminari said cheerfully. Me too. It's going to be great, just watch, Mina added. Mina, Kaminari, Azui, Sato, and Uraraka were all giggling when Midoriya entered the living room. You're all very lively, Midoriya said as he made his way into the kitchen to make himself some tea. Midoriya, Mina called out cheerfully while waving her hand. The rest of the students all turned quickly to look at Midoriya. Hello, Midoriya replied as he began to heat up his water. You're really strong and fast, it's amazing, Mina said with a smile. Is that so? Midoriya replied, turning to face all the students. Yeah man, you even took out the strongest guy in the class, Kaminari added loudly. I did, but in time you will all surpass me and I will no longer be needed, Midoriya said bluntly. The students all had a look of confusion on their face. Midoriya was really strong and he can only get stronger from here on out, so why was he saying this? Sensei, what do you mean? Azui asked, placing her index finger near her lower lip. The human body has limits and without a quirk, in time I will be obsolete. You all, however, can continue to grow much more. You can train your body exactly as I did and your quirk along with it, Midoriya explained as he put the tea bag into his hot water. As much as I hate to admit it, quirks are the barrier that stops quirkless people from becoming heroes, Midoriya said as he took a sip from his tea. The students all looked at each other with a sad look. Midoriya was right. The human body had limitations and without a quirk, things became much harder. But I have no interest in becoming a hero. Good night and make sure to get plenty of rest, Midoriya said as he picked up his teacup and began to walk to his room. The room was silent and the air was almost depressing, but Uraraka and Mina had one thing on their mind and they had to ask no matter what. Sensei, Mina and Uraraka called out in unison. Midoriya said as he turned around to face the students. Can we ask you something? Mina asked shyly. Of course, Midoriya replied as he took another sip of his tea. Did you ever want to become a hero? Uraraka asked nervously. Midoriya wasn't surprised by the question as he knew it would be coming sooner or later and he saw no point in lying. Yes, I did. It was my dream to become a great hero just like All Might and save the day just like him, Midoriya explained to the students present. The students were all surprised to hear what Midoriya was saying. He wanted to be a hero and from the sound of it a great hero at that. Well, why didn't you? Uraraka asked quickly. Reality is often all I'm going to say on that topic. Good night, Midoriya said as he turned around and made his way up the stairs. The room grew silent once more as the students all felt a sudden wave of sadness come over them for some reason. They all went to bed not long after. Thoughts of Midoriya and what he said filled their minds. The next day at 9 a.m., Midoriya was in the living room waiting patiently for his mother Inko to visit him. As for the students, most of them went out together, leaving only a select few that didn't want to go back at UA. Should I make some food? Midoriya asked himself as he laid back into the couch with a sigh, making himself more comfortable. Good morning, Aizawa greeted in a groggy voice. Good morning, Aizawa, Midoriya replied as he turned to face the tired man. You look like sheet, Midoriya said with a short smile. Shut up. I'm just tired and I only came down to get some food, Aizawa replied quickly as he opened the fridge in the kitchen and began to take out food. Of course, whatever you say, Midoriya said as he laid back on the couch. Your mother is coming today, yes? Aizawa asked as he closed the fridge. Yeah, I'm just waiting for her, Midoriya replied. I see. Well, have fun and good night, Aizawa said as he dragged his feet up the stairs carrying a plastic bag full of food. Midoriya waited patiently in the living room for another 15 minutes until his mother finally arrived. Izuku, Inko greeted happily as she ran and hugged her son warmly. Hi Mom, how are you? Midoriya replied with a smile as he returned her hug. I'm perfectly fine, but how are you? Is Udata cool? Inko asked with a big smile as she sat down at the couch. It's very interesting and it seems no one's out to end me, so that's good, Midoriya replied as he sat across from his mother. Well, everyone except Bakugo, but it's not all bad, Midoriya explained to Inko. Is that Bakugo still giving you trouble? Inko asked somewhat angrily. Inko knew Bakugo gave her son a hard time, and she was aware Midoriya tried to end himself, but she didn't know the full story of how he got to that point. Yes, but I can defend myself now, Mom, Midoriya reassured Inko. Well, don't let him boss you around, Izuku, Inko said firmly as she pulled out 2 bento for Midoriya and herself. I made your favorite, Inko said as she opened the lid and revealed a well-prepared katsudon made just how Midoriya liked it. Katsudon? It's been so long since I've had any, Midoriya replied, feeling a bit melancholy at the sight of the meal. I made it just for you, Inko said with a warm smile. Let me make some tea and we can eat, Midoriya replied with a smile of his own. Midoriya and his mother spoke for hours about his time at UA and what Midoriya went through during his time with the Villain League and his training with Stain. Midoriya saw no point in lying to his mother about his past. She deserved to know the truth after all that she went through. Inko was sad to hear what her son went through, but whenever she felt like breaking down, she reminded herself that Midoriya was now in front of her once again and under the watchful eye of UA. I can't believe you went through all of that, Inko said, showing her sadness. I'm sorry for putting you through that, Mom, Midoriya replied with a sad smile. It's okay, Izuku, I'm just glad you're safe now, Inko said as she took a sip of her tea. Before Midoriya could speak, his mother asked the question he knew was coming. Izuku, can you tell me why you tried to end yourself? Inko asked, barely able to choke out those last few words. Yes, of course, Midoriya said as he took a deep breath and began to tell his mother about the bullying he endured from everyone around him. Why didn't you tell me? Inko asked as she began to tear up. I didn't want you to worry, but looking back, if only I had told you, none of this would have happened, Midoriya said as he scolded himself. That's right, you should have told me, but I know it's not that easy, Izuku, Inko said as tears rolled down her cheeks. Bakugo was my main tormentor, and he was the one that finally pushed me over the edge. Midoriya continued his story. Inko was aware now that Bakugo was Midoriya's main bully, but what she didn't know was the full extent of his abuse. Midoriya told Inko about what transpired that day, Bakugo's advice telling him to end himself, and All Might's dream-crushing words about Midoriya not being able to ever become a hero. I can't dash, Inko couldn't speak. She couldn't believe her best friend's son did such a thing. Midoriya got up and got his mother glass of water. Inko took a sip and calmed herself down. I can sort of understand why All Might said that, but Bakugo, Inko said as her voice shifted to anger at the sound of Bakugo's name. Bakugo now is from what I've seen a bit more docile than before, so it's not as bad, Midoriya explained to Inko. Inko and Midoriya began to talk about how their week went when a certain blonde boy appeared. Bakugo, is that you? Inko asked almost angrily as she saw the blonde boy walk by. Bakugo quickly turned and almost said something rude until he noticed it was Inko. Oh. Hello, Mrs. Midoriya, Bakugo greeted in a rather calm tone. Midoriya wasn't surprised by Bakugo's current attitude. He was rude towards everyone except Midoriya's mom for some reason. I don't want to hear it, Bakugo, Inko said, giving the boy a cold stare. When will you apologize for what you did? Inko shouted as she began to tear up. Bakugo stood silently in the middle of the room staring at the floor. I'm sorry, Bakugo said as he closed his right hand tightly. I don't want your apology. Apologize to my son. Inko shouted, tears rushing down her face. It wasn't in Bakugo's nature to apologize or ask for help, but he knew deep down it was the right thing to do. Mom, please, Midoriya said, standing up from the couch. No, Izuku, he needs to apologize for what he did to you, Inko retorted quickly. Bakugo is clearly in the wrong, but I don't expect or need an apology from him, Midoriya explained as he turned to face his mother. But Inko said before she was interrupted by Midoriya. The only people I care for aside from myself is you, so please don't worry about it. Please, Midoriya said as he grabbed his mother's hands. Fine for you, but until Bakugo apologizes, I will never forgive him. Inko sighed as she calmed herself down. Bakugo was still standing silently, listening to the things Midoriya and Inko were talking about in front of him when he finally spoke up. Sorry, Bakugo said and quickly put his hands in his pockets and walked back to his room. Midoriya was genuinely surprised Bakugo would apologize to him, even if it was half-assed. But he did it. Well, it's something and something is better than nothing, Midoriya said as he watched Bakugo go up the stairs until he was out of sight. I know Bakugo can be a good kid, but as it stands I'm too angry at what he did to you. I just don't want you or him to go down a bad road, Inko said softly as she sat back down on the couch. Midoriya and Inko talked for about an hour more before she left. Okay, sweetie, I'll see you soon. Make sure to call me, okay? Inko said as she hugged her son and let him go. I will, Mom, Midoriya replied with a smile. Midoriya watched as his mom was escorted to the exit by pro-hero Snipe until he could no longer see them both. I better get ready for tomorrow then, Midoriya sighed as he picked up the dishes and moved them to the sink. But first I need to talk to the principal, Midoriya said to himself as he began to make his way to Principal Nizu's office. A few moments later, Midoriya knocked at the principal's door waiting to be allowed in. Come in, Nizu said beyond the door. I'm coming in, Principal, Midoriya said as he opened the door and walked into his office. Midoriya, how is your mother? Nizu asked with a smile as he turned to face Midoriya. She's doing well, Midoriya replied. That's good to hear, but I'm sure you didn't just come to my office just for that. What can I help you with? Nizu asked as he straightened out some papers. It was about Bakugo, Midoriya said. Did Bakugo cause you trouble? Nizu asked, showing concern. No. Bakugo apologized to me today, so you don't have to worry about that anymore, Midoriya explained to the White Mouse. That's a relief. I'm glad he apologized and asked for forgiveness, Nizu said as he sighed in relief. He didn't ask for forgiveness. He simply apologized, but I'm more than content with that. Plus, that's the best I'll probably get out of him, Midoriya replied calmly. I see. I suppose if you are content with his apology, it shouldn't be a problem, Nizu said as he let out a stretch. One more thing, Principal. Is it possible for me to have a phone? Midoriya asked politely. Of course, Midoriya, but we would have to be able to see what you do on your phone. Is that okay? Nizu explained. That's fine. I only intend to use it to call my mother and keep up with the news, Midoriya replied. I see, well, I have one procured to you ASAP, Nizu explained with a warm smile. That is all I wanted to say, Principal, Midoriya said as he bowed in respect. Very well, Midoriya. Have a good rest of your afternoon, Nizu replied as he waved Midoriya goodbye. Likewise, Midoriya said as he stepped out the room. Midoriya was in his room laying in bed. Class 1B huh? Wonder what they can do? Midoriya asked himself as he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Midoriya was making his way into Class 1B when a purple-haired boy bumped into him by accident. Sorry, the purple-haired boy said apologetically. It's fine. Wait, I remember you, Midoriya said as he took a closer look at the boy. Shinso Hitoshi, and your quirk is brainwashing, Midoriya said as he recalled his notes on the student. How does the villain teacher know me? Shinso said with a low chuckle. I remember anyone who seems interesting, and you're very interesting, Shinso. Your performance at the sports festival was exemplary, Midoriya explained, not taking his eyes off Shinso. Me interesting? That's a good one, plus my festival run was bad. Why don't you go and talk to Endeavor's son? He much more interesting, plus he was born with the ideal quirks, Shinso said, belittling himself. I see you think a quirk with physical power is much more ideal than yours, Midoriya said as he squinted his eyes slightly. Yeah, people with an ideal quirk becomes heroes. Meanwhile, general ed studies and myself are left in the dust, Shinso explained somewhat angrily. And other students bashed me for the use of my quirk in the festival in the end anyway. Shinso continued, switching to a solemn expression. Your quirk is amazing, and the way you used it in the festival was smart and resourceful. Anyone who tells you otherwise is an idiot, Midoriya explained to Shinso. Shinso was about to retort before Midoriya spoke again. And before you say anything else, let me tell you this. Aizawa has quirk erasure, but aside from that he's basically quirkless. Countless hours of training made him into the hero he is today, Midoriya said as he put his hand on Shinso's shoulder. By the way, I beat Todoroki without a quirk. So what does that tell you about ideal quirks? Midoriya said as he made his way to Class 1B. Shinso stood in the hallway thinking about what Midoriya said before quickly snapping out of his haze and going to his class. In Class 1B. Good morning, class, Vlad King said as he stood at the front of the class. Good morning, Sensei, the class greeted back energetically. Sensei, when are we going to prove ourselves superior to Class 1A? Monoma asked rather loudly. Class 1B was in the eyes of the public considered inferior to Class 1A, and Monoma, and some of his fellow classmates couldn't let that stand. However, Monoma's call-outs and actions get out of hand from time to time. As much as I would like to show the world our strength, we aren't doing that today, Vlad King said as some students sighed in disappointment. Starting today, you will all begin to learn about villains and what they are capable of, and you will continue working on your super moves, Vlad King explained. Is it that villain guy? Some of the students whispered to each other. We don't need any help from that sheet villain, Sensei, Togaru said angrily. Togaru was much like Bakugo, hot-blooded and always ready to fight. Is that so? Midoriya asked as he entered the room. Midoriya is his name, Togaru, and you all better remember it starting from today, Vlad King explained. The class grew silent at the sight of Midoriya until Togaru spoke. Yeah, we don't need you, Togaru stated angrily. Oh? And why is that? Midoriya asked, looking over to the teen in his seat. We don't need help from some villain, that's all, Togaru growled. Fine, let's take it to the gym Gamma, shall we? Midoriya said in his usual bored tone. If it's all right with you, of course, Vlad King, Midoriya said as he turned to face Vlad King. It's fine, I planned on taking us there anyway, Vlad King replied quickly. They need to learn these things whether they like it or not, Vlad King said to himself. Right, all of you meet in Gamma Gym in your hero costumes, Vlad King announced as he grabbed his clipboard. All right, I get to pound this guy, Togaru said, full of excitement. Class 1A was wondering where Midoriya was since he was always with Aizawa. The students were working on their super moves in Gamma Gym. Hey, do you know where Midoriya is? Kirishima asked Kaminari. Nah man. It's kinda weird not seeing him around, Kaminari replied as he looked around the gym. Mina had overheard their conversation and made her way over to the two boys. Midoriya isn't here? Do you guys think something happened to him? Mina asked the two boys. Nah, I think he's fine, that guy is tough, Kirishima said as he slapped his biceps jokingly. Well, we could just ask Aizawa where he is, Kaminari suggested. Let's do it, Mina replied quickly as she pulled Kaminari over to Aizawa, who was observing the students. Sensei, I think Mina called out to Aizawa. HM? What is it? Aizawa asked. Where's is Midoriya-sensei? Mina asked cheerfully. Midoriya is dash. Aizawa was about to explain when he was interrupted by Class 1B entering Gamma Gym. Time's up, Class A. Today we arranged TDL to use this gym this afternoon, Vlad King announced as the rest of the students poured in. So make haste, Eraserhead, Vlad King said as he walked over to Aizawa. We still have a few minutes left and I plan to use all the time we can get, Aizawa replied. Hey class, did you hear? They say half the people who take the provisional exam fail. Monoma explained loudly. So, why don't you just go ahead and lose for us, Class A? Monoma sneered. The altercation went on for about a few more minutes and Monoma was disappointed to hear that they would all be taking different exams at different places. So where is he? Aizawa asked Vlad King. He should be arriving soon, Vlad King replied, and like clockwork, a white-suited individual entered the gym. The students were all invested in their own conversations to notice the person entering the gym. I don't like these colors, Midoriya said as he looked down at his temporary costume. I would guess not, Aizawa replied with a low chuckle. Midoriya's costume was still being repaired after being blown to pieces after his fight with Todoroki. So he was given a temporary costume. The costume was bright white with gray stripes much like his old costume, and a scarf much like Aizawa's was wrapped around his neck. Hey, who's that? Kendo asked as she caught Kaminari and Kirishima's attention. Midoriya was walking over to Tagaru when everyone began to turn in his direction. Hey girls, who is that guy? Mina asked the Class 1A girls who were talking amongst themselves. Midoriya wants to show Tagaru and my class why they need receive his teachings, Vlad King explained to Aizawa. I see. This will be a demonstration then, Aizawa replied. Somewhat, Vlad King said as he slightly shrugged his shoulders. Tagaru, Midoriya said as he caught the boy's attention. Huh, who are you? Tagaru asked in his angry tone. It's me, Midoriya replied as he moved the scarf that was covering his part of his face. That's Midoriya? Class 1A exclaimed in unison. He looks like a cool hero in that costume, Kirishima said as he made his way over to Midoriya. Yeah, he looks like a pro, Mina said as she ran over to Midoriya. Where were you? Mina asked with a pout. I'm going to start teaching Class 1B and Class 1A now, Midoriya explained as he turned to look at Class 1B. Oh, Mina replied with a pout. Just when I thought we were special, Jiro said jokingly. Bakugo avoided eye contact with Midoriya and kept on working on his super move. Speaking of, Midoriya said as he signaled Vlad King in the distance. All right, everyone clear out and get off to the sides. Except Midoriya and Tagaru, Vlad King ordered. All the students made their way to the sides of the gym as Vlad King instructed. I'm going to crush you, Tagaru said as he took his side of the gym. Sure, try your best, Midoriya replied as he let out a short yawn. Tagaru growled at how disinterested Midoriya was. He's looking down on me, Tagaru said to himself angrily. Tagaru and Midoriya soon took their positions and waited for one of the teachers to start the fight. I'm sure our Tagaru will win, Monoma stated loudly. Fight, Vlad King said, commencing the fight. Come here and eat it, Tagaru shouted as he dashed at Midoriya. Tagaru's quirk was razor sharp, allowing him to make blades appear out of any part of his body. Midoriya was standing still, he was completely calm and collected. What's wrong, scared stiff? Tagaru sneered as he made blades appear out of his forearms. Midoriya took a deep breath and took a step forward. Tagaru stopped dead in his tracks and felt a shiver go down his spine. Midoriya's demeanor did not change, but the aura around him was cold and full of malice. What's wrong? Midoriya asked in a sinister tone. The entire gym felt cold and some students were beginning to get worried for their fellow classmate. Class 1A was able to maintain their composure but barely, since they had progressed so much since they first met Midoriya. Vlad King was about to step in when Aizawa stopped. Vlad King with his arm. It's fine, he won't end him, Aizawa reassured Vlad King. What's wrong? Scared stiff? Midoriya asked mockingly with an evil grin. Gore, no, Togaru shouted as he managed to regain his senses and slowly made his way towards Midoriya. Yes, that's the spirit, Midoriya exclaimed with a wicked smile as he dashed towards Togaru. Togaru swung his blade at Midoriya only for him to miss. The fight was extremely one-sided as Togaru couldn't get so much as a scratch on Midoriya, and he was beginning to get tired. F-, Togaru exclaimed as Midoriya wrapped him with his scarf binding. I win, Midoriya said as he went back to his usual self. Hopefully this will open your eyes up at the valuable teaching this boy can show you, Vlad King explained loudly as he walked to the center of the gym. Class 1B was getting their bearings back together. They had never encountered anything like that before. Say, seriously? Tokage managed to choke out as she gulped slowly. I look forward to teaching you, Midoriya said as he walked by Togaru. Togaru didn't say anything back, he lost completely. The rest of the day went by quickly. Midoriya showed Class B why he had to teach them and the invaluable experience they would learn from him. Have a good afternoon, students, Vlad King said as he excused the students. Midoriya was writing something in a journal in the corner of a room when Vlad King caught his attention. Just so you know, I don't trust you as much, the principal, Vlad King said as he shot a cold glare at Midoriya. Yeah, I know, Midoriya replied, not looking up from his journal. Some students were gathering their supplies. Meanwhile, some other students wanted to have a word with Midoriya. A group of students nervously made their way to Midoriya and one of them spoke. Hello, Sensei, Itsuka Kendo greeted respectfully. Hello. You're the class representative, correct? Midoriya asked as he looked up from his journal. Yes, I'm Itsuka Kendo and this is Setsuna Tokage, Pony Tsunatori, Reiko Yanagi, and Manga Fukudashi, Kendo said as she introduced her fellow classmates. Hello, Pony greeted in English. English, huh? Well, I don't know much, but hello to you too, Midoriya replied, looking at the blonde girl. Hello, Tokage said nervously. Very nice to meet you, Midoriya replied as he took a quick look at her face. Hey, don't be afraid of the way I look, Manga explained with a nervous chuckle. Nice to meet you, Midoriya replied, not fazed by his Manga's weird appearance. Hello, sir, Reiko greeted in a monotone voice. Nice to meet you, Midoriya said, looking up and down at the white-haired girl. It's nice to meet you all, Midoriya replied as he got up from his seat and bowed towards the students. The students were caught off guard and quickly bowed back in response. You all have such interesting quirks, Midoriya said abruptly. Really? Kendo said as she rubbed the back of her head shyly. They are amazing no matter what way you look at it, Midoriya said as he flipped into a page in his notebook. Big Fist, Lizard Tail Splitter, Comic, Horn Cannon, and Poltergeist. I must say they all are interesting quirks, Midoriya explained, showing a hint of enthusiasm. The students were surprised to hear their quirks be known by someone they hardly knew. Midoriya said, looking over to the teenager. Yeah, Togake replied quickly. You're afraid of me, aren't you? Midoriya asked, not looking away. Yeah, I'm kinda scared of you after what happened at the gym today, I guess, Tokage explained nervously. I see. Well, I hope in time that will change, but until then I understand if you are wary of me, Midoriya replied. Tokage only nodded in confirmation in response, and Midoriya quickly turned his attention to Manga. I have a question. If I were to get a pair of scissors, could I cut into you? Midoriya asked Manga with a puzzled look. Manga replied nervously. I'm just joking, Midoriya said with the best laugh he could muster out. I wasn't joking, but I clearly freaked him out, Midoriya thought to himself as he turned to face Reiko. You are the oddball of the class, aren't you? Midoriya asked, looking straight at the teen. I'm not sure what you mean, sir, Reiko replied, showing a hint of confusion. Your emotions don't seem to show and your speech is somewhat confusing, Midoriya explained. Plus her posture reminds me of an old-school ghost, Midoriya thought as he looked at Reiko's hands. I show emotion, right, friends? Reiko asked her fellow classmates. Eh? Manga replied as he tilted his hand side to side. I mean, kinda, Tokage said with a chuckle. Don't worry about it. I just think you're all so unique and it's a nice change of pace to find these things out, Midoriya explained as he looked down at the phone Udatte gave him to check the time. The students, including Reiko, all blushed slightly at being complimented. I have to go. It was nice meeting you all, and I look forward to teaching you all, Midoriya said as he bowed and took his leave. After Midoriya left, the students begun to talk amongst themselves as they entered the hallway. He doesn't seem that bad, Kendo said with a smile. I think he tried to make a joke back there, Manga added with a short chuckle. Yeah, after talking to him and how he acted with us, he seemed nice, Pony said energetically. He's kinda hot too, Tokage said in a dirty way. Back to your usual self, miss? Reiko asked Tokage. What do you mean? I'm always like this, Tokage replied bashfully. Back at the dorms. Midoriya was walking back to his room after gathering some school supplies when he ran into Aizawa. How was it with Class 1B? Aizawa asked as he took a sip of his coffee. It was all right, Midoriya replied. I see, well, keep up the good work, Aizawa said as he turned towards the direction of his room. Hey! Eraserhead, Midoriya called out. Yeah, Aizawa replied quickly. What are your thoughts on Shinso Hitoshi? Midoriya asked the tired man. Nothing really, why? Aizawa asked, raising an eyebrow. I recall you bashed the practical exam at the sports festival because you thought it was unreasonable, and you knew Shinso couldn't pass the exam since his quirk does not allow him to brainwash the robots, Midoriya explained as he straightened out the papers in his hand. Yes, and I stand by it. The hero exam is irrational and doesn't test all the applicants' abilities, Aizawa replied, getting a bit angry that the test won't be changed. I believe Shinso could become a great hero. I mean, he reached the finals at the sports festival. With some proper training, I think he can make it into the hero course, Midoriya said with a short yawn. Possibly, but I don't think they will let you train Shinso, Aizawa replied bluntly. Who said I was going to train him? Anyway, have good night, Aizawa, Midoriya said with a short chuckle. Good night, Midoriya, Aizawa replied as he turned and went back to his room. Training Shinso, huh? Aizawa said to himself as he walked down the hallway. Midoriya was going back to his room when he noticed that Momo and Todoroki were waiting in front of his room. Is there something I can help you two with? Midoriya asked the two students. Well, we both wanted to talk to you about different things, Momo explained with a smile. Yes, so whenever you have time, can you contact us? Todoroki added as he pulled out his cell phone. If it's okay with you, Midoriya, Momo said as she pulled out a cell phone of her own. You're both in luck as U.A was kind enough to provide me with one, Midoriya explained, as he pulled out a phone with the school symbol on the back. Midoriya exchanged numbers with the two students before heading into his room. Thank you and good night, Momo and Todoroki said as they both bowed and went back to their rooms. Everyone in this school is full of surprises. I'm too tired to think about it, though, Midoriya sighed as he fell back onto his bed. I wonder what Stain is doing, Midoriya thought as he drifted off to sleep. At Tartarus Prison. So you've chosen your successor, All Might. In time we will see who is going to stand on top. All for One whispered to himself with a wicked smile. All Might has already chosen his successor, but who could it possibly be? Next chapter, Stain and his crusade. Stain was standing over his latest victim. Fools like you who wave their power around so casually must be purged, Stain said as he stabbed the criminal who bled out and died a few moments later. Stain took a deep breath and spoke. What do you want, Shigaraki? Stain asked calmly as he looked up to see Kurogiri and Shigaraki standing at the top of the building. Don't be so cold, Hero Ender. I mean, don't we have some history? Shigaraki replied in a sinister voice along with a chuckle. Heard about your boss and Deku. Without those two your little league is going to fall into ruin, Stain sneered. Shigaraki twitched a bit at what Stain said but quickly regained what little composure he had. Yeah, it sucks Sensei is in jail, but I've learned so much from the last time we spoke, Shigaraki explained with a wicked smile. I don't care, just tell me what you want, Stain replied coldly. I need you to do some investigating for me, Shigaraki said bluntly. Oh yeah? And what makes you think I'll do that? Stain replied with a sneer. Of course we will make it worth your while, Hero Ender, Kurojiri added, looking down at Stain. I need money and some blood, Stain replied quickly. Whatever, we have tons of money anyway, Shigaraki scoffed. What do you need the blood for, however, Hero Ender? Kurojiri asked, intrigued. Just to make ending someone easier, Stain explained as he cleaned some blood off his blades. Very well, Kurojiri said calmly. So what's the job? Stain asked. Have you heard the name, Overhaul? Shigaraki asked Stain. Only a little. From what I've heard, he's a washed-up yakuza with a godlike quirk, Stain replied. Well, my master spoke of him once before, and one of my league members keeps talking about him too, and I wanted to know a little more before meeting him, Shigaraki explained. Fine, meet here in 2 days at 12 a.m., and I'll have your info, but if you're late by even a second, consider the deal over, Stain replied as he disappeared into the night. God, I hate him, Shigaraki said under his breath before teleporting away with Kurojiri. Back at UA, the students would all be taking the provisional license exam the next day. Everyone except Bakugo was in the living room anxious for tomorrow. I'm so nervous, Kaminari exclaimed. I think we will all do great tomorrow, Tenya announced to the students. I'm confident in my abilities now, Momo added happily. Midoriya appeared out of nowhere with a stack of papers and notes. A sheet, Midoriya said with no emotion as he dropped a few papers. Uraraka was about to stand up and help, but Todoroki surprisingly got up first. Midoriya, let me help, Todoroki said as he picked up the pieces of paper off the floor. Thank you, Todoroki, Midoriya replied as he set his stack of papers on a nearby table. Since when were you so nice, Todoroki? Mineta asked, pointing at the teen. I'm not sure myself, but Midoriya has helped me a lot these past few days, Todoroki replied with a warm smile. Yes, he's helped me a great deal as well, Momo added with a smile of her own. Wano fair, I want some help too, Mina pouted playfully. Mina, Uraraka said, trying to reel in the pink-skinned girl. Midoriya helping out Todoroki sounds so manly, Kirishima and Shiro said in unison. Didn't know you were capable of kindness, Midoriya, Aizawa said, appearing almost out of nowhere. Sensei? The students exclaimed in unison. There's a shred of humanity in that shell of yours? Aizawa asked jokingly. Midoriya and Aizawa had a weird friendship that involved them insulting each other, plus they both always seemed so disinterested in everything. Shut up, at least I don't sleep throughout an entire day, Midoriya replied. You got me there, Aizawa said, admitting defeat. Why did you help me, Midoriya? Todoroki asked as he looked at Midoriya. Because I'm your teacher, Midoriya said in a serious tone and got up. Everyone, including Aizawa, grew silent at those words. They felt so real. You all should go to bed. Tomorrow is going to be a big day, Midoriya explained to the students. He's right, you need as much rest as possible, Aizawa followed up. Okawe, Mina said with a big smile. The rest of students cleaned up and talked a bit more and went off to their rooms. Midoriya went to his room not long after, and U.A went to sleep. On a random street in Hosu, Kai Chisaki aka Overhaul, Stain said under his breath as he followed the crime lord. Chisaki was walking down the street with 2 men at his side. An antisocial sociopathic misophobe who believes quirks are a plague, Stain said under his breath as he watched Chisaki from a building. Stain was trailing Chisaki until he was spotted by Chisaki himself. Chisaki didn't change his expression, he only signaled Stain over to him. No point in bailing now, Stain sighed as he watched Chisaki and his 2 men walk into an alley. Stain quickly made his way over to the alleyway and confronted Chisaki. This alley is filthy, Chisaki said in a disgusted tone. You chose it, Stain replied calmly. Let's make this quick, I can't stand being here. Hero Ender, why are you trailing me? Chisaki asked quickly. Someone paid me to observe you for a bit, Stain replied as he slowly moved his hand to his katana. I see. Hero Ender, Stain, may I ask who hired you? Chisaki asked as moved his left hand close to his right. I won't get paid if I say, but don't worry, it's just recon. Stain explained as he quickly looked at the two other villains. I could pay you more, you know. Join me and I will put you to good use, Chisaki said as he extended his hand towards Stain. Thanks, but no thanks, I work better alone. Besides, me and the Yakuza don't get along, Stain said as he loosened his grip on his katana. There was a short silence until Chisaki spoke up. You know, it's a shame. I did not expect Deku to be arrested. He would be an invaluable pawn, Chisaki sighed as he scratched the back of his head. Stain tightened his grip on the blade. Deku has nothing to do with this, so you better leave him out of this, Stain said menacingly. I know you care for him, Hero Ender, and doing something to him would surely mean you would come after me. No, I simply found it a waste since he was clearly someone who would have fit right in my group. All his knowledge plus experience of his caliber is quite rare to find, Chisaki explained calmly. So how is this going to end? Stain said, ignoring Chisaki's comments on Midoriya. That depends on you, Chisaki sighed as he stared down Stain. I think I'll leave you be for now, Stain replied quickly as he quickly vanished into the darkness. Good choice, Chisaki said as he signaled his two members to move. Besides, his research is what is going to change the world, Chisaki said as he chuckled under his breath. Flashback. In other news, the main base of the League of Villains is no longer under investigation, and it's safe to say we won't be seeing these villains anytime soon, the news reporter said with a big smile. Chisaki was walking with his hands in his pockets and he subtly sneaked into the apartment next to the League's base. Chisaki soon stood in front of a burned door. Deku was smart to torch his room before going to the League's base and using the battle as cover as an excuse to destroy his research, Chisaki said under his breath as he opened the door and stepped inside. The room was burnt to a crisp. Any and all documents were burned along with computer drives and weapons. These fools were so busy with the League they overlooked the most important member, Chisaki said as he used his quirk to make the burnt bed turn to dust. Chisaki slowly began to destroy every single thing in the room when he finally made all the carpet disappear to reveal wood tile floor. Where is it? Where did you hide it? Chisaki said to himself angrily. Chisaki had been searching Midoriya's room for over 3 hours when he finally noticed a microscopic crack in the floor. Found you, Chisaki sighed with a smile as he lifted the crack and was surprised to see a notebook instantly combust into flames, causing it to turn to dust instantly. Ha, now that's smart. You rigged it to combust if someone besides you opened the crack a certain way. Chisaki chuckled as he stared at the dust on the floor. You really are a cut above the rest, Chisaki said as he took off his glove and touched the dust and began to reassemble the notebook back to its original form. Thank you, Deku. Your discovery will surely help me change the world. But don't worry, in return, I won't cause you any trouble as long as you don't get in my way, that is, Chisaki said with a big smile as he opened the notebook and glanced at the first page. The title simply said Project Number 235, Project Privation. Flashback end. 8 a.m. The Class 1A students were all on the bus making their way to the provisional exam license location. Midoriya and Aizawa sat at the front of the bus and were sleeping, but the students were all full of energy. Man, those two can really sleep, Uraraka chuckled. I want a closer look at how Midoriya looks like when he's not so bored, Mina whispered to Uraraka as she stood up from her seat and slowly made her way to Midoriya. Please sit down, Midoriya said loudly, not even bothering to turn around to face the student. You're no fun, Mina pouted. Was he even sleeping? Jiro said jokingly. It wasn't long till the bus arrived at its destination. All right, we're here at National Takoba Arena, Aizawa said as he took the front of the bus and allowed the students out. Man, I still don't know what this test is about. Can we really get our licenses? Mineta said nervously. It's not a matter of can, but will, Aizawa said to Mineta. Earn these licenses and you will all no longer be eggs but hatchlings. A semi-pro, Aizawa explained to his students. I'm sure you all can do it, Midoriya said to the class. You have to put a little more enthusiasm into it, sensei, Kaminari said with a chuckle. Enthusiasm? I forgot how to express myself that way, Midoriya said to himself as he looked up at the blue sky. Well, guys, it's time for our cheer, Kirishima said loudly. Plus, all the students said in unison. Ultra. A tall student interrupted loudly. It's bad manners to intrude in their huddle, Inesa. Another student said. I am so sorry. Inesa apologized as he rammed his forehead into the ground, causing him to bleed. Who is the big ball of excitement? Kaminari asked. It's Shiketsu High. It's one of the few schools that can rival UA. Bakugo explained loudly. I just really wanted to say that. It's an honor to compete against you. I freaking love you guys. Inesa exclaimed. Ah, he's bleeding. A girl from his class noted before following another student. Inesa Yurashi, Aizawa said as he looked at the tall student. Know him? Midoriya asked with a small yawn. Yeah, do you know him, sensei? Hagakure asked. He was recommended to you. But he declined and his grades are top-notch too, Aizawa explained. So is he better than Todoroki? Kaminari asked loudly. Recommendations aren't everything, but keep your eyes peeled. Midoriya piped up as he was pulling out the last few suitcases for the students. Thank you, sensei, Momo said as she received her suitcase from Midoriya. So class, don't take your eyes off him, he's the real deal, Aizawa said. He likes you. So much, why didn't he join? Siro asked loudly. Yeah, it's a bit weird, Mina replied. Eraser? Is that really you, Eraser? A green-haired woman said loudly as she made her way over to Aizawa. I saw you on TV and at the sports festival. It's been so long since we last met face to face, the green-haired woman said. Let's get married, the green-haired woman said gleefully. No thanks, Aizawa replied quickly. Ah, Mina said, unable to contain her excitement at what was happening before her. No thanks. Just do it, the lady said with a laugh. You're the same pain in the neck as always, joke, Aizawa said, annoyed. The hero joke. Her quirk is outburst everyone, Midoriya explained to the class in his usual bored tone. And who is this? It's like a small you, joke said with a smile. This is Midoriya, he's teaching our students as well, Aizawa explained. I heard a lot about you, so how about you and me get married instead? Joke said as she let out a hearty laugh. No thanks, Midoriya replied bluntly. Ah, that's no fun, Joke said as she used her quirk at minimum capacity on Midoriya. Joke was expecting Midoriya to laugh, but there was no reaction, and as a result, she turned up the quirk to its max. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Midoriya laughed, breaking the silence. Everyone, including Bakugo, turned to see where that adorable laugh was coming from. Is that Midoriya? The class asked in unison. Midoriya had a cute laugh. His eyes were no longer dead, and his eyes grew big and wide and his face glowed. He was cute, to say the least. Midoriya looked so cute, the whole class said together. Bakugo was frozen in place. It had been ages since he last saw that smile, and seeing Midoriya's usual demeanor do a 180 caught him off guard. Ha ha ha. Aizawa, haha, make her ha stop before I do, Midoriya said in between his laughter. Okay, joke, that's enough, Aizawa said as he erased her quirk. The class was in shock. Don't you ever do that again, Midoriya said angrily as he faced Joke. Midoriya, Aizawa said, placing his hand on Midoriya's shoulder. I'm sorry, Midoriya, Joke said apologetically. Don't let it happen again, Midoriya said as he walked away. So Aizawa, looks like we're getting married since my husband and I are not on the greatest terms now, Joke said, trying to lighten the mood. Some of the students were off talking amongst themselves and others with the Aizawa and Ms. Joke, but Midoriya was off by himself in the back. He was shaking. God, why? Why am I afraid of that now? Midoriya said as he punched the concrete wall, causing it to crumble. Hey, you okay? Mina asked, appearing out of nowhere. Shit. I can't let her worry about me. It will hinder her ability on the test, Midoriya said to himself as he turned to face the worried girl. Oh, it's nothing. Just had a rough night, Midoriya said, regaining his composure. Don't worry about me. Go back with your friends, Midoriya said as he forced a weak smile. You know, I think your laugh is cute, you should smile more often, Mina said with a big smile. If only I could, Midoriya said, under his breath, and walked back to where Aizawa was. So your school is here too? Aizawa asked Joke. It's always fun to mess with you, Eraser. Guys, come on over and meet you. A Joke called out to a group of students in the distance. Whoa, it's really you. A dark-haired boy said with a smile. It really is them. They look just like they do on TV. A girl added. This is class 2-2 of Ketsubetsu Academy. Say hello to my students. Joke said. I'm Shindo. Man, you has had it rough, huh? Shindo said as he grabbed Midoriya's hands. That's the best facade you can muster? Midoriya said as he pulled his hands away. Shindo did not react but was surprised internally someone figured out his true intentions so quickly. Shindo went on to greet the rest of the students until he reached Bakugo. And you, Bakugo, you have the strongest will of all. I'm so glad we get to face guys of your caliber today. We're going to do our best. Shindo said as he extended a hand towards Bakugo. Cut the crap. Your lips can flap all they want but you face says otherwise. Bakugo said as he slapped Shindo's handshake away. Bakugo, come on dude. Kirishima interjected quickly. At least we can agree on that, Midoriya said. Shut up, Bakugo replied quickly. Some of the students were surprised Bakugo and Midoriya had an agreement, even if it was over something trivial. All right, all of you stop mingling and go get changed, Aizawa announced to the students. Man, all these schools is a good reminder, Jiro said nervously. I forget we're kinda celebrities, Kaminari added. Did you not tell them, Eraser? Joke asked, looking over to Aizawa. A few minutes later, Aizawa, Joke, and Midoriya were all sitting together when the box opened and revealed all the students. Eraser, your fly is down, Joke said jokingly, barely able to contain her laughter. Why am I surrounded by obnoxious fools? Aizawa thought to himself with his arms crossed. Right? Midoriya thought as he glanced at Aizawa, almost knowing what he was thinking. Anyway, you've got 19 students. Did you fail one? Joke asked Aizawa. No, there was a vacant seat this year, Aizawa explained. That's rare for you and you must be fond of this class then, Joke said with a smile. Not really, Aizawa replied, hiding his true intentions. And what about Midoriya? Couldn't you guys just stick him in the class? Joke asked, looking over to Midoriya, who was one seat away from Aizawa. Well, Aizawa was about to explain when Midoriya spoke. I have no interest in becoming a hero. I'm just doing jail time with you. Midoriya explained, not taking his eyes off the mass of students down below. Oh, so that's how it is, Joke replied with a surprised and concerned look on her face. Midoriya was chosen to teach our class about villains and the world they will soon be a part of, Aizawa explained to Joke. Besides, he can be nice at times, Aizawa said. Doesn't seem like it, Joke thought in her head. The format might be different, but there is one thing that's tradition, Joke explained to Aizawa and Midoriya. If you like this class so much, you should have told them that he started the exam always starts with the U.A crush, Joke said to Aizawa. The U.A crush, right? It's not like I didn't tell them for any particular reason, Aizawa replied, looking over to Joke. It's a hero's job to turn the tables in a pinch. Once they go pro, it's a simple fact that their quirks will be known to the whole world, Aizawa explained to Joke. To put it simply, Joke, this class is simply ahead of everyone, Midoriya said bluntly. If they can't overcome this part of the exam, they aren't worthy of becoming heroes and should be dropped, Midoriya explained coldly. I agree, Aizawa replied. Joke was in awe how cold-hearted these two were, especially Midoriya. The students were all in a brawl. A good amount of the class 1A students were together and Tenya was leading the group. Meanwhile, some others went off on their own. You both sure talk like you're above it all. Kids hoping to be heroes are a dime a dozen, and how far their determination will take them has nothing to do with how famous they are. Pretending you're the stars of the show and looking down on others is a good way to get your just desserts, Joke said with an annoyed face. The battle raged on for a good while, and Inasa took out over 100 students with his wind quirk when Aizawa spoke. After watching Class 1A for a while, something is obvious after some time. Two people are now always standing at the center of the storm and the class revolves around them in a certain way, even if they don't realize it themselves, and to be frank, they both hate each other. Plus one isn't even taking the test, but at one point this pair has infected the class with their passion and fervor. And one of them is sure to be in thick of things. So no, I'm not worried, Joke. In fact, I expect big things from them, Aizawa explained to Joke. Geez, if you love them so much, just marry them. Gross, Joke said as she chewed on some gum. And wait, what do you mean one of them isn't even taking the test? Joke asked with a puzzled look. Their very presence raises the bar for the entire class, Aizawa said to Joke, signaling over to Midoriya. The villain kid? Joke exclaimed. I can hear you too, you know, Midoriya said, turning to face them both. Thought you were sleeping. This must be pretty boring to you after all, Aizawa said. It's boring since I know they are going to pass this part with ease. These other classes are, no offense, pretty weak, Midoriya said with a yawn. Joke couldn't help but feel a bit angry at that statement. Aizawa also wasn't fond of looking down on anyone, so he got a bit annoyed until Midoriya spoke again. But I know for certain our two best students are going to fail the exam, Midoriya said as stood up from his chair and stretched. Ha! Aizawa and Joke said in unison. If the exam goes how I think it will, Bakugo and Todoroki will fail this exam without a doubt, Midoriya explained coldly. And no, I'm not looking down on these classes, but if we consider experience a factor, class 1A is a cut above the rest. Plus, it's not like I go easy on them when I beat them down, Midoriya said, facing Aizawa and Joke. Yeah, you're pretty brutal for a guy without a quirk. The worst part is you're missing more than half your equipment and they still get beaten, Aizawa sighed. Really? He's quirkless and you can beat all of class 1A, Joke said with a surprised look. Speaking of fighting, Midoriya said as a small grin grew on his face. When are we gonna fight, Eraserhead? I never got the chance when I was with the League, but if I'm being honest, I always wanted to fight you, Midoriya said with a creepy grin. He was in the League? Joke thought as her jaw dropped at the fact U.A would let Midoriya teach their kids. There you go again with that weird smile of yours. Always looking for a good fight, aren't you, Midoriya? Aizawa replied with a sigh. Bad habit, well, good night, I want to sleep for a bit. Awake me when something interesting happens, Midoriya said as he put a book he was reading over his face. After some time, the sound of quirks and shouting finally stopped and the announcer ended the first phase of the test. Boom! Loud explosions began to fill the entire stadium and all the students plus some teachers jumped at the sound. Your main objective is to rescue, the test examiner explained with no enthusiasm. Seems like it's going to end the way I think it is, Midoriya said as he took the book off his face. Aizawa didn't say a word and simply sat back and watched his students try their best. The rescue portion went on for a while until another explosion could be heard. Finally, something interesting, Midoriya thought as he sat up quickly and looked at Gang Orca bust through a wall with his pretend minions. A scenario that would even give pros trouble. All this for a provisional license, Aizawa said to Joke and Midoriya. Aizawa and Joke had their eyes glued to their students when they heard Midoriya muttering in the background. Hey, is he alright? He's not gonna blow up, is he? Joke asked Aizawa with a chuckle. Oh, that's something he does, from time to time, Aizawa explained. Midoriya, what's on your mind? Aizawa asked Midoriya. Huh? Oh, I was just thinking about what you said about this test, Midoriya replied. About how over the top they are going for a provisional license? Aizawa asked, leaning back in his chair. Exactly. What if this test is to fill in the gap until the next All Might appears? Midoriya explained as he watched Gang Orca terrorize the students. What do you mean? Aizawa asked, intrigued. Think about it. This test so far has revolving around teamwork and cooperation. This generation of heroes will have to work in groups until the next All Might appears, Midoriya explained to Aizawa. You may be right, Aizawa replied, looking over to multiple groups of students working together. The fight raged on until a certain pair began to argue on the battlefield. Here is where Todoroki will fall. This Shiketsu boy will fall with him as well, Midoriya said, directing his attention to the two students. What do you mean, both of them? Joke asked Midoriya. When that boy introduced himself to the class, his eyes were full of hatred when he saw Todoroki. Midoriya explained to Joke. Why will they both fail though? Joke asked again. Personal problems are going to hinder their ability to perform in a heroic manner, Midoriya replied bluntly. And Bakugo? Aizawa asked. Oh, he's just not suited to help others yet. Hell of a fighter though, Midoriya explained. Ah, Joke and Aizawa deadpanned. The fight raged on for a bit until a fire tornado began to form around Gang Orca. That's some teamwork, Midoriya said as he fixed his eyes on Todoroki and Inesa. Maybe this will make up for their mistakes, Joke suggested. Don't be naive, Joke. It's good they recognize their mistakes, but they have already failed. Aizawa sighed. I agree. I mean, one of your students would be dead if it wasn't for one of Gang Orca's helpers to have accidentally pushed him out of the way, Midoriya explained to Joke. Joke, Aizawa, and Midoriya didn't say much after that and just watched the rest of the exam in silence. BZZT. The event was over and the exam ended as abruptly as it started. Well, we should get down there, Aizawa sighed as he got up from his seat and began making his way to the area where the students will be shown their results. You know, you and Eraserhead are very similar, Joke said with a smile as she followed behind Aizawa and Midoriya. I don't think so, Midoriya said bluntly. He's the way he is for a different reason, Aizawa explained in a somewhat solemn tone. I only heard half of the story of this kid, but I thought it was all fake, Joke thought as she glanced at Midoriya's arms, which were covered in scars. All the teachers and students soon reached the billboard which had the students' results posted, and the announcer soon explained how the students were graded. After his speech was finished, all the students frantically searched their names. Midoriya, I passed, Mina called out as she pointed at the board. I see. Congratulations, I didn't doubt you for a second, Midoriya said, unable to change his expression to that of happiness. Always so formal. Mina pouted as her cheeks blushed slightly. I passed too. The rest of the students of Class 1 shouted together. Congratulations, everyone, Midoriya said as he looked over to see Todoroki with a disappointed look on his face. The students all began to talk amongst themselves and Midoriya made his way over to Todoroki. Hey, Todoroki greeted. Failed, huh? Midoriya replied. Yeah. Todoroki sighed as he tightly closed his right hand. You know what you did wrong, right? Midoriya said as he stared at the board full of names. Todoroki simply nodded and looked at his left hand. You need to learn how to let go of your father's grip on your left side, Todoroki. Until then you will always be behind others, Midoriya explained as he placed his hand on the teen's shoulder and walked over to Aizawa. I'll try harder, Todoroki said as his face was now filled with determination. Eraser, so I was thinking we could do some joint training sometime, Joke suggested to Aizawa. Sure sounds good, Aizawa replied. Midoriya, it was nice to meet you. Even if you're as cold as a bag of ice, Joke said with a huge smile. Nice to meet you as well, Midoriya replied as he bowed in respect. So weird, haha, Joke said with a giggle as she left. Now where is that Shiketsu girl, or should I say Toga Himiko? Midoriya thought as he quickly looked for the student in the Shiketsu crowd. Midoriya slowly made his way over to Shiketsu when ran into the long-haired student. Hey, is there any way I can speak to the girl with pursed lips in your group? Midoriya asked politely. Oh, Kami? She said she wasn't feeling well and took a taxi to the train station, the hairy teen explained. I see. Well, thank you and have a good afternoon, Midoriya said as he made his way back to Aizawa. Toga, don't you dare ruin what I've got going here with you, and my mother, Midoriya thought as he slowly walked back. Because if you do, I'll end you all, Midoriya said under his breath as his eyes shifted to anger. Back at the dorms, the students were all resting up in the living room and Aizawa went to bed, only leaving Midoriya with them. Oh man, I was so nervous, Kaminari exclaimed. Yeah, Kota said shyly. I couldn't even breath, Mineta shouted. At least we made it through the day and that's all that matters, Momo sighed. Midoriya and Todoroki were having a lengthy conversation in the back away from all the students. Wonder what they are talking about. Uraraka said, looking over to the two boys. Yeah, he's so nice to Todoroki, Mina said with a puff. So it seems, Tokoyami added. Now that some time has passed, what do you all think of Midoriya? Tenya asked the students. I think he means well, Azui said quickly. I mean, he helped me think of an idea for my support item, so that makes his cool in my book. Kaminari explained. He makes me sweets sometimes, Mina said loudly. Ha! The students said in unison. Yeah, sometimes I get thirsty in the middle of the night and Midoriya is here writing something down and he asks if I want some sweets, Mina explained with a smile. Really? Uraraka blurted out, to which she blushed. He's brainwashing you with candy, Mina, Mineta blurted out. No, he isn't, Mineta, Mina retorted quickly. Mina's laughter and smile quickly dissipated, however. But sometimes I come down here and every once in a while Midoriya's face is full of sadness and anger, Mina said with a sigh. The students went silent until Mina broke the silence. I know. We should throw him a little party, Mina suggested happily. That sounds good, Kirishima replied. I shall make the party sparkle, Aoyama added quickly. Leave the food to me, Sato said with a smile. The students all began to list off that would be bringing when Midoriya and Todoroki made their way back. All right, you all should get to bed soon. I'll clean up here, don't worry, Midoriya said as he began to clean up the kitchen. 1 hour later. Some students had gone to bed and some others were still loitering around the living room. You'll meet me out front later. We gotta talk about your quirk, Bakugo said angrily as he walked by Midoriya. Midoriya sighed as he watched Bakugo step outside into the darkness. I've never used them, and I'll never FNG use them, Midoriya said angrily as he slowly made his way outside. Earlier that day, say my back gets itchy and I try to scratch it against the chair. In that instant all the turrets in the room lock onto me. They're also monitoring my vital signs and brain waves. So if I even think of using a quirk, I'm as good as dead. All for one explained to All Might, who was sitting across the other side of thick glass. We're deep underground with layers and layers of security. It's how they dispose of the broken like me. Our society calls this place Tartarus from Greek mythology. It's the name of the deity representing hell itself. I have to admit, even I would have trouble against this particular god. All for one said with a wicked smile. No, you can't get out at all, All Might replied quickly. I believe what you want. Why have you come? All for one asked with an evil smile. Where's Gran Torino, or are you on your own? What's with the costume? I assume it's your way of clinging to lingering regrets? Or are you still trying to play hero? All for one said with a scoff. You talk too much, All Might replied bluntly. Humor me. I haven't had a real conversation in what feels like forever, All for one replied quickly. Where is Shigaraki? All Might asked firmly. Dunno. Unlike yours, mine has already left the nest, All for one explained. What do you want? What did you want? All Might asked, rephrasing his question. You surpassed your body's limit. You might have lived forever with that body. Instead, you wasted your gifts on manipulation, exploitation, toying with people. What did you hope to achieve? All Might asked. This is hardly a productive discussion, All for one replied. I could tell you, but you would never accept it. There are people who will refuse to understand. Believe or not, we're the same, you and I. While you looked up to heroes, I looked up to the devil. I held on to my ideals and would have spared no effort to live in a world shaped by those ideals, All for one explained. So why set up a successor? All Might asked. Really, you're asking me that? Haha. I love it, All for one said with a laugh. Because you stole everything away from me, of course. Look at this body. These tubes are the only thing keeping me alive. My ideals had unlimited potential until you put a stop to my designs, All for one explained. Think about it. When people know the end is near, they leave legacies. Think about everything around us. It's all passed down from person to person. I was just trying to do what everyone else does, All for one said with a twisted grin. 3 more minutes, All Might, a guard said over the intercom. No, wait. You can't do this to me. I want to talk more. All right. How are things truly? All for one asked calmly. A reminder that news from the outside is forbidden here, All Might, the guard added quickly. Right? All Might said. What a shame, but I have a hunch. The world is probably losing it after finding out you can't protect them anymore, right? And now they have to reluctantly accept Endeavor as the new #1 hero. However, some people can feel the creeping unease. More and more people are going to come out of the shadows now that you're out of the picture. And all you can do is watch as the world plunges into chaos because of your powerlessness. Tell me, how does it feel? All for One explained with a sinister smile. All Might stood up quickly before being told to stop by the guard over the intercom. Tamura is probably laying low at this time anyway, just to make sure all the other villain groups destroy each other and he can influence what groups he finds. It's a shame Deku was captured, however, All for One said with a sigh. What do you know about him? All Might asked somewhat angrily. I know more than you. Unlike you, I saw potential. Deku, a quirkless villain, can you believe that? All for One said with a chuckle. What do you know about me and him anyway? All Might asked, not trying to give any hints about his past with Midoriya. Everything, All Might. I spied on his memory a bit and found a boy who was tortured and bullied his whole life, forced to live with the idea that he could never become a hero by his peers. In fact, the boy Tamura brought in to recruit was his tormentor, and he aims to be a hero. Ah, it cracks me up. But despite all the suffering, he still believed in heroes and justice. All for One said with a wicked smile. He knew All Might wasn't going to like the next part. But wouldn't you know it, the same day he was at the edge of giving up on his dream, he ran into his idol, the very man he looked up to, and he sought salvation from his doubts. And do you know what he found instead, All Might? All for One asked with a wicked grin. All Might's face grew to a mix of anger and guilt. Nothing. He found nothing. Instead, he found despair at the end of the bright tunnel. All for One said with an evil laugh. Well, that was the last straw for him. If his own idol denies him his dream, then what's the point of enduring the endless torture of his peers? A jump which should have ended him. But fate had other plans. Fate said if he can't become a hero, then he shall become a villain. All for One explained with an evil smile. I'm not so sure about that, All Might replied with confidence. All Might knew Midoriya was a good kid, but All for One had a different idea. This boy has so much room to grow, so I simply had to do something, All for One said. All Might's confidence faded and his face turned to anger. What did you do? All Might asked angrily. That's a surprise, All Might. If it makes you feel any better, he has no idea either, All for One said calmly. All Might, time's up. Please exit, the guard said over the intercom. Back to the present. Where are we going, Bakugo? Midoriya asked with a bored sigh. Just shut up and follow me, Bakugo shouted back. How much does he know? Midoriya thought as he followed the blonde boy. Midoriya and Bakugo soon arrived at their destination. The training grounds? Midoriya asked in a disinterested tone. This is where I lost to you, and I've felt like crap ever since, Bakugo explained as he looked up at the building. You were always a little weirdo spouting FING nonsense, and you're in U.2 despite being a FING villain, Bakugo said as he got a bit angrier. I'm not in U. Midoriya replied calmly. Just shut up and listen, trash, Bakugo shouted. FING hell. Midoriya sighed as he decided to listen out Bakugo. Now I don't even have my provisional license, and it all started when you FING showed up, Bakugo said, getting angrier each word he spoke. Ever since All Might showed up, it seems as if you've been getting stronger and stronger, and ever since the Kamino incident I've been thinking, Bakugo explained calmly. You got that power from that boss guy, haven't you? Bakugo said. Before Midoriya could say anything, Bakugo continued. That evil boss guy can take quirks away from people and give them out. Even that cat lady lost her quirk and she can't even be a hero anymore. Then there are those freaking Nomu things with multiple quirks, so I'm pretty sure that's how he works, Bakugo explained to Midoriya. And now All Might, the guy we both looked up to, tries to get you to talk to him all the time, but you don't even care. So now I got this punk who I thought was a pebble in my path being recognized by the guy I look up to. A filthy FNG villain over me, Bakugo said angrily. So we're gonna fight here and now? Bakugo said angrily. A small chuckle began to break the silence. Ah, is that what you think? That I got a quirk from the league's boss? That's rich, Midoriya said in between chuckles. What's so funny? Bakugo shouted angrily. You weren't wrong, you know. He did offer me a quirk, but I said no. This entire time I've been beating you without a quirk, Midoriya explained quickly, reverting back to his old boring self. Don't F with me, Bakugo shouted as he stepped forward. Be rational now, Bakugo. Think about the repercussions, Midoriya said as he straightened out his suit and tie. F you, I'm a villain, Bakugo shouted as used his quirk to shoot himself with a spin towards Midoriya. Midoriya was quick to react and grabbed Bakugo by the wrist and threw him away from himself. So flashy but not effective, Midoriya sighed as he dusted himself off and faced Bakugo. Always trying to think ahead, it's annoying, Bakugo said angrily. Bakugo shot himself upwards towards Midoriya and then shot himself downwards. Midoriya jumped back to dodge, but Bakugo shot himself towards Midoriya at full force, punching him in the stomach, sending him flying towards a rail. Stop now, Bakugo. This isn't going to fix anything, Midoriya said as he watched as Bakugo propelled himself towards him. Midoriya rolled to the side and grabbed Bakugo, slamming him into the rail near them. Get up, we're going back to the dorms, Midoriya said as he stood over Bakugo. Shut up and stop being a coward. Fight me. Why am I chasing after you? A quirkless nobody, Bakugo shouted as he stood up. If only I'd been stronger. Then all of this would have never happened. I would have never been captured and you wouldn't be here, Bakugo continued. It's my fault All Might is weak now, and to top it all off you're stronger than me, Bakugo shouted angrily as he shot a glance at Midoriya, who showed no emotion. I have no idea what to do, Bakugo shouted as he full blasted Midoriya in the chest, sending him flying. The night grew silent and smoke filled the street for mere moments when a figure appeared out of the dust. Midoriya walked out of the smoke with his entire suit ripped apart and a huge nasty burn mark on his chest. Really liked that suit too. Alright? Let's fight you and a hole, I'll go all out for once, Midoriya said as he took a fighting stance. If I don't do this, this guy is just going to get worse, Midoriya thought as he watched a smile grow across Bakugo's face. Mental state, vigilance. Midoriya put all the force in his legs and dashed towards Bakugo, to which he dodged much to his own surprise, but Midoriya quickly got behind Bakugo and kicked his ribcage, sending him flying to the right a bit. You're getting stronger, Katsuki, Midoriya said as he looked at Bakugo, who was grasping his side. Shut up, Bakugo said as he composed himself and flashbanged Midoriya with his quirk. Midoriya was caught off guard and covered his eyes. I got you now, Bakugo said as he dashed at Midoriya and aimed for his face. Midoriya, however, had no problem fighting with his eyes closed and began to dodge all of Bakugo's attacks with ease. What the? Bakugo said as he interrupted by Midoriya punching him in the stomach, causing him to take a few steps back. A flashbang? That's going to hurt my eyes later, Midoriya said as he slowly opened his eyes. You're always scheming something. Even when we were kids. Every time I beat the living sheet out of you, you kept coming back. Those eyes were always looking down on me, full of disdain. I can't stand it, Bakugo shouted angrily at Midoriya. So that's how you saw me, huh? You know, it doesn't really matter now, but I'll tell you anyway. Maybe it will make you understand things a bit better, Midoriya said as he looked up at the night sky. What is it, huh? Bakugo shouted in between a couple of tears. I used to look up to you, you know. I thought even if this guy treats me like dirt and hurts me, he was amazing, a guy who I knew was born with a quirk to become an amazing hero, Midoriya explained to the blonde boy. Bakugo was about to speak up when Midoriya continued. But I realized, I was so obsessed with catching up with you and how amazing you were. I allowed myself to be bullied and abused by everyone. When you suggested that I end myself, Midoriya said before he was interrupted by Bakugo. I don't want to hear it, Bakugo shouted angrily. For once in your life, just shut up and listen, Katsuki. I was never going to do it, believe it or not, but I ran into All Might, asked him the question that I dreaded. I asked if a quirkless nobody could become a hero, and do you know what he said? Midoriya asked Bakugo, not showing any signs of weakness. Bakugo stood in silence and his eyes grew wide at what he was hearing. Well, do you? Midoriya asked calmly. And no, I don't. Bakugo lied in a low voice. He said I couldn't, that I should give up my lifelong dream. You know the rest. So, in the end, you were right, Bakugo. I never became a hero and I never will. Midoriya said as he stared down Bakugo. You never could become a hero. So what? Now you're a villain with a FING quirk. Bakugo shouted angrily. What quirk do I have then? Midoriya replied calmly. I don't know, maybe some strength quirk or some sheet. Bakugo shouted back. So you have no evidence and are just assuming things, Midoriya added. Bakugo didn't reply and prepared himself to attack Midoriya again, but before he knew it, Midoriya was in the air above him. A mid-air fight? Well, I got something for you, Bakugo thought as he shot himself up towards Midoriya, dragging him higher into the air. Midoriya grabbed Bakugo by his shirt and punched him square in the jaw, but he endured it. I won't lose, Bakugo shouted as he kicked Midoriya in mid-air, causing Midoriya to be beneath him. Bakugo pointed his palm in the air and shot himself towards the ground, slamming Midoriya into the ground with explosive force. I win, Bakugo said, catching his breath as he had Midoriya pinned to the floor. Midoriya didn't say anything as he quickly broke from Bakugo's pin and punched him in the stomach, causing him to fall back in pain. Midoriya shot up and quickly pinned Bakugo, not allowing him to escape. I win, Katsuki, and if I had a quirk, this fight would have ended in seconds, Midoriya said as he looked down on the blonde boy. That'll be the end of it, you two. I'm sorry, but I took the liberty of eavesdropping on you both, All Might said as he appeared out of nowhere. About time. Why didn't you jump in sooner? Midoriya asked as he let Bakugo go. Midoriya had noticed All Might was watching them from around a nearby building and was wondering why he was just watching. Does Midoriya have a quirk or not? Bakugo asked angrily as tears began to swell up in his eyes. No. Midoriya is indeed quirkless. Let me ask you, Bakugo, have you ever taken a look at Midoriya's body? All Might asked as he walked over to Midoriya. Bakugo wiped his tears and took a good look at Midoriya. Scars filled Midoriya's body, and that was only the upper half. What the? Bakugo said as he looked at the black-haired teen. Midoriya has trained like crazy, and the scars on his body show that, All Might explained. You're not weak, Katsuki. You lack experience. Unlike me, you're a student learning to become a hero. I trained for a whole year, every day with no breaks. I fought until my bones snapped, and most of all I gained practical experience, Midoriya explained, dusting himself off and wiping some blood off his face. But I am weak. I'm weak, and because of me you're like this, All Might, Bakugo said in a solemn tone. No, you're not weak, young Bakugo, and it wasn't your fault. All roads come to an end. It was gonna turn out like this anyway, All Might said, trying to console Bakugo. There was a silence. Bakugo wiped away his tears and spoke. What kind of practical experience did you gain that made you so strong, Deku? Bakugo said in a mix of anger and curiosity. All Might was intrigued by this answer since not much was known of what Midoriya did for training aside from his night runs with Stain. Midoriya, you don't have to answer that, All Might said, looking over to Midoriya. If you guys keep it a secret, I don't care, Midoriya said, looking at both of them. Sure, Bakugo said in his usual angry tone. Of course, Midoriya, All Might said in a reassuring tone. I fought pro heroes night after night on my own. I left them beaten, and I repeated this every night for a year, even when I was in the league. Of course, I had all my equipment back then, but that's irrelevant, Midoriya explained to Bakugo and All Might, as it wasn't really a big secret. Bakugo simply gulped after hearing Midoriya's training involved taking out pro heroes for casual practice. The three were walking back when Bakugo spoke up. I'm going to get stronger and beat you, Bakugo stated confidently. I'll be waiting for the day, Bakugo, Midoriya replied calmly. Don't look down on me, Bakugo shouted angrily. Sure, Midoriya replied in his usual bored tone. At least now, Bakugo will see Midoriya as a true rival, All Might thought as he glanced back at the two teens talking. To think even after the provisional license test you still have energy? Aizawa said angrily at Bakugo and Midoriya, who were blinded by Aizawa's cloth. Bakugo was the main concern here, but Aizawa saw it fair to scold Midoriya as well. Bakugo had an angry expression, meanwhile Midoriya had a listless face. Man, these bindings are getting kinda comfy, Midoriya thought as he gave a short yawn. Aizawa, wait for a second. The cause of this incident had something to do with me, All Might, said Aizawa. Excuse me? Aizawa asked, calming down. What does this have to do with you? Aizawa asked with cold eyes. Aizawa and All Might had talked beforehand when the fight barely started between Midoriya and Bakugo, so they had to play it up as they didn't know anything about it. Young Bakugo feels guilty about my retirement, thinking he caused it. Bakugo entered the provisional license exam bearing this guilt, and I knew both of them before this year started, but Bakugo entered Udata. Meanwhile Midoriya became a villain. Midoriya became unbelievably strong and beat Bakugo, which spiked his inferiority complex. All Might whispered in Aizawa's ear. Alright, but rules are rules and I will dish them out properly. Aizawa sighed as he looked at the two boys. Who threw the first punch? Aizawa asked with an angry look. I did, Bakugo replied quickly. I defended myself, Midoriya added. Bakugo, since Midoriya is technically a teacher making him your senior, you will have 4 days of house arrest. Midoriya, you are to help him for 3 of those days and teach the students at the same time. You will both clean the dormitories at night and in the morning. Bakugo, you will write a statement of regret and turn it into me, Aizawa explained with authority. As for your injuries, you will treat your selfish injuries yourselves, but if it becomes too much, go to the nurse's office. Don't think you will rely on that lady's quirk either. That's all, go to bed, Aizawa said as he let go the two boys. Bakugo went off to his room and Aizawa left not long after, leaving Midoriya and All Might alone in the living room. Midoriya, I have to ask, All Might said somewhat nervously. What is it? Midoriya replied. Did All for One give you a quirk? All Might asked, looking over at Midoriya. This isn't the place or time, All Might. Good night, Midoriya said as he went up to his room. I'll never use it, Midoriya said angrily as he tightly closed his right hand, making a small gust of wind. Flashback. A week before the raid on a summer camp. Midoriya was sleeping in his bed and a large figure loomed over him. Let's take a peek in that memory, All for One thought as he viewed Midoriya's memory. Interesting, but none of my concern, All for One said in a low voice as he stared at Midoriya. Asking me for a nomu and denying a quirk. You're a weird one, Deku, but the thing is I'm not used to being told no. All for One said in a sinister voice as he used his right hand to grab Midoriya by the neck, raising him up to eye level. What? Came here to end me? Midoriya asked in between gasps. No, I just think you are capable of so much more, Deku. Talent like yours should not be wasted, that's all. Plus, when you denied my request the other day, well, let's just say I'm not used to being denied, All for One explained with a wicked smile. What the F are you talking of? Midoriya asked before he realized what this was all about. Don't you dare do it, Midoriya said, oozing bloodlust. It's not up to you now, is it? Haha. All for One said in a wicked voice as he tightened his grip on Midoriya's neck. F you. Midoriya choked out as he realized his knife wasn't close enough for him to grab. I'm assuming you know all about my quirk, don't you? I can take quirks, but I can also give them to anyone I please, All for One said as he looked Midoriya straight in the eyes. I'll never use them, Midoriya choked out as he slowly began to lose consciousness. Oh, that's fine by me because I'm erasing your memory of this little encounter. I got a quirk that can delete up to 5 minutes of a memory of a single day, All for One explained with a chuckle. Then why give it to me without me knowing? Midoriya said, barely able to choke out the words. For when you lose control, of course. My own personal ticking time bomb. Imagine the damage, the chaos. So I'm going to give you quirks that will make this possible. Air Cannon, 2 kinetic booster quirks, and a strength enhancer quirk. Be grateful. These 4 are some of my favorites of the hundreds I have. All for One explained with an evil laugh as he transferred the quirks to Midoriya. Shit, I'm losing consciousness. No air. Midoriya thought as his vision began to get blurry, but he stuck his hand in his pocket and felt a pen in there. With these, you may even be able to flatten an entire city, haha. Well, it's not like you're going to remember anyway, All for One said as he saw Midoriya's eyes flutter as he became unconscious. No one denies me, All for One said wickedly as he erased Midoriya's memory. The next morning, Midoriya's throat was sore, and he took a cough drop with some tea to help. Now then, time to work, Midoriya said to himself as he got on his computer and began to type. Midoriya was a couple minutes into his work when he realized writing on his left hand. What the? Midoriya said in a low voice as he got a closer look at his left hand. Midoriya spelled out the letters even though the word was crudely written. Video, what does? Midoriya thought as he looked at a lone corner in the room. Midoriya had set up small spy cameras in the hallway of his apartment and some in his room which pointed at the windows, in case anyone was spying or following him. Maybe I wrote this? Midoriya asked himself as he watched the footage of last night. The video was normal and nothing seemed out of the ordinary until a dark goop manifested in his room, making no sound of his entrance. What the foo dash, Midoriya whispered before he was caught off by the sound of All for One in the recording. Sensei? Midoriya asked as he looked closer at the video. Midoriya's was filled with the emotions of last night and watched as he was held up by his neck and was forced to own 4 quirks against his will. That mother effer. For FNG quirks. Giving me this many was probably just for kicks. He could have given me 2 and would have had the same effect, but 4? This effer just did it as a fu. Midoriya said angrily as he threw his knife at the wall, followed by a short gust of air. I will never use these FNG things, Midoriya said angrily, staring at the still image of All for One choking him. Midoriya began to research the quirks All for One forced onto him and found out the following. Air Cannon. Releases air shockwaves from a user's arms. 2x Kinetic Booster. As the name implies, it simply boosts a user's ability to create and release kinetic energy. 1x Strength Enhancer. Increases the strength of the user at will, can be shut off as well. For FING quirks. Seems like I'll need to train how to turn them off because he's wrong as hell if he thinks he can do as he pleases with me. Midoriya sighed angrily as he began his new training. Flashback end. Midoriya had caught on rather quickly. He was able to keep all the quirks off with little to no effort after only a week of constant training, but he couldn't control the quirks, only keep them from coming out. I'll get rid of these quirks if it's the last thing I do, Midoriya said as he shut his eyes and fell asleep. 2 days later. They got in a fight? Mina asked with a surprised face. House arrest. Hagakure added. How idiotic. Unbelievable. Some of the students said as they got out of their rooms. Midoriya was helping Bakugo with his chores while the other students talked about them. What? Did they make up afterward? Uraraka asked Midoriya and Bakugo. I wouldn't say that, Midoriya replied as he took a moment to stop vacuuming. You're lucky to have gotten off with house arrest, Bakugo. Fighting a teacher could have caused a lot of problems, you know. Tenya explained in his usual way. Shut it, I know. Bakugo replied, trying to stay cool. I suppose we'll be attending the opening ceremony without you then. Tenya sighed as he looked over at Midoriya and Bakugo. Bakugo, what are you going to do about the provisional license supplementary lessons? Todoroki asked. Shut it. It's none of your business. Bakugo shouted back. Midoriya and Bakugo were left alone in the living room cleaning when Midoriya broke the silence. You should instead choose practicality over flashy movement, Bakugo. Takes less effort and gives you more time to react in fights. If you're spinning like a ball, your vision is blurry and unreliable, Midoriya said as he kept vacuuming. FING, all right then, but don't think I'm going to always take your advice, Deku. Bakugo growled back. Internships, to put it simply, are hero activities done off campus. Think of it as a more formalized version of the field training you did before, Aizawa explained to the students. Midoriya was focused on writing as Aizawa explained the internships to the class. What was the point of our struggles during the sports festival then? Uraraka shouted, standing up in her chair. To make use of the connections you made during the sports festival, Midoriya added as he kept his eyes on his writing. That's correct. Make use of your connections and get into the internship of your choice if you can, Aizawa added, looking at all the students. Aizawa went on to explain a bit more about the process and soon left the room with Midoriya so President Mike could take over. In the hallway, what were you writing in there? Aizawa asked, keeping his eyes forward. I'm half the reason Bakugo is under house arrest, so I wrote down what you said about internships as notes, Midoriya replied as he handed Aizawa the stack of papers. I see. I'll allow it this once, Aizawa said as he handed back the papers to Midoriya. Midoriya was in his room when he went downstairs to hand Bakugo the papers he made. What's all this dust, Bakugo? Mineta scoffed. That was DKU, piss off. Bakugo barked back. That class, man. I've never heard of that grammar before, Kirishima said to Sato. Hey, about that internship stuff, what if we didn't make connections? Jiro asked Hagakure and Ojiro. Fing sheet, Bakugo said under his breath. First the exam and now this, you're being left behind, Katsuki, Midoriya said as he walked up to Bakugo. Shut it, Bakugo growled back. Calm down, Midoriya said as he threw the stack of papers at Bakugo. It's the best I could do, so don't expect any more from me, Midoriya said as he picked up the trash bag and began to collect the trash from all the students. What the F is he talking about? Bakugo thought as he read the first page. TCHF, that guy. Writing all about the internships for me, Bakugo said angrily in his head as he took the papers into his room and set them on his desk. Hopefully the idiot doesn't toss the note I wrote, Midoriya thought as he carried the bags of trash to the garbage dump. Trash? The food trays are okay to go in the combustible, a blond boy said as his head appeared out of the wall next to Midoriya and quickly disappeared soon after. Mirio Togata. He's also Midoriya thought before his train of thought was interrupted by Mirio once again. You're one of the lively first years, aren't you? Mirio asked, full of energy. Midoriya was about to speak but was interrupted once again. Haha, did I surprise you? Well, you did a bad thing after all, so I thought I would try and scare you, Mirio said with a smile. Okay. Well then, if you'll excuse me, Midoriya said, excusing himself to go throw away the trash. Well, we will have more time tomorrow, Mirio said before disappearing once again. I suppose, Midoriya thought as he walked towards the trash dump. Midoriya went back to the living room and into the kitchen to wash his hands when Mina approached him. Hey, Mina said happily. Hello, Midoriya replied as he glanced over to Mina. Always so formal, you don't have to, you know? Mina explained to Midoriya. What do I call you then? Midoriya asked as he dried his hands. What do you want to call me? Mina asked with a smile. Midoriya stood in silence for a second and spoke. How Midoriya was about to say something before Yaoyorozu appeared. Midoriya, if you're not busy, can we talk? Momo asked politely. Sure, Midoriya replied, looking over to Momo. We will continue this conversation another time, Midoriya said to Mina as he followed Momo upstairs. Okay, Mina said with a sad smile. Midoriya followed Momo into her room and was genuinely surprised. How did you fit all this? Midoriya said as he examined the room. Momo couldn't help feel embarrassed since it was just Midoriya and herself alone in her room. Midoriya was a boy, after all, it was only natural for him to be interested. So what is it you wanted to talk about? I am your teacher, so feel free to tell me anything that's bothering you, Midoriya asked as he pulled a seat and sat across from her. That's right, he's a teacher, Momo thought and let out a sigh of relief. Well, I just wanted to update you on my progress. Ever since you lectured me on my confidence and how much more I was capable of, I've been improving so much and I wanted to thank you, Momo said as she bowed towards Midoriya. No need. You had it in you all along. Just needed a little push is all, Midoriya explained. Still, thank you so much, Momo said with a smile as she began to tear up. Of course. I'll be going then, have a good night, Midoriya said as he bowed and took his leave. Midoriya went into his room and sat on his bed. What am I going to do? I can't become a villain again and I have no interest in becoming a hero. I'm only here because I need to serve my sentence, but after that what? Midoriya mumbled to himself as he fell back on his bed and slowly shut his eyes. Maybe I can start again fresh. Who am I kidding? Midoriya sighed as he drifted off to sleep. The next day, Aizawa was waiting for the class to show up when he decided to talk to Midoriya. Hey, about what you said the other day, about Shinso Hitoshi, Aizawa said, grabbing Midoriya's attention. What about him? Midoriya asked, looking over his lesson plans for Class 1A and 1B. I've been training him and hopefully, he can show enough promise to be transferred into one of the hero courses in due time, Aizawa said as he made sure no one would walk in at the wrong moment and overhear. Keeping it a secret is key, you know. If the public finds out you took a special interest in one student, the media would chew you and Shinso up. Also, make sure you train him well. These kids are far ahead of him, and if you want him to join you better make sure he's prepared or he's just going to end up as a liability. Midoriya explained, looking up from his papers and towards Aizawa. I know. Of course, it would help if you would come along for a session or two, Aizawa added. Maybe I will. They'll train him into the ground though, you okay with that? Midoriya asked Aizawa in an almost teasing way. I'm okay with that, Aizawa said with a smile as Tenya walked into the classroom and the conversation ended. Aizawa was instructing the class as usual until, come inside, Aizawa said as he faced the door at the front. The quote-unquote big three, huh? Midoriya thought as he saw 3 third-years walk into the classroom. They're known as the Big Three. They are U.A's top students. Aizawa continued as the students stood at the front of the class. Mirio Toga, Nijire Hato, and Tamaki Amajaki, Midoriya thought as he glanced over at the students. Now some brief introductions. Starting with you, Amajaki, Aizawa said, looking over to the student. Amajaki didn't say anything and simply glared at the students, causing them to feel immense pressure from his glare. So he's a nervous wreck, Midoriya thought as he looked at Amajaki glare at the students. It's no good, Mirio. Hato. No matter how hard I try to imagine them as potatoes, I can't. I still see humans. What should I do? The words won't come out. Amajaki explained in a low voice. I want to go home, Amajaki said as he turned to face the blackboard. This guy's Tamaki Amajaki, he's the chicken. I'm Nijire Hato. We've come here today to come talk to you guys about the internship, Nijire said until she quickly turned to face Shoji. But, hey, why do you have a mask on? Catch a cold or is that the latest fashion? Hato asked quickly. Well, a long time ago Shoji said before he was interrupted by Hato. Oh, and you're Todoroki, right? Right? Why do you have a burn mark on your face like that? Hato asked Todoroki in the back. Well, that's... Todoroki replied before he was interrupted by Hato. Oh, and you Ishido, if those horns break, do they grow back? Can you move them? And Mineta, the balls on your head is actually hair? Can you cut it? Hato asked the students. The students all loved her personality and the class was getting a bit rowdy until... And you, Midoriya, or should I say sensei, are you a villain still? Are you actually quirkless? Hey, have you ever thought of becoming a hero? Why did you become a villain in the first place? Hato asked Midoriya. Hato asked a lot of questions, none of which bothered Midoriya but the last one. Midoriya was about to speak, but before Midoriya could say anything, Aizawa stepped in just in time. I see you're all lacking any sort of rationality, Aizawa said angrily. Please do not worry, Eraserhead, I am the key performer here today, Mirio said, trying to reassure Aizawa. The journey ahead? Mirio asked the class. Huh? The class replied. That's where you say will be full of difficulties. All right, you all fail at getting the point of the conversation, Mirio said joyfully. Well, I can see from all your faces that you've got no idea what's going on. The explanation of the internship program, which isn't even a requirement, has been left to these 3 random third years. I get it. Doesn't make sense, right? Mirio explained as his expression grew more serious. You've acquired your provisional licenses as first years HM? This year's first years are really energetic, aren't they? Mirio said as he quickly glanced at Midoriya, who seemed rather bored. Well, it seems my intro fell flat here, so how would you all like to team up and fight against me? Mirio said happily as he threw a fist in the air. H. The class replied together at the request. It would make the most sense for them to witness and feel our own experience with their own bodies, wouldn't you say, Eraserhead? Do as you like, Aizawa replied. At Gamma Gym, all the students were in their gym clothes. Are you serious? Zero asked Mirio. I'm dead serious, Mirio replied. Mirio, you shouldn't do this. It would be more than enough for you to tell them how valuable this experience is. No matter what, you must not make it so that these kids aren't able to get back on their feet anymore, Amajaki explained as he faced a nearby wall. Ah, hey, did ya know? There was a kid who completely gave up on becoming a hero and was causing all sorts of problems, though Togata had it rough. So you really got to things through, you know? Hadu said as she fiddled with Mina's horns. Please don't do that, Mina pleaded. Now wait just a moment. Although we may have a handicap, we've got pros fighting on our side as well, Tokoyami said to Mirio. And we've got experience fighting villains as well. Am I to interpret you worrying about us all that much because as you seeing us as nothing but small fry? Kirishima added. Yep, now feel free to come at me whenever and however you want. So who's up first? Mirio replied quickly. I would like to go, Kirishima said, full of confidence. You've got this, class, Midoriya said calmly, looking over to Kirishima and the rest. The class was caught off guard by sudden words of encouragement from Midoriya, but they were soon fired up. Oh? Unexpected words of encouragement from the villain kid, Aizawa said with a grin. Wouldn't hurt from time to time, Midoriya replied as he turned to face Aizawa. The problem child, eh? I guess you really are a teacher, Mirio thought as he glanced over at Midoriya, who was off to the side wearing a bored expression. We are all going to come at you at once. So, Senpai, thank you for your guidance, Kirishima said as all of Class 1A got ready to attack Mirio. Every attack shot at Mirio slipped right through him as well as his clothes. Aha! Jiro shouted, blushing uncontrollably. Sorry. It's difficult to fine-tune the adjustments, you see, Mirio explained to the students ahead of him. Hopefully this doesn't hurt the morale of the class, since they are going to lose after all, Midoriya thought as he sat back more comfortably. Dust filled the room and Mirio was gone. He should pop up there. That's what someone with half a brain would do anyway, Midoriya thought as he looked over behind Jiro. I suppose I should deal with the long-range ones, eh? Mirio said as he appeared behind Jiro and knocked her out. He teleported, so he can do more than just slip through things. Just how strong is this guy's quirk? Kirishima shouted. I wouldn't say that, Kirishima. He has just trained a lot, that's all, Midoriya thought as he saw Class 1A get pummeled by Mirio. Mirio's quirk is not something that should be envied. Far from it. What you should be impressed with is his incredible technique, you first-year brats, Amajaki thought, not moving from the wall. Power! Mirio shouted as he stood over a couple of students. All right, class, this is a good time for you guys to get roughed up from it and learn from it. That guy, as far as I know, is the closest to being number one, and that includes the pros, Aizawa shouted as all the students turned to face Aizawa with a face full of surprise. So he's the man closest to being number one, Todoroki said in awe at Mirio's power. What about you, Todoroki? You don't want to get in on this? Aizawa asked. I failed my provisional license exam, Todoroki replied, keeping his eyes glued on Mirio. Mirio went on to take out the rest of the students with ease by punching them in the stomach. After a minute, Mirio stood standing. Meanwhile, the others laid on the floor in pain. And so that's the gist of it. So was my quirk strong? Mirio asked the class. Too strong, Zero said loudly. Not only phasing but teleportation. Are you a hybrid like Todoroki? Mina asked Mirio. Let me see Kota, Midoriya said as he walked up to Kota, who still seemed to be in clear pain. He got you good, huh? Do you want to go to the nurse? Midoriya asked the boy who took a seat on the floor. And no, I don't want to miss what Senpai has to say, Kota replied in a soft voice. Right then, Midoriya said as he stood up and walked slowly over to Aizawa. Sorry for that, Mirio said as he bowed in apology at Kota. But I want you all to know I've learned all this from my internship, Mirio said happily. Mirio went on to explain the internship program and its benefits to the students when he called out to Midoriya, who was invested in his notebook. What about you, problem child? Want to show these energetic first years how a real fight looks? Mirio asked Midoriya, who was writing. Not sure if the boss would let me, Midoriya replied, signaling over to Aizawa with a pencil. Mirio, is this necessary? Aizawa asked the blonde boy. Well, it's more my curiosity, really, Mirio said with a chuckle. Midoriya, you have to avenge us, Kirishima said loudly. Yeah, Mina said, throwing a fist in the air. I kind of want to see that, but it's up to Aizawa-sensei, Tenya added. Yeah, we don't want to force him to fight, Uraraka said to the class. Fine. Midoriya, if you want to help demonstrate, you may, Aizawa said calmly. Please, the class said with puppy eyes. I don't have anything to wear and I don't want to mess up my clothes, Midoriya replied, trying to get out of the situation he was in. Well, as a matter of fact, we have some gym clothes in your size, Midoriya. Follow me, Aizawa said with a sly grin. Of course you do, Midoriya sighed as he followed Aizawa. Mirio, are you sure this is a good idea? What if you hurt him? Emijaki asked Mirio. Don't worry, I won't go too hard on him, Mirio replied with a smile. After some time, Midoriya came out in a gym clothes. Alright, let's get this over with, Midoriya sighed as he walked towards the center of the gym. Midoriya looks like a real student, Kirishima said as he watched the boy do a couple stretches. He looks younger, Mina said with a giggle. Yeah, he does, Uraraka added with a smile. I knew he had scars, but seeing them clearly in person is something else, Azui said, looking at Midoriya's arms. The class was having fun watching Midoriya in gym clothes, but Tenya couldn't help but feel melancholic at the sight of Midoriya in school clothes. Are you ready, problem child? Mirio asked, standing across from Midoriya with his arms crossed. Wait, Aizawa called out. Midoriya, take this, Aizawa said as he tossed a metal baton at Midoriya. A weapon? Tenya asked Aizawa. Well, Midoriya has been fighting barehanded this whole time, and he usually fights with a number of weapons and gadgets. His main weapon is a knife, but for obvious reasons. He's not allowed to have one, Aizawa explained the class. So you mean he wasn't even at his best when he fought us? Todoroki asked Aizawa. What, that makes me feel weak, Mina said jokingly. Well, whenever you're ready, problem child. I'll let you start, Mirio said with a smile. Oh, I'm ready, Midoriya said, still inspecting the weapon he was given, and looked up to face Mirio. Midoriya didn't waste any time and put all the force into his legs and dashed at Mirio. Mirio didn't expect Midoriya to close the distance so quickly, and he slipped into the ground. By the way, class, Midoriya is completely different when he's fighting one-on-one, Aizawa explained to the students who were in awe at Midoriya's speed. Midoriya was sure Mirio was going to pop up behind him and waited for him to appear. Mirio popped out of the ground and was surprised to see Midoriya throwing a kick at him. He knew I'd pop up here? Mirio thought. But here's the finishing blow. Blinding touch. Eye poke, Mirio said as he aimed for Midoriya's eye, causing him to close them instinctively. Everyone tries to counter me like that, you know, Mirio said as he punched Midoriya in the gut. Midoriya fell to the floor and he laid there on the ground. Mirio popped up and quickly put on his track pants and slowly began to walk towards Midoriya to help him. It's no fun if you hold back, Midoriya said as he got up and did a little stretch. The entire room was shocked to see Midoriya stand up so nonchalantly. I knew you were energetic, Mirio said, taking a fighting stance. My turn, Midoriya said as he quickly got in Mirio's face and tried to hit him with the metal baton, which phased through him. Mirio then phased into the ground once again and shot out the ground quickly and tried to uppercut Midoriya, but missed by a mile, much to his surprise. Midoriya then rushed down Mirio as soon as he landed on the ground. Mirio was phasing through every attack, but he was starting to run out of breath. Come on, just take a short breath. That's all I need, Midoriya thought as he kept on attacking Mirio, who was having trouble catching a break from holding his breath to phase and dodge at the same time. I need to catch my breath, but he's not letting me, Mirio thought as he phased through Midoriya's attacks. Midoriya seemed to be slowing down and stopped for a second. Mirio finally found his opening to breath, or so he thought. Mirio felt cold metal hit his stomach the moment he took a deep breath. Mirio lost his breath and was completely vulnerable. Midoriya followed up with a kick to Mirio's chest and a strike with the baton against his left leg. Mirio is losing? Amajaki thought as he saw his friend being beaten slowly by Midoriya. Yeah, Midoriya get him, Kirishima shouted with excitement. He's got him on the ropes, Zero added. Mirio finally caught his breath and phased through a punch while throwing a punch of his own at Midoriya, which landed on his face and sent him flying almost to the back of the gym. Oh no! Mirio thought as he saw Midoriya on the ground across from him. The room grew silent at the sight of Midoriya being sent flying across the room. Hey, is he okay? Sato asked, breaking the silence. Yeah, that punch really sent him flying, Tokoyami said, keeping his eyes on Midoriya. Aizawa was about to rush over to Midoriya, but Midoriya got up and spit out some blood. So you have it, Midoriya said under his breath as he stared at Mirio, who was sighing in relief. Midoriya, you really are energetic, but you don't have to keep going if you don't want to, Mirio explained to Midoriya. It's fine. I haven't had a good fight in a while. Plus, I wanted to try out my new training on someone worthwhile, Midoriya said as a smile grew across his face. Mental state, vigilance x slaughter. Midoriya had been training to maintain vigilance and slaughter at the same time, maintaining a perfect balance between the two, not succumbing to the insanity of slaughter and the loss of power when using vigilance. Come on, let's get the blood pumping, Midoriya shouted with a huge smile as he dashed towards Mirio. He's different from before. He's faster, Mirio thought as Midoriya was already in his face. Mirio dodged and then phased through a kick for Midoriya and followed up with 2 punches on Midoriya's chest and stomach, but Midoriya didn't react, almost as if he was in a trance. Mirio was having trouble breathing after being hit in the gut so many times by Midoriya. I'm out of breath again, Mirio thought as he struggled to phase through Midoriya's attacks. Mirio then fell into the ground and shot like a catapult into the air so he could catch his breath in midair, but Midoriya grabbed his leg as soon as he shot out of the ground and pulled him to the ground. Mirio predicted this was going to happen and traded punches with Midoriya. The gym grew silent once again as the 2 boys laid on the floor. So who won? Kaminari asked the class. Both boys got up slowly from the ground and a look of fire could be seen in their eyes as they prepared themselves to go another round, but Aizawa finally intervened. That's enough, Aizawa said loudly as he walked towards the 2 boys. You really are full of energy, Midoriya, Mirio said in between breaths. Thanks, I guess, Midoriya replied in between breaths as well. Wait, so who won? Kirishima asked Aizawa. It's a tie for today, class. Now get back into your school uniforms, Aizawa said to the students. Hey, do you know what, Amajaki, that Midoriya guy is pretty strong, huh? Keeping up with Mirio is really hard, you know, Hadu said, walking over to Amajaki. I can't argue with that, Amajaki replied softly. So, problem child, I have one question after our little fight, Mirio said with a smile. What is it? Midoriya asked, walking side by side with Mirio to the changing rooms. If you're not aiming to be a hero and hopefully you have given up being a villain, what's your plan after you've served your time? Mirio asked Midoriya. I'm not sure myself. All I know is this arrangement keeps my mother at ease, and that's all I could wish for, Midoriya replied before looking over at the tall blonde. May I ask a question? Midoriya asked, looking ahead. Go for it, fire away, and you can call me Mirio, Mirio replied with a smile. You lied, didn't you? You don't only have one quirk, and I know because that punch from our fight sent me flying across the room, and as far as I know that's not humanly possible, Midoriya explained as he kept his eyes forward. I know I only have one quirk. I was probably just feeling cornered and my adrenaline kicked in, Mirio replied calmly, looking over at Midoriya. Yes, forgive me, it must be my imagination. I had this crazy theory that All Might gave you his quirk. Hearing myself say it out loud makes it sound ridiculous, Midoriya explained, looking at Mirio with a smile. That is quite the theory, Midoriya, haha, Mirio replied as he shifted his eyes just a bit from Midoriya's gaze. Anyway, I hope we meet again and thank you for fighting me, Midoriya said as he thanked Mirio with a bow. No problem, see ya problem, child, Mirio said as he walked in another direction. So you do have one for all, Midoriya said under his breath as he saw Mirio pull out his cell phone and call someone. If you had used it during our fight, I would have lost, but the fact that you didn't actually annoys me, Midoriya sighed in frustration. Back at the dorms, Midoriya was walking back to his room with a stack of papers when he saw All Might standing at his door. Good afternoon, All Might, Midoriya greeted the skeletal man standing in front of his door. Midoriya, I need to speak with you, All Might said in a more firm tone than usual. Of course, I've been meaning to speak with you as well, Midoriya replied calmly. Oh, really? Well, that's perfect, All Might replied with a smile. Please step into my room, Midoriya said, opening the door to his room. The room was clean and tidy. Stepping into Midoriya's room reminded All Might of the kid Midoriya used to be before. A child with a dream and ambition to become a great hero, but not anymore. Now the room was desolate, only filled with the bare necessities. No more dreams or aspirations. It was, in short, the room of someone who realized the world was cruel too soon. Shut the door, please, Midoriya asked All Might. All Might shut the door and turned around. Take a seat, All Might, Midoriya said as he handed All Might a chair. Midoriya pulled out an extra chair and sat across from All Might. The room was silent for about 7 seconds until All Might spoke. I need to talk to you about one dash, All Might said before he was interrupted by Midoriya. One for all, Midoriya said, finishing All Might's sentence. How did you dash? All Might was about to ask before Midoriya spoke again. Overheard all for one mention it once before to Shigaraki, so I did some research and dug into his personal files. What I found was interesting, but in all honesty it was underwhelming, Midoriya explained to All Might. How so? All Might asked cautiously as to not fall for a bait. These are thin walls, All Might, and I rather not say something that would get us into deep trouble, so how about we finish this conversation another time and I'll answer the question you asked me that night as well. Trading information, you could say, Midoriya said in a low voice to All Might. You have a point. Good night, Midoriya, All Might said as he headed for the door to the hallway. Toga Mirio, huh? Midoriya said as he fixed the stack of papers on his desk. Good night, All Might said once more before going into the hallway. This isn't good. Young Midoriya seems to know about my quirk and how it works, but it seems he was cautious about the walls. I don't think he intends to tell anyone. I hope, All Might thought as he made his way to his room. If he had given me the quirk, what would have happened? No point in thinking about that now. I have no intention of becoming a hero, Midoriya thought as he drifted off to sleep. 3 a.m. Midoriya was tossing and turning in his sleep, and he closes his right hand, causing a small gust of air come out of his hand. At Tartarus Prison. Pent-up power and negative emotions are a perfect mix for chaos. I've done it with Shigaraki and now you, Midoriya all for one said with a wicked grin. One afternoon at U.A. Midoriya was looking over some papers in the living room when Mina approached him. Hey Midoriya, Mina said happily as she plopped herself next to Midoriya. Hello, Ms. Ishido, Midoriya greeted glancing at Mina. Didn't we talk about calling me that? Mina replied with a pout. Yes, but we didn't finish our conversation. Want to pick up where we left off? Midoriya asked Mina. I just wanted to know if you liked anything particular, Mina asked Midoriya. Nothing really stands out to me aside from the food my mother makes. I love it when she cooks and, Midoriya explained before cutting himself off. And what? Come on, tell me, Mina said, playfully bumping her shoulder against Midoriya's. I'm not sure yet. Give me time to figure out my feelings and I'll get back to you, Midoriya explained to Mina as he shifted from his usual bored expression to that of a warm look. A girl he likes? No way, Mina thought to herself as she turned red. Mina blushed at those words, but she quickly composed herself. Well, I'll be waiting, haha, Mina said with a shy chuckle. Back on the topic about what you want me to address you as, Midoriya said as he flipped through the paper stack. Sure, you need to be more casual, you know. And not with just me, with everyone, Mina said with a smile. Buit, let's start with me, Mina suggested with a giggle. Alright then, what would you prefer I call you? Midoriya asked, setting down his stack of papers. Well, how about Mina? Mina replied with a warm smile. Mina, huh? Well, I'll try, but I make no promises, Midoriya said with a smile. Hey, you smiled, Mina said warmly. Nothing gets past you, does it? Midoriya said with a quick chuckle. I've said it before, but I think you should smile more, Mina said as she stood up from the couch. Ms. Ashid, Mina, why are you so friendly with me? Midoriya asked the pink-skinned girl. Well, I just know you're a good person deep down, and I wanted to get to know you. Midoriya, I know there are some things you don't want to talk about, but you can talk to me. Plus, we're friends, aren't we? Mina said with a smile as she clasped both her hands behind her back. I see. Thank you, Mina, for being my friend, Midoriya said as he gave Mina one more smile. Mina smiled and went up to her room, but not before heading to the restroom. Get it together, Mina, Mina said as she stared in the mirror at her flustered face. Mina splashed some water on her face and made her way back to her room. I want to get to know him too, Uraraka said under her breath as she peered around the corner to look at Midoriya, who was flipping through some papers. I want to be his friend, Uraraka thought, her face full of determination. The next day, All Might was walking down the hallway when he ran into Mirio. Mirio, my boy, I've been looking for you, All Might said with a smile. Really? Well, what's up? Mirio asked. Follow me, All Might said, leading the way. Mirio followed All Might into his office, but much to his surprise, Midoriya was sitting on a couch drinking some tea. Nice to see you again, Midoriya said as he stood up from the couch. Midoriya, good to see you. You didn't get into any problems, right? Mirio said jokingly. Not yet, Midoriya chuckled as he sat back down. Mirio, my boy, please sit, All Might said, taking a serious tone. Is something wrong, All Might? Mirio asked, taking a seat next to Midoriya. Not necessarily. It involves one for all, All Might said, looking at Mirio. What's that? Mirio asked, using his eyes to signal All Might to Midoriya, who was sitting beside him. Toga, I know all about all for one, so you can drop the act, Midoriya explained to Mirio. Mirio turned to look over at All Might, who simply nodded in confirmation. Midoriya found out you inherited one for all during your fight with him. All Might sighed and took a sip of his tea. I learned the ins and outs of the quirk during my time in the league. A quirk capable of stockpiling power and also the ability to pass it on, Midoriya explained to Mirio and All Might. Midoriya, you understand why we wish to keep this a secret, yes? All Might asked the black-haired teen. Yes. Information about your quirk would surely cause all sorts of problems. At least the quirk can't be taken by force, Midoriya replied while taking a sip of tea. Wait, it can't? Mirio asked the two in the room. You haven't told him? Midoriya asked All Might. I was going to explain it to him today, All Might replied, setting down his glass. Explain what? Mirio asked. The dark history of One for All Might said firmly. All Might then went on to explain the dark past of how the quirk One for All came to be. This quirk has a bit of a scary past, huh? Mirio said, looking down at his hand. So it seems, Midoriya sighed as he took another sip of his tea. Again, this secret will stay with us. Mirio, I trust Midoriya can keep this secret because I know deep down he's a good kid, All Might explained to Mirio. Yeah, I saw that in him too, Mirio said with a smile. There was silence, but Midoriya spoke up after finishing his tea. So how much of it can Toga use? Without breaking apart his body anyway, Midoriya asked Mirio and All Might. Well, I can output 45% without breaking anything, but I like to maintain 35% during fights, Mirio explained to Midoriya. 45%, huh? Plus you've had this quirk for about a year, that's impressive, Midoriya said, looking at All Might. Yes, Mirio caught on rather quickly, and he had the help of Gran Torino, All Might explained. Sir Knight, I also helped me out a bunch, Mirio piped up. Your former sidekick? Midoriya asked, looking over to All Might once again. I'm surprised you know about him, All Might sighed. Well, come on, Toga. Show me, Midoriya said, standing up from the couch. What exactly? Mirio replied. Show me one for all at your Mac, Midoriya said, doing a small yawn. Oh, sure, okay, Mirio said happily as he stood up and cleared up some space. Mirio stood in the center of the room and went to his max of 45%. Mirio's hairs seemed to have hardened a bit, but aside from that everything seemed normal body-wise. Fascinating. I knew the From All Might took was not a part of the quirk, but I expected a transformation of some sort, Midoriya said as he inspected Mirio. You should be able to create some wind pressure already, correct? Midoriya asked Mirio. Yeah, if I do anything really, Mirio chuckled. I'm sure you can, however, I think it would better if you didn't dash, Midoriya explained before he was interrupted. I'll show you, Mirio said excitingly as he flicked his index finger. It felt as if a small tornado hit the room and everything went flying in separate directions. Didn't? Midoriya sighed, finishing his sentence. Mirio, my boy, you mustn't use such pressure in a room, it makes a mess. All Might chuckled, placing his hand on his forehead. Toga, how about helping me find my papers? Midoriya asked calmly. I'm sorry. I'll help you out, Mirio replied and began to organize the room with All Might and Midoriya. In an abandoned warehouse, Overhaul was having a talk with the League of Villains. Right now there is no leader for light or dark sides. The question I propose is who will stand up to lead. Overhaul asked Shigaraki. If you're saying this full well who my master is, that a challenge? The next leader is going to be me. Shigaraki replied angrily. I'm gathering forces and expanding day by day to destroy the hero society, Shigaraki explained. Got a plan? Overhaul asked. A plan? Didn't you come here to join our little gang? Shigaraki asked. Overhaul. Having a goal without a plan just makes you a daydreamer, and dreams don't make for a good sales pitch. What happens once you've expanded? How are you going to use these people? What's your management strategy for organization? Overhaul asked. Shigaraki didn't reply and heard Overhaul out. Let's start with Muscular and Moonfish. These both were heavy hitters, but they went and got arrested. Almost like you didn't know how to use them, Overhaul explained to Shigaraki. Overhaul continued. But let's not forget Deku. This guy was, in my opinion, the most useful member of the league, but even still he was captured because you didn't know how to use him. If I had Deku on my side, all of Japan would be mine by now, Overhaul stated. Shigaraki's eye twitched at the sound of that name, but he held back. Listen, you can barely control the group you've got now, so no, I didn't come here to follow you. The plan I've got requires a ton of cash. But nobody out there is crazy enough to fund some small-time Yakuza throwback. But if you guys and the name you made for yourselves were involved, it'd be a different story. So join me. I'll become the next leader and I'll put you all to good use, Overhaul explained to the League. Get out, Shigaraki said, oozing bloodlust. Sorry, Mafia boy, but we didn't come to serve anyone, Magna said as she pulled out her magnet item. Overhaul felt his body be pulled toward Magna. I am here because I want to live free. We get to decide where we belong. Magna shouted a story as Overhaul shot toward her weapon. What nonsense are you spouting? Overhaul thought angrily as he took off his right glove. Overhaul took a hard hit to his head, but not before touching Magna's arm, causing her to explode in a bloody mess. Big sis Magna, twice shouted in surprise. The entire league was surprised Magna was ended so easily. Your side made the first move. UJH filthy, this is the worst part, Overhaul said as he stood over half of Magna's corpse. Compress shot towards Overhaul using the rail as footing. Compress, wait, Shigaraki shouted. This one is dangerous. I have to seal him away, Compress thought as he prepared to activate his quirk. Compress was in touching distance of Overhaul, but a bullet/syringe landed on his arm, causing his quirk to be erased. My quirk, it won't activate? Compress thought as Overhaul stared at him with murderous intent. Don't touch me, filth, Overhaul thought as he used his quirk to rip off Compress' left arm. Shigaraki dashed towards Overhaul with his right arm extended. Shield, Overhaul shouted as a member of his gang jumped down and took the hit for him before disintegrating into a bloody mess. That was a close one, Overhaul, a member of his gang said as he dropped down, followed by the rest of his group busting through the front door. We should have started this way. We might have understood each other better, Overhaul said, taking a step back. Too slow, Overhaul said to the member beside him with a revolver. Nearly messed that up, but it was still plenty effective. The formula you gave me was the work of a genius, but I'm surprised it was this effective, the villain explained to Overhaul. I wanted this to go peacefully, League of Villains, but with how things are going I don't think we are going to reach an agreement, and ending each other isn't productive. So I ended one of yours and you ended one of mine, so let's call it a day and talk again once everyone has cooled down. We owe you an arm too, Overhaul explained calmly as he wiped the blood off his arm. I'll lend you, Twice said angrily. Can I stab him, Tamura, can I? Toga asked with her knife in hand. No, Shigaraki shouted. Someone has to pay for this, Twice retorted. Nice call, facepalm guy. You better think about this and make a decision sooner than later, the little villain said as he followed Overhaul out the door. Once you've calmed down, give me a call, Overhaul said, throwing a card at Shigaraki's feet. The next day at UA. It was the perfect day for a party. Come on guys, put that streamer up, Kirishima said to Ojiro and Kaminari. Here are the sweets, Sato said as he walked into the classroom. Ah, I want to eat some already, Uraraka said, looking at the sweets. Stay strong, Azui said, sharing her pain. I also brought some sweets and refreshments, Momo said as she set down a tray full of very expensive-looking treats. The entire class was busy decorating the classroom when they heard the door open. Hello, Todoroki asked as he entered the room slowly. Todoroki? We thought you weren't into this sort of thing, so I didn't want to bother ya, Mineta explained to Todoroki, who was holding a few trays of food. Mineta, Mina said angrily with a smile. Would you look at that, they need my help. Right guys? Mineta said shakily with a smile. No, we're good here, Kaminari replied quickly. Get a hint, Mineta thought as he snuck his way out of the conversation. Todoroki, what did you bring? Mina asked, her eyes full of excitement. Just some stuff my mom helped me make when I went to visit, Todoroki said with a smile. I bought orange juice, Tenya said loudly as he stepped into the room. I know it's not much, but I brought my karaoke machine, so we can all sing or listen to music, Jiro said somewhat shyly as she rolled in the machine. That's so cool, Kota said in a low voice, inspecting the machine. Did Midoriya notice? Tokoyami asked Jiro. Shoji helped us carry it, Jiro replied. I also brought some snacks, Shoji said with a bag in hand. Well, we are almost done, Mina, Hagakure said happily. Great, we are just missing one more person. Mina sighed before being interrupted by the door swinging open. I'm here. Let's just get this over with, Bakugo said as he set down the plates and cups. Bakugo went to his desk and kicked his feet up. He wasn't sure what Midoriya liked anymore since he didn't care much for All Might anymore. All right, that's everyone from the class, Uraraka said happily. The class was putting on the finishing touches when Mina's phone rang. Ah, she's here. I'll be right back, Mina said happily as she ran out of the classroom. A mystery it seems, Aoyama said with a sparkle. Who? Kaminari asked, scratching his head. Are we missing someone? Ojiro asked. A few minutes passed when Mina walked in with Inko Midoriya. Hello everyone, Inko said with a bow. The entire class quickly bowed back and was confused as to who this was. This is Midoriya's mom, guys, Mina said with a smile as she set down a big box. Really? The class said in unison. Yeah, I called her over to surprise Midoriya, Mina explained. I want to thank you all for getting along with my son, Inko thanked the class. There was a silence and she spoke once more. As you all may know, Midoriya is somewhat cold and frankly. He comes off as emotionless most of the time, but he wasn't always like that, Inko said with a sad smile. The class didn't interrupt and let Inko finish. He used to be so cheerful and very emotional to say the least, but when I finally saw him after a year, he changed and I thought I had lost my baby boy. It's been a few months since then, and I know it may seem like he hasn't changed much to you, but I can tell he's changing in a good way because of everyone in this room. So thank you, Inko explained with a smile, and tears of joy began to roll down her cheeks. The class was stunned and couldn't really put into words what to say. I consider Midoriya a good friend, Todoroki said with a smile. The class, including Todoroki, were surprised by that statement. He's manly as heck, Kirishima said with a smile. Midoriya really is sweet when you get to know him, Mina said cheerfully. Midoriya seems very hard to talk to, but in reality, he is very understanding, Momo added. That's true, Aizawa said, poking out of his sleeping bag. Something is there, Inko thought as she saw the teacher poke his head out. Sensei, you were here? Tenya asked. Yeah, I was, but more importantly, Aizawa said in between a yawn as he stood up. Hello. I am in charge of overseeing Midoriya, and there is more than meets the eye when it comes to him. I mean that in a good way, by the way, Aizawa explained to Inko. Ah, that's a relief. I'm glad he hasn't caused any kind of trouble, Inko said with a warm smile. Oh, it's almost time, guys. I'll go get him, Uraraka said as she rushed to Midoriya's room. It's awfully quiet today, Midoriya thought as he flipped through his completed lesson plan. Friends, huh? Midoriya sighed as he set the papers down and laid back on his chair. Midoriya thought of his conversation with Mina the other day. Thinking back, I've never had a true friend, huh? Midoriya thought before his train of thought was interrupted by a knock at his door. Midoriya got up and went to answer the door to reveal Uraraka. Oh, how can I help you? Midoriya asked. I need some help with things, and I was wondering if you could maybe help, Uraraka said with a smile. She's lying, Midoriya thought as he looked at Uraraka. Sure, Midoriya said as he closed the door behind him and followed Uraraka. Thinking on it, we haven't really had a real conversation, have we? Midoriya said. Yeah, I kinda wanted to change that, haha, Uraraka said with a smile and led the way. Can I ask you something? Uraraka asked somewhat shyly. Sure, go ahead, Midoriya replied as he straightened his tie. Are you happy? I mean with us here at U. Uraraka asked. That's a good question. So far I'm not sure, but I don't hate it here either, so don't worry about that. When I know I'll tell you, Midoriya replied as he walked side by side with Uraraka. I'll wait for your answer then, Uraraka said with a smile as she stopped before the classroom. Well, we're here, Uraraka said as she stepped inside the dark room. Alright, let's see what this all about, Midoriya thought as he stepped inside the room and was surprised to see all of Class 1 jump out in surprise. Midoriya was surprised, but it didn't show on the outside. Surprise! The whole class shouted except Bakugo, who muttered it under his breath softly. Surprise, Aizawa said in a groggy voice. Well, this is unexpected, Midoriya said as he saw all of Class 1A wearing big smiles. Hello, sweetie, Inko said, making her way through the students. Mom, you're here, Midoriya said as he gave his mom a warm hug. Your class made this possible, and your student invited me and was in charge of the party, Inko explained with a smile. I mean, Mina, you did this? Midoriya asked Mina, who was standing at the front of the group. Well, it was everyone's idea, but I took the lead, Mina said gleefully. I see, Midoriya said as he looked around in the room and noticed Aizawa getting up. Your students made this for you, so how about you enjoy it, villain kid? Aizawa said jokingly. It's been a while since I've genuinely felt wanted, Midoriya thought as he looked around once more around the room to see the class. There was a silence. Do you like it? Mina asked nervously. I love it. Thank you, Midoriya replied with a warm smile. The class was captivated by Midoriya's smile, and even Inko began to shed tears of joy at the sight of seeing a shred of the happy-go-lucky son she used to have. Well, let's start this thing, shall we? Midoriya said, commencing the party. The party was lively, and even Midoriya took part in the fun. Everyone in the time forgot he was a teacher and treated him just like another student. This is way too much excitement for me, Midoriya said as he sat down next to Aizawa. Same here, so I'll be taking a nap over there, Aizawa said as he stood up from his chair and slipped into his sleeping bag in the corner of the room. What a sloth, Midoriya said with a chuckle. Hey, Mina said, sitting down next to Midoriya. Mina, how are you enjoying the party? Midoriya asked the girl. I should be asking you that, Mina said with a laugh. I love it, thank you, Midoriya said as he took a sip of soda. I'm glad. Hey, your mom's really good at singing, you know, Mina said as she pointed at Inko singing while being surrounded by some students. She was always good at singing. Mom would always sing me to sleep when I was little, Midoriya said with a smile as he watched his mother sing with a passion. There's that smile, Mina said, patting Midoriya in the back and standing up from her chair. Hey, Mina, Midoriya called out. Yeah, Mina replied, turning to face Midoriya. Can I talk to you at a later date? Midoriya asked. Sure, anytime, Mina said happily as she wrote her phone number on a piece of paper and handing it to Midoriya. Thank you, Midoriya replied. The party went on for a while, but it eventually ended. Bye honey, I'll see you soon, Inko said as she hugged her son warmly. I'll see you soon, Mom, Midoriya replied, returning the hug. The dorms grew quiet and only the sound of the wind rustling against the trees could be heard that night. The next day. You want me to meet All Might's ex-sidekick? Midoriya asked Mirio. Yes, Mirio said quickly. Why? Midoriya said with a sigh. I'm also compelled to hear your reasoning, Mirio. My boy? All Might asked, turning to face Toga. Well, Sir Night Eye has said he was interested in talking with Midoriya, and I think we could maybe convince Midoriya to become a hero, Mirio explained to All Might and Midoriya. All Might's ears perked up at the sound of Midoriya becoming a hero. If he wants to talk, I see no problem, Midoriya said to Mirio, avoiding that last remark. If you're serious about taking Midoriya to meet Night Eye, then make sure to go talk to Nizu and Aizawa, All Might added before taking a sip of his coffee. In Class 1B. All right students, that will be all, Vlad said as he closed his notebook. Make sure to study for that test, Midoriya added afterward. Midoriya was gathering his things when he was approached by the class representative Kendo. Sensei, are you busy? Kendo asked Midoriya. Not at the moment. Is something wrong? Midoriya replied, setting down his supplies. I was just wondering what you thought about our class, Kendo asked Midoriya. I think it's okay, I suppose, but why the question? Midoriya replied in a confused tone. Oh, it's just I was walking by and saw Class 1A was throwing a party for you. So I was wondering if you didn't trust us as much, Kendo explained with a shy laugh. I want to hear this, Tokage said, brushing her arm softly on Midoriya to get a reaction. Midoriya didn't react and simply eyed Tokage in his usual bored expression. But yeah, let's hear it, Tokage said with a nervous chuckle. He wants to suck up to Class 1A, isn't it obvious, guys? Monoma scoffed loudly. Monoma, let him speak, Kendo said, scolding the blonde boy. The entire class all began to listen in what Midoriya was saying after that remark. I've known Class 1A longer, Midoriya replied. That's it, the class deadpanned. Oh come on, there has to be something more, Yui Kodai piped up. Come on, you can tell us, Manga said. Okay guys, let's calm down, we don't want to make him uncomfortable, Kendo interrupted the class who was getting rowdy. I didn't make the effort to understand them, but they did, Midoriya said to Kendo. How so? Tokage asked quickly. Well, even though the class knew I was a villain, after a while they tried to make an effort to talk and get close to me. Even though I pushed them away most of the time, and Class 1B, don't take it the wrong way, but the way I see it, you're all still scared of me, Midoriya explained to the class. The room was quiet and Midoriya spoke once more. Especially you, Midoriya sighed, looking over at the young girl. Like hell we're scared of you, Tagaru said angrily as his hands shook slightly in fear. I'm sure you aren't, Midoriya said as he finished packing his things and made his way to the door. Sensei, Tokage called out to Midoriya. Midoriya didn't reply and simply turned around to face Tokage. I'll see you tomorrow, Tokage said with a cute smile. Until tomorrow then, Midoriya replied with a warm smile. The entire class was caught off guard by that sweet smile and just watched as Midoriya disappeared into the crowd of students in the hallway. In Nizu's office. All right, so Midoriya will be under Mirio's eye as he visits Night Eye, Nizu said, signing the paper for Mirio. Thank you so much, Principal, and you too, Eraserhead, Mirio said, bowing quickly and leaving the room. The room was quiet and Aizawa peered outside the door before locking it behind him. "So what do you think, Aizawa?" Nizu asked as he slid the file towards him. Aizawa flipped through the file and let out a deep breath. "What the hell, let's give it a shot," Aizawa said, setting the file down. "And to think you were so against him at first," Nizu said with a chuckle as he handed Aizawa a piece of paper. "It took some time, but it's safe to say I will vouch for him," Aizawa replied as he signed the paper. "I think this will be big, Aizawa," Nizu said happily, looking at the signature. "Hopefully for the better," Aizawa sighed while rubbing the back of his head. "Now then, the hard part is to get him on board," Nizu said with a smile. "I'll get it done," Aizawa said as he made his way to the door. "Aizawa, remember, this is just between us," Nizu said firmly. "Of course," Aizawa said as he made his way to the dorms. "Please let this work," Nizu said to himself as he looked at the file. "Top secret. Absolution. Listed individual /S. Midoriya Izuku /villain name, Deku. Will be released from custody and will fight crime to lower sentence or possibly grant a hero's license if the majority vote considers said person's deeds worthy. The individual will be a vigilante allowed to make their own decisions and take matters into their own hands. As such, the individual will be under surveillance 24/7 when on the outside. If compromised, this file is to be destroyed and said individual is to return back to her daily routine / no extra punishment will ensue unless actions say otherwise." Nizu sighed and put the file in a safe hidden under his desk. "Now we wait," Nizu said to himself, taking a sip of his tea. In the dorms, Midoriya was cleaning all the dishes when he felt a playful tap on his shoulder. "Hello, Midoriya," Uraraka said happily. "Good afternoon," Midoriya said, glancing quickly in her direction. "So I've been wondering for some time why your villain name is Deku?" Uraraka asked with a curious expression. "It means someone who can't achieve or do anything," Midoriya explained to Uraraka. "That doesn't make sense because you're pretty strong and smart," Uraraka replied as she watched Midoriya do the dishes. "The name was a sort of irony thing," Midoriya said as he began to dry the plates. "I think it sort of sounds like, you can do it," Uraraka said happily as she began to help dry dishes with Midoriya. "You're just full of positivity, aren't you?" Midoriya said as he finished up cleaning. "I guess so, yeah," Uraraka replied with a giggle. "Midoriya, we need to talk," Aizawa said, signaling Midoriya over. "I'm on my way," Midoriya replied, setting down the dried plates. "Good night, make sure to get rest," Midoriya said to Uraraka before following Aizawa to his office. "Sit," Aizawa said as he pointed at the chair in front of him. "All right, now, what's this about?" Midoriya asked as he took a seat. "I want you to give it to me straight. Do you want to become a hero?" Aizawa asked with a straight face. "No," Midoriya replied quickly. "Jesus, man, you didn't even blink," Aizawa said with a chuckle. Midoriya didn't say anything and let Aizawa continue. "I figured you'd say that, so how about becoming a vigilante? No rules and you get to do what you want," Aizawa said in a serious tone. There was a short moment of silence. "What's the catch?" Midoriya asked, raising an eyebrow. "The more good you do, the less time you have to spend at UA. We will have to take your word when it comes to good deeds, and if you do anything bad on the outside, we will just have the news as a source," Aizawa explained with a straight face. Midoriya looked Aizawa in the face for a few moments to see if he was lying. "Fine. I'll do it, but only because I'm bored of staying indoors," Midoriya said with a sigh. "Can't tell if he's lying, but I really do want to get some real fresh air," Midoriya thought as he waited for Aizawa's response. "All right. Sign here," Aizawa said as he handed Midoriya the document. Midoriya took his time reading the conditions and all the fine print. "Says here no one can find out. Want to tell me something about that?" Midoriya said as he set the papers aside. "Imagine the PR fire we would get for letting a villain loose," Aizawa replied with a yawn. "You're not wrong there," Midoriya said, signing the paper and handing it to Aizawa. "So what? Do I just go whenever I want?" Midoriya asked Aizawa. "You still have duties here, so no, but aside from that you can leave whenever you want as long as nobody sees you," Aizawa explained to Midoriya. That's it then? Midoriya asked as he got and began to make his way to the door. We made a costume for you already, so don't be a hard ass and wear it, yeah? Everything will be in your room, Aizawa explained as he took a seat and got on his computer. All right, Midoriya replied as he grabbed the door handle before being stopped once more. Oh, and one more thing. Your vigilante name will be Hope. I think it suits you, Aizawa said with a grin. Of course it is, Midoriya said as he rolled his eyes and chuckled, leaving the room. Aizawa waited for Midoriya to be gone and made a phone call to Nizu. So? Nizu asked over the phone. He's in, Aizawa replied before hanging up. The next morning. Remind me again why I'm going to meet Night Eye, Midoriya said as he walked alongside Mirio. Night Eye said he wanted to talk to you, and you know about One for All, so it felt right, you know? Mirio explained with a bright smile. Yeah, I guess, Midoriya replied. Midoriya and Mirio walked around the corner and soon reached Night Eye's agency. Oh, I should mention sir is quite strict. But if you dash, Mirio was explaining before Midoriya interrupted him. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm not here to impress Night Eye, Midoriya said as he stepped into the building. I forget this guy isn't a student or an aspiring hero for that matter, Mirio thought as he watched Midoriya walk into the building. Sorry, I just get ahead of myself sometimes, Mirio said with a laugh as he caught up with Midoriya. A few moments later. Now then, what office does Night Eye run here? Midoriya thought as he opened the door to reveal an unexplainable scene. Hey! I brought that problem kid I told you about the other day, Mirio said loudly before he was cut off by the sound of laughter. Indeed, it seems you can let out quite the voice after all, Night Eye said to the blue-skinned girl. Ahaha, the blue-skinned laughed out loud, unable to contain her laughter. What the foo dash, Midoriya thought as he saw the girl laughing uncontrollably. That's a Watakara Coco, she's Night Eye's sidekick. Seems she didn't have enough humor, Mirio explained. Stop, please forgive me, haha, Bubble Girl begged in between laughter. Not the sight I was expecting, Midoriya said, sticking his hands in his vest pockets. Night Eye quickly shot a glance at Midoriya. His eyes were fierce and intense, but Midoriya's expression didn't change in the slightest. He was still his boring self. What are you doing here? Night Eye asked in an intimidating way. Is that any way to talk to a guest? Midoriya asked Night Eye. Hey! Midoriya, I wouldn't be like that with Night Eye, Mirio said as he let Bubble Girl loose from the tickle machine. Mirio-kun, who's that? Bubble Girl asked. An energetic problem child, Mirio said with a smile. Watch yourself, Deku, Night Eye said, still holding his intense gaze. So that's what this is about, Midoriya thought as he stared back at Night Eye. Yeah, I know who you are and what you have done. One of all for one's little lapdogs. You disgust me by just being here, Night Eye explained angrily. Believe it or not, Night Eye, I came here to talk to you about something very important, Midoriya said, walking towards him. Night Eye realized he wasn't going to be able to make Midoriya snap or lose his cool this way. Step into my office, Night Eye said as he led the way. Wow! I can't believe Night Eye still wants to talk to him after that, Mirio thought with a surprised look on his face. Midoriya and Night Eye stared each other down in his room before Night Eye threw one of his stamps at Midoriya's face. Midoriya dodged the stamp and the wall behind him was nearly blown away by it. What an interesting item, Midoriya said, picking up the item and inspecting its design. You're not worth my time, but at least I know you have some basic intuition, Night Eye said, somewhat annoyed his stamp didn't hit. Let's talk then, Night Eye, Midoriya said as he looked up and stared Night Eye down. Midoriya was staring directly at Night Eye. So let's talk, Midoriya said as he pulled a seat and played around with the stamp Night Eye threw earlier. It was heavier than it looked. I need to know more about you, plain and simple, Night Eye explained quickly. That's it? Just pull up my file or ask Principal Nizu. This is something that you could have done yourself, Midoriya replied, inspecting Night Eye's stamp closely. I want information that isn't in the files, understand? Night Eye said in a somewhat angry tone. If it's not in the files, then there is nothing to talk about, Midoriya said as he looked at the All Might memorabilia in the room. The room grew silent, and before Night Eye could say anything, Midoriya spoke. So why doesn't Mirio use one for all more freely? Midoriya asked as he looked up to face Night Eye. How do you know that? Night Eye asked sternly. We fought and I realized he was holding back. All Might and Mirio also confirmed my suspicions the other day, Midoriya explained calmly. TCH, if All Might and Mirio agreed, then I see no reason to argue, Night Eye said as he looked at a photo of himself, Mirio and All Might. All right, I'll answer one question, Midoriya said out of the blue. Night Eye didn't hesitate and asked his question. Do you know anything about a man by the name of Kai Chisaki? Night Eye asked, putting his hand together and resting them on his desk. Yeah, goes by Overhaul, and as far as I know he's a washed-up Yakuza with plans on bringing back the organization to its former glory, but I've heard rumors he was working on something big. Midoriya explained to Night Eye. Is that all you truly know? Night Eye asked, doubting Midoriya. He was never a foreseeable threat to me, so I only kept small tabs on him. Midoriya replied. Well, that was all I had to ask. You may leave, Night Eye said as he got up and extended his hand for a handshake. This may sound rude, but I know you're trying to use your quirk on me, Midoriya said, avoiding Night Eye's hand and making his way to the door. Nothing wrong with knowing your enemy, Night Eye said as he sat down at his desk. Nothing wrong at all, Midoriya said as he walked out of Night Eye's room. At U.A. Midoriya was being escorted back into the premises by Mirio when they ran into some Class 1 students. Hello, you first years, Mirio said with a smile. Senpai, we're gonna go talk to some agencies for our internships, Kirishima said as he showed off Tamaki walking behind him. Hey, Mirio, Tamaki said, waving hello. Hey Mirio, I'm taking these girls with me, Nijire said, barely able to contain her excitement. Yeah, we are going with her to see if we can get an internship together, Uraraka said as she signaled over to Azui. Problem child over here made quite the impression on Sir, but I think he likes him, Mirio said happily. It was a normal greeting, Midoriya added. I hope you all get accepted, by the way, Midoriya said, encouraging his students. Thank you, Azui said with a smile. Midoriya and Mirio soon entered the dorms and went their own separate ways, but not before giving Mirio some advice. Mirio, if you run into Overhaul, you don't engage on your own. You may have 2 quirks, but that doesn't make you unbeatable. Knowing him, he will have something up his sleeve always, Midoriya explained before walking off towards his room. Midoriya entered his room and saw a note on his bed. Suitcase under 1045 foot was written on the note. Midoriya shredded the note and opened the suitcase. Inside was 2 grappling hook gauntlets along with a retractable metal baton. The costume itself was completely white, but the hood was red and it came with a red metal mask. It's nothing like mine, but it looks well made, Midoriya thought as he inspected the costume along with the gadgets given to him. Midoriya looked at the mask and saw some knobs on the side along with a sticky note. This is an experimental mask I thought up for Shinso. Give it a test run and tell me what you think. Why, please don't die. I'm too tired for that. It was Aizawa's writing, and by the looks of it, it looks like he barely able to hold a pencil without falling asleep. I have to pop in and train Shinso for a bit, Midoriya thought as he fiddled with the mask before setting it down and looking at his vigilante suit and gear. Now then, let's taste some freedom, Midoriya whispered as he looked out the window and eyed the city. 10 minutes later. He's going out, Nizu said to Aizawa through a private channel. All right, Aizawa said in a groggy voice as he saw a blip on his computer telling him where Midoriya was at all times. Somewhere in Hosu. 2 villains with gigantification quirks have appeared. We need urgent response heroes, a police officer said. Midoriya was just jumping building looking for a fight when he saw the 2 big villains going at it. Finally, Midoriya said as he jumped off the building and grappled onto one of the villains' head and grappled towards him at high speed. Get off me, you insect! One of the villains shouted as he tried to squish Midoriya like a bug. Midoriya used his baton to poke and blind the villain, causing him to recoil backward, crashing into a building and causing debris to fly upwards. There's another hero fighting them alone? Ryukyu asked, concerned as she made her way to the site along with Uraraka, Azui, and Nijire. Midoriya saw his chance and used the high-pressure setting on his gauntlet to grabbed some debris from midair and pulled it towards the villain, hitting him in the back of the head. The giant villain lost consciousness and was stumbling to the ground. "Thanks for making my job easier, the other villain said before being interrupted by a blast from Nijire. Hey, are you guys fighting because your quirks are the same? Weirdos," Nijire said to the villains. "Now both of you," Nijire said to Uraraka and Azui as she saw Midoriya use the mid-air rubble to grapple out of the way and onto a nearby building. "What's his quirk for him to be able to take out one of these guys on his own?" Nijire asked herself with a smile of curiosity. Uraraka and Azui rained a mountain of rubble onto the two villains, knocking one of them out since one was already out cold. The site was being cleaned up when Midoriya went to the ground to have a word with Nijire. Nijire was talking to Uraraka, Azui, and Ryukyu when Midoriya made his way over quickly. "Hey you! What's your name? What's your quirk? How did you take out that guy on your own?" Nijire asked the masked man with the hood. "None of your business, and a word of advice: be careful where you aim your quirk," Midoriya said, using the voice changer that came with his mask. Ryukyu was already on alert since the man was using a voice changer and not showing his face. "What is your hero name?" Ryukyu asked Midoriya. "Hope," Midoriya replied quickly. "Can I see your hero license, Hope?" Ryukyu asked as she took a step closer to Midoriya. There was a pause and Midoriya shot his right gauntlet to the tallest building and shot himself towards the sky. "Ochako!" Azui shouted to Uraraka. "I got it!" Uraraka said, touching Azui, giving her the power to float. Azui shot towards Midoriya at high speed and was on his tail in a matter of seconds. "Nice teamwork," Midoriya thought with a smile as he was in midair when he realized Azui was right behind him. Midoriya turned around and grappled towards the ground, shifting his momentum, but as soon as Midoriya was going to reach the floor, he used both his gauntlets to shoot at a building and flung himself towards Azui, turning the tables instantly. Midoriya grabbed Azui and pinned her down on a nearby rooftop. "Give it up," Midoriya said as he quickly grappled to another building. "A vigilante?" Nijire asked as she watched Midoriya disappear into the night. "Shouldn't we chase him?" Uraraka asked Nijire. "No, not tonight. His movement and technique are impressive. This Hope must have trained with those gauntlets for years to achieve that sort of movement and technicality. We would be chasing him for hours," Ryukyu explained as she quickly made her way towards Azui's position. Azui was unharmed and was making her way back to the group. "Are you okay?" Uraraka asked, worried about her friend. "I'm okay. I couldn't catch him, however," Azui said, apologizing to Ryukyu. "It's okay, another day. I'll report him for now," Ryukyu said with a smile. Midoriya was listening in on the police radio from a nearby police cruiser when he heard of another disturbance in the Esuha market in Kansai. "One more," Midoriya said as he shot towards in that direction at high speed. It took Midoriya some time, but he made it to the scene. "It's over, huh?" Midoriya thought as he watched Fat Gum, Tamaki, and Kirishima being surrounded by a crowd. "Seems like you're doing good, Kirishima, but don't loiter in a crowd like this after a battle, because Midoriya was about to finish when he saw a flash from a muzzle come out of the crowd. Midoriya was about to step in when he saw Tamaki get hit, but there was no actual damage. "A dud?" Midoriya asked himself as he observed and watched Kirishima tank a bullet shot at him that bounced off. "Tamaki looks fine, in fact, he looks unharmed," Midoriya said as he watched Tamaki stand and face the villain with Kirishima. "Captured by an octopus like me," Tamaki said as he tried to activate his quirk to no avail. Midoriya's eyes widened and he glued his eyes on the man with the gun. "My quirk won't activate," Tamaki informed Fat Gum. "Impossible, I destroyed all my data. No one should know the formula except me," Midoriya thought, still staring at the man with the gun. "Unless," Midoriya whispered as he followed Kirishima and the other man carefully to an alleyway. The man was begging for forgiveness and Kirishima was starting to pity the man. "Come on, don't fall for that," Midoriya whispered as he saw the villain stab himself and get a huge power-up. Kirishima was blown away, but he stood back up, and from the looks of it he was going to lose and possibly die. "Come on, use it," Midoriya thought as he was about to step in and destroy the villain, threatening his student's life. Kirishima hardened his body to its max and pulled out his trump card. Red Riot Unbreakable. Well done. It seems I was worried for nothing. This guy is not a challenge for you in that state, Midoriya said as he went back to the first shooting in the market. Where is it? Midoriya said, grappling down to the scene and looking for the bullet. Midoriya searched for a few minutes and found 2 bullets. One which was fully intact after hitting Tamaki and another which bounced off Kirishima. The vial was almost empty, but a single drop of the liquid could be seen. This will do, Midoriya whispered as he picked up the vial, sealed its tip, and placed it in a bag. Shouts of excitement and happiness could be heard in the near distance. Sounds like Kirishima got it done, Midoriya thought as he grappled to a building nearby and went back towards U.A. That's enough for one night, Midoriya sighed as he leaped from building to building. The next morning, Midoriya was walking into Class 1A when he overheard the students talking. Hey, Kirishima, your name is on the news, Kaminari said, holding out his phone towards Kirishima. Kirishima said with a confused look. Your name, your hero name is all over the news, man, Kaminari said happily. To Yurikaka, your names came up too, Mina said, showing her phone to the 2 girls. Midoriya was really tired that morning, but he took a sip of his coffee and gained some energy. Oh, and there is this guy too. Who is this? Mina asked, pointing at the hooded figure talking to all the heroes in the photo. A vigilante, Uraraka said, pointing at the hooded figure. Why really? Are they good or bad? It's so confusing, Mina said, scratching her head in confusion. Aizawa was listening in on the conversation in secret by pretending to be asleep. Yeah, he went by Hope, and he took out one of the big villains before we got there. We fought for a bit, but he pinned me down quickly and fled, Azui explained to Mina and her classmates. I'm glad this guy didn't hurt you, Jiro added. I looked up his name and he's already got his own page, Kaminari said, showing the class his phone. A new vigilante appeared last night by the alias Hope. Our sources say he took down a massive villain before being chased by the intern hero Froppy, but was able to escape the scene. Although nothing is known about this vigilante at this moment, make sure to stay on alert as he is still a criminal. Nothing too revealing, huh? Mina said after reading the article. Midoriya was sitting in his chair when Aizawa spoke. Already making a name for yourself? Thought it would take longer than that, Aizawa said in between a yawn. I had no choice. Nijire nearly ended me by accident, so I went to talk to her, but Ryukyu's intuition spotted me instantly, so I had to run, Midoriya explained in a low voice while looking forward. Whatever you say, Hope, Aizawa said with a chuckle as he stood up and was getting ready to start the class. Aizawa, Midoriya said in a serious voice. Yeah, Aizawa replied, raising an eyebrow. I need to talk to you seriously for a moment after school, Midoriya explained as he stood up and got ready for class. Later that day. So what did you want to talk about? Aizawa asked as he sat across from Midoriya in his office chair. So did Tamaki get his quirk back yet? Midoriya asked Aizawa. Aizawa's eyes widened at the question. What do you know? Aizawa asked in a serious tone. Midoriya sighed as he shut his eyes and looked towards Aizawa. More than most of you know anyway, Midoriya replied as he crossed his arms. Tamaki got his quirk back, yes, but we are going to be fully briefed on it in a week, Aizawa explained. I need to be there, Midoriya stated as he handed a few photos to Aizawa. I'll see what I can do, Aizawa sighed, taking the photos and looking over them. 7 days later, Azui, Kirishima, and Uraraka were all going to the same location. Are we all going to the same place? Kirishima asked the 2 girls. It seems so, Azui replied happily. I'm kind of nervous, Uraraka said. The trio quickly ran into the big 3. Hey, Nijire said. Yo, Togata said, making a salute. Tamaki said nothing as usual. What is this? Kirishima said as he saw a group of pro heroes in the hall. Ryukyu, hey, what is this? What are we doing? You said it was a meeting, but I knew that. What kind of meeting? Nijire asked her mentor. You'll see soon enough. Night, I will start it soon, Ryukyu explained with a smile. Oh. The meeting was going smoothly, and then the topic of quirk erasure came up. A drug that erases quirks, Fat Gum said in a serious tone. What? Tamaki, are you okay? Togata asked, worried for his friend. Yeah, after sleeping it came back, Tamaki said, reassuring everyone by using his quirk. If it recovers, no need to worry, right? Rocklock added. No, I'll leave the explanation to someone who knows a great deal about that. Night Eye replied calmly. Yeah, let him in, Aizawa said over his quick phone call. Midoriya was dropped off by ectoplasm and was allowed into the conference room. Afternoon, Midoriya said as he walked in with a briefcase. The entire room except Aizawa and Night Eye were caught off guard by Midoriya's sudden arrival. Rocklock stood up and spoke his mind instantly. What's he doing here? The villain? He could be working for them for all we know. Rocklock stated bluntly. Sit down, Rocklock. I asked him to come and I got Night Eye's approval beforehand, Aizawa explained. Midoriya sighed and opened up his briefcase. First things first. Quirks have a special mechanism called plus alpha that is given to the body. That's the quirk, so let's just call it the quirk factor for now. Aizawa, for example, can erase a quirk, but he's not harming the quirk itself. Midoriya explained to everyone. Now the quirk factor was attacked specifically, right, Fat Gum? Midoriya asked the big hero. Yes. But how did you know that? Fat Gum asked, looking over at Midoriya. Midoriya let out a large sigh and rubbed his eyes somewhat angrily. I know, because I made it, Midoriya explained to everyone in the room. What do you mean you made it? Rocklock asked angrily. I mean I made it. The quirk eraser drug, Midoriya said with a sigh. Did you? Night Eye was about to speak up, but Midoriya continued. The quirk erasure project was something I worked on in secret when I was in the league. I made it in case I needed to fight someone like All Might by erasing their quirks and fighting them in an even playing field, Midoriya explained to everyone in the room. There was a silence and Midoriya continued. The drug attacks the quirk factor and cripples the quirk, making it unusable for 5 minutes. I made it using a Nomu that had a quirk erasing quirk. Midoriya explained, taking out a photo of the Nomu he used. You know Nomus are human, right? Rocklock said angrily. The room went quiet and everyone was looking at Midoriya. Yes, I know, and I knew back then, Midoriya replied calmly. His students' eyes were soon filled with confusion and sadness that their teacher was capable of such a thing. Rocklock shot up and pinned Midoriya against the wall. I should dash, Rocklock shouted before being interrupted by Midoriya. Get your hand off me before I break it, Midoriya said calmly. Rocklock, sit down, Night Eye said angrily. Night Eye wasn't taking sides, but they needed this information from Midoriya. I was blinded by anger at the time. I made that drug so I could show the world who cast me aside that I can make them feel how powerless I felt. So they could understand what it felt to be less than others and show them how truly weak they are without a quirk. Midoriya explained to the room. Rocklock's expression changed from anger to confused guilt. But I realized soon after my fight with Muscular that the drug I made was too dangerous. I erased all of the data and the formula except for one backup, and I'm afraid that Overhaul has found it and repurposed my drug into something stronger, Midoriya explained to the heroes. The room calmed down and let out a sigh of relief that Midoriya wasn't so cold-blooded. Kirishima, Azui, and Uraraka were proud of their teacher for doing the right thing even when he was a villain. What's worse is the drug this time around has non-Nomu human DNA, Fat Gum added afterward. Yes, and we have found out that Overhaul is the capo in this whole drug deal. Using his daughter as a source and one without a birth certificate, so we don't know the specifications. Mirio had a run-in with the little girl and found she was covered in many bandages, Night Eye explained to the room. So they are making bullets out of her body. Rocklock explained to the students who were slow on the uptake. Not only that, but her quirk is something out of this world, but I can't let them know that I know this. My cover on the outside would be blown, Midoriya thought as he looked around the room. Who could do something like that? Azui said as she felt a shiver go down her spine. What do you expect in this world of superhumans? All it takes is the thought, and a son of a beach can do anything. We were lucky Midoriya here knew the danger and put an end to it. Let's be thankful he didn't give this formula to the League or this overhaul character beforehand, because if he did, who knows what would have happened. Gran Torino stated. Flashback 5 days before the meeting. Midoriya was hopping from building to building looking for a certain someone. Where is he? Midoriya thought as he looked in remote areas of Hosu. Midoriya was searching when he was interrupted by a plea for help. Stay away from me, a man said as he threw the knife at the shadowy figure. You are a disease, the shadowy figure said as he raised his jagged katana over his victim's head. Midoriya jumped down and knocked out the man so he could meet face to face with the shadowy figure. Never a dull moment, Midoriya said, taking off his hood and revealing himself to the shadowy figure. The figure didn't say anything and threw a knife at high speed towards Midoriya, to which he caught in midair with ease. You still got it, Stain said as he stepped out of the shadows. How are you holding up, old man? Midoriya said as he threw the knife back at Stain. Kind of having an identity crisis, Stain replied, catching the blade and holstering it. There was a pause and Stain spoke. So you're this Hope character that everyone has been talking about? Stain asked Midoriya. It's a long story, but yes, I am, Midoriya replied as he pulled up a bucket to sit on. Stain knew Midoriya wasn't one to do something for no good reason, so he didn't pry and got to the point. What do you need from me, kid? Stain asked. I need some information and a location. I also need some weapons stored somewhere nearby said location, Midoriya explained as he handed a list over to Stain. Stain read over the list and was worried for once in his life. What are you thinking of doing? Stain asked his former pupil. I'm going to take back what's mine, Midoriya replied, looking directly at the sky. Stain sighed and looked over the list one more time. All right, kid. Just this once I'll help you out, but you better not die, Stain said, putting the list away. Stain turned to leave when Midoriya called out. It was good to see you again, Midoriya said as he grappled away. You too, Midoriya, Stain said with a short smile. 2 days later, Midoriya met with Stain in an abandoned alley. Overhaul's got a girl named Eri, and from what I have been able to gather, she is being used to make something, Stain explained to Midoriya. I see, and what about the members? Midoriya asked. The usual with these types, a bunch of muscle, but this time it seems they work in teams and the base is at the Shai Hasaikai compound. Also, Midoriya, the League is involved, Stain continued as he pulled out a large file and handed it to Midoriya. Shit, how many? Midoriya asked, looking over the file. Just 2, but I'm not sure who, Stain replied. And the weapons? Midoriya asked, closing the file. They will be where you asked. Listen, if you go through with this, make sure you are in control, Stain said as he walked away into the darkness of the alleyway. Midoriya didn't reply but took the words to heart and made his way back to U.A. Flashback end. Midoriya was walking downstairs when he ran into Uraraka, Azui, and Kirishima talking amongst themselves. Sensei, Kirishima called out. A bit late to be out talking, isn't it? Midoriya said, walking up to the group. We were just about to go to bed, Azui said with a smile. There was a pause and Uraraka spoke up. Sensei, did you really make the drug that erases quirks? Uraraka asked nervously. It seems she was asking for the group. I did, Midoriya replied bluntly. But you stopped using it, right? Kirishima asked quickly. You 3, I need you to understand something. I only used the drug once and I used it on a villain, but even still I knew the power it held, so I destroyed my work, Midoriya explained to his students. There was a sigh of relief from the teens. I just wanted to hear it from you in private, Uraraka said with a smile. I knew you were not a bad guy, Kirishima said happily. Azui just agreed with a big smile. The trio soon went to bed and Midoriya went to talk to Aizawa in his office. Midoriya knocked on the door and stepped inside the office. Something on your mind? Aizawa asked, typing away on his computer. When are you all thinking about making a move? Midoriya asked Aizawa. Aizawa sighed and turned to face Midoriya. Listen, this is an under wraps operation, and as such you have no clearance to know anything, Aizawa replied bluntly. I know, but do you think that's going to stop me? Midoriya said, pulling up a seat. Not really, Aizawa said with a yawn and going back to typing on his computer. 2 league members are working under overhaul at this moment, but I'm not sure who, Midoriya said as he leaned back in his chair. Aizawa's ears perked up at the information he was just given. How do you know? Aizawa asked, still typing away. I've got my secrets, you've got yours, but just know that 2 of them will be there. Just be on alert, Midoriya said before stepping out of the room. Aizawa took a sip of the coffee and got back to typing on his computer. The day arrived when Midoriya would infiltrate the compound and retrieve what was stolen from him. Midoriya watched as the students involved with the operation left U.A early in the morning. Things couldn't be more perfect for his plan. Midoriya would use the commotion the raid would cause to sneak in and take his formula and destroy all evidence of the drug. Midoriya put on his vigilante costume and sneaked out of U.A. In front of the Shai Hasaikai compound, Midoriya found the bag he asked Stain to leave for him in a nearby building from the compound. Attached to the bag was a note. Don't cross that line, Stain. Hopefully I won't have to stain, Midoriya thought as he pulled out the weapons out of the bag. Inside the bag was as followed. 2x flashbangs, 3x small daggers, 5x high-density seals, utility belt, 2x tear gas, 1x smoke grenade, 1x pepper spray. Looks like it's all here, Midoriya said in a low voice as he watched the police talk to the group of heroes in front of the compound. Midoriya took a deep breath and got ready for the battle. Let's do this, Midoriya said as he gripped his metal staff. Can someone without a quirk be a hero? Asked Midoriya. His teacher's voice broke his train of thought. You guys are all 3rd years now, it's time to start thinking about your careers and futures seriously. I want to hand out these career forms.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.